Uh, hey, hello all. Thanks, A Clark Vibe, for being here. Yeah, we're gonna do the all black everything round table in just a few moments when black people show up. We got one person there. And shout out to that one person. But these are black people. They'll be a while. All right, so what we're gonna do until that does happen. Um, we are going to look at news stories. Uh, okay. The United States and Britain strike targets in Houthi-controlled Yemen. That's just a thing that just happened. That's like a breaking news story. It's really unfortunate. Looks like the Israel-Gaza war is expanding. At least the consequences of that is expanding. Um, yeah, it's really unfortunate. Uh, I mean, the Houthis, they were striking at, um, I think it was inside the Suez Canal. They were striking at shipping targets, meaning they were interfering with commerce, and it was basically as a form of protest for what's happening in Gaza. And the U.S., is now like before they were just like straight up countering their attacks. Now it looks like they're launching attacks into Yemen. So it's really, really unfortunate. This war is expanding, and it's no bueno. It's bad. Um, I hope this reverses. It, sometime soon. But it won't. A lot more people are gonna have to die. A lot more people. Uh, um, what's happening in Ecuador is pretty crazy. The amount of violence that's happening in Ecuador. I'm not sure if you are aware of that, but Ecuador, whew, um, this is like a straight up motherfucking war against the drug cartels. And uh, I don't know if Ecuador will win. I don't know if Ecuador will win. Sometimes uh, these drug cartels are paramilitary groups that are so powerful that yes, they can contend with the state. When that happens, well, like you're you're closer to a failed state rather than than before, right? Where just areas where the government literally just can't contest, just literally just cannot contest um the land. Like I believe it was in Mexico that it happened, where like the Mexican authorities like arrested like the son of a drug lord, and he was at like a jail in this like like relatively small town, I guess. And then the drug cartel came up with their military equipment, and they surrounded the place. Like, motherfucker, give him back. We're gonna kill everyone. We're gonna wipe this town clean. We're gonna slaughter this place. We'll give him back. And the government was like, we apologize for interfering with your operations, and they handed him back. The cartel runs that area, not the government. Right? You go to the cartel, like, and like, imagine trying to be a cop there who really wants to actually clean things up, like actually cares about the situation. Uh, like you're a dead man. No, those you should probably. It'd be best just to report to the cartel. Like, you get some money out of it, and you probably get to live. So probably just the government's not gonna be able to help you. Proven strong enough. So anyway, I hope Ecuador doesn't go down that road. They're gonna war against apparently 20 drug cartels. Um, like, they've declared them enemies of the state, and they're rolling out against these guys. Ecuador, apparently, from what I'm hearing, was one of the safest countries in Latin America previously, like 2 years ago. But there's have been a lot of movement of drug cartels into Ecuador because of lots of reasons. But like, these are less homegrown operations, and more like from other places like Colombia, that are coming in. And these, since they're not homegrown, they don't give a fuck about the population. So it ain't easy. It ain't easy. Pimpin' ain't easy. Sorry, I don't. Why is that pimpin'? Ohio woman. Hey, the Ohio woman who miscarried at home won't be criminally charged. Brittany Watts, 34, had been charged with a felony of abuse of a corpse after she miscarried in her bathroom and was later admitted to hospital for a life-threatening hemorrhage. Yeah, so she's been charged with abuse of a corpse after she miscarried. The case has drawn international attention and fears among reproductive rights experts who see it as a dangerous precedent in post-Roe America. A Trumbull County grand jury decided against indicting Watts on the abuse of corpse charge Thursday afternoon. Watts, who was black, was charged. Okay, the charge is a 5th-degree felony and has been has she been convicted, Watts would have faced up to a year in prison and a $2,500 fine. $2,500 fine. The prosecutor, Dennis Watkins, said in a statement Thursday that a careful evaluation of both sides' positions, the prosecutor's office believed that Watts did not violate the Ohio criminal statute. I'm confused. The prosecutor says, like, Watts didn't violate the criminal statute? Then why do they charge? I'm confused. And then we respectfully disagree with the lower court's application of the law. Or the lower... I'm gonna have to, like, read into this. I'm a little confused, because the prosecutor brought the charge. Why is he saying that... I'm a little confused. Let's see. Are there more black people around? No. Okay. Not more. Alright. Oh, 1 second. Alright, 1 second. Alright, okay, so, yeah, I'm a little confused as to, like, in what direction this is. I don't know. I'll have to, like, read into that, because I'm just happy that she's not going to be charged, looks like. The problem stands, is that she could have been charged. That, like, she was on the knife side. This woman who suffered this incredible trauma of losing her baby, right, was then traumatized by the state. Was then traumatized by other side. And the laws, it's perfectly fine. There's going to be another one. And that next person probably is not going to get as much press. You're probably not going to get as much press as this one did. And so she'll suffer in silence. Especially, Watts made a pretty sympathetic figure, right? I mean, she's black, that counts against her, but still, overall, I think she made a pretty sympathetic figure. The next one isn't so sympathetic for whatever reason. That's an issue. Where's that? I guess. All right. eBay to pay $3 million with employees sent live spiders, funeral wreath, and fetal pig to critics. What? Wait, what? What? What is this story? I am okay. Looks like some people. Oh fuck. But before we do that, we got to look at the story. eBay to pay $3 million after employees sent live spiders, funeral wreath, and fetal pig to critics. The online auction company called the actions of former employees who in 2019 targeted a Massachusetts couple behind a critical online newsletter as wrong and reprehensible. Holy shit. There was also 2 counts of stalking through electronic communication services, witness tampering, obstruction of justice. U.S. Attorney's Office of District of Massachusetts said in a statement. And like so the company itself was charged with this, not just like the employees. Holy fuck! It's a pig mask. They also said a pig mask. What? The online auction giant was charged criminally with 2 counts of okay. As part of the deferred prosecution agreement, eBay has agreed to pay the penalty, which is a maximum fine allowed by law of 6 felonies. Prosecutors said the company must also retain an independent corporate compliance monitor for 3 years and will have to make changes in its compliance program according to federal authorities. Today's settlement holds eBay criminally and financially responsible for emotionally, psychologically, and physically terrorizing the publishers of an online newsletter out of fear that bad publicity would adversely impact their Fortune 500 company, said Jody Corden. The FBI, eBay put the victims through pure hell, and said the district attorney of Massachusetts. The company engaged in absolutely horrific criminal conduct. The company's employees and contractors involved in this campaign put the victims through pure hell in a petrifying campaign aimed at silencing their reporting and protecting the eBay brand. I'm like looking for. Let's see if that's a joint. Additional harassment. It included sending anonymous and disturbing deliveries to the victim's home, including the things I talked about. Additional harassment included traveling to Natick to surveil the couple and installing a GPS tracking device on their car, prosecutors said. In 2024, members of the eBay global security team were charged. The plot to harass the couple led to convictions for 7 former employees and contractors, prosecutors said. The convictions ranged from 57 months in prison to 12 months in prison, while other people were sentenced to home confinement. Crazy. Wow. That was I didn't see that one coming. All right, let's move past that one. Holy fuck, that was wild. Did anyone else know about this story? Hey, XOR Fist. Hello, Onion Face. And thank you, Necrotics. Hello, hi. Thanks for being here. Okay, so let's see. We got some more people here. Let's move. Yeah, let's try to see if we can have a conversation.
The thing.
Hey, all.
What up, Prime? What's up, dog?
I mean, actually into the studio
One
itself
sec.
and get myself started up.
Okay. All right. So, Margin, you got something to say while we get ourselves started?
Got something to say.
Like
talk about?
Entertain the audience while we get ourselves put together.
All right, let's see here. What do we? We were
Actually,
just talking about food and music. I was trying to get Mooncake to listen to Fred Dredd. What's your favorite song to listen to while y'all cook? Y'all got a playlist?
Cook?
I usually have like Pandora. I usually have my Pandora going, and it'll be randomized. Although I have the premium one, so I'm able to usually find whatever song I want. I'll usually go for J-pop, J-rock, maybe hip hop occasionally, or just straight heavy metal. I don't know why.
Heavy metal
but
with cooking, huh?
I don't know. Something about is like, especially. This will probably be what I'll end up doing when I actually start cooking. Like, tenderizing meats or whatever. Just like hammering with the beat.
I can see some Lamb of God going real hard. Some broken hands. While you just tenderize some meat. That could work.
So my problem with not cooking right now. The only problem is like in terms of not cooking right now is because I still very much have the paranoia of chopping another piece of my thumb off.
I just did that. I was cutting potatoes for some more mashed potatoes last night, and I was going hard. I was doing the most, right? So I try to like crumple them all up. It was like 5 wedges, so I could just dice them like that, into little squares, so I could boil them. And then I caught my thumb like that.
Oh no, for me, like it's now basically a dead, thumb. It like grew back, but no feeling at the tip of my thumb anymore. Like literally just almost almost directly underneath the fingernail. That's how far deep it went.
That's crazy. I think my favorite song, and it's actually I got put on by this from my brother, was Freddie Gibbs and Big Sean, Four Things. Every time that song comes on, like I have to have it in the kitchen, bro. I gotta be like, hey man, I get into my whole cooking vibe when that song hits me, bro.
Oh, I think the best song for cooking, I think one of the best songs for cooking too, at least for me, because I said like I like the Japanese songs for anime intros and outros. Lost in Paradise, Jujutsu Kaisen's ending theme.
I got a Japanese song for you. 1 second.
Which one?
1 second. I'll send it to you.
I have my anime intro and anime ending playlist too. You know, actually, that's another good conversation. You know what I think the best anime opener in recent history was? Have y'all saw Vinland Saga?
I
haven't watched it yet, but I want to.
I watched season 1, not season 2.
The opening to Vinland Saga in season 1. That shit was fire. That shit was hard. I love that song, bro.
There's weird stuff behind me.
Yeah, my favorite. I think the best thing for cooking is I don't know, whatever song women are most attracted to. I feel like that should be.
But I'm talking about when you in your private, you being like, you know, you just being geek. You know, nobody's looking. You're dancing in the kitchen. You know, you in your comfy wear. You know.
Oh, I don't be in the kitchen.
The absolute best opener. The absolute best opener for me in anime in recent history is the opener Beautiful for Mobile Suit Gundam, the Witch of Mercury.
Yeah, Witches of Mercury. Yep, bro.
The first season's opener.
Right here, check this out.
The season's opener is okay.
I got it posed up, but this is that's the aerial, right? I've been really big into SDs outside of like my master grade gun. You know, I build Gundam model kits, right? And the SDs means like super deformed. They're like the little chibi ones, but there you go.
Yeah,
the aerial right there.
Is that built out of Lego?
Nice.
This is a complete model kit. This is a complete entire. Hold on, I'll show y'all real quick. So this is a bigger version of it, or of a different one. This is the Virtue.
Whoa, what the fuck?
I put all this together. I'll go grab. I got a back stock, so I can show y'all what it looks like.
I have a bunch of Legos. I build
Yeah,
like Legos. That's fun.
Yeah,
It's
so
Do you 3D print all those parts, or how do you?
no, those are.
I'll grab them real quick.
Those are model kits. So like Gundam,
okay.
Yeah. Gundam.
I just have the figurines.
Yeah,
I don't have any like.
I know.
model kits yet.
Hold on. But Gundam is an incredible franchise. And when I was actually thinking about Fnatic, before you hit me up today, you were actually in my mind because there's a series I think you might actually like. As part of the Gundam franchise. Like they have like a whole list of model kits for all their mechas, and it's a massive amount of revenue for Bandai.
Just want to show you how
and you put them together yourself, and it depends on some of them you paint them yourself as well.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm
planning on getting into Warhammer. So.
What did you say, Fnatic?
Like
I'm the worst at that. I remember even in elementary school.
So mooncakes, right there. Oh shit, it's all spilling out.
In the circles, doing all that stuff.
So I have to put all that, and it turns into that model kit.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. But yeah, I love this. It's so relaxing.
Like if I'm actually wanting to get into model kits, but I have such a small room right now and no room to put models on shelves, so that's why I'm not doing it yet. But I do plan on starting on Warhammer model kits because I really do want. I want the little middies.
But that shit is expensive.
I know. That's why it's gonna be like a very small thing where it's like maybe once every couple of months I'll buy a new set or a new thing to put together.
Gunpla. So that big one right there just ran me like 100 or was like $120, right? But like 40K, you get like 1/3 of that for twice the price.
Yeah.
Like 10th edition, like that box is much smaller. and you get like what 10 figurines out of there for your army and the Tyranid army, and it's $300 for that thing. It's a lot, and you have to paint it yourself. If you want to get into, if you want to know if model building is your thing, try Gunpla first because it's cheaper.
I need to know if Marvel 2 is my thing. I don't know who I should talk to about that.
Oh, you know who? You
Wonder
know.
if there's-
It ain't anything. It's too late, bro. The game is dead. It's over.
Hey, Fanatic, I want your. Well, actually, yeah, I'm not sure. Have you been keeping track of the Street Fighter 6 scene? I know you said you weren't like going to play, right?
I played Street Fighter 6 for a little bit.
Okay.
in my
He also
controller
played
phone,
as
I haven't
Arturo's
played
defense
lately.
attorney, but that's a whole other.
Yeah, he did.
That was the different.
just-
Yeah, that was a different situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like Street Fighter. I like it. I just need, probably got to get a new.
Yeah, my problem, like I've been following it very close. I've been watching so many tournaments, like as they went on, like watching as the meta advanced and all that. But my big issue is the lack of balance patches. That so Capcom said for Street Fighter 6 that they're only going to do it once a year, and
Great.
you think that's great?
Oh, it's the best.
I think it's funny.
That's all. Oh my! So this is a debate between you and us. I think that's awful. So I'll tell you my experience as a spectator. Right? Like all I'm seeing is the same like 4 character interactions, like again and again. Like I was really invested into the scene, but then I stopped because the players are playing for $1 million for the number 1 spot, right? And they're only playing the top tier. So all I'm seeing is Ken, Luke, JP, and occasionally what's his name? I'm blanking. The Jamaican DJ.
Damn.
DJ?
Yeah.
Damn,
but like
black
one of the-
man
one of the-
forgets
I almost
the only
said
black character. That's
I know.
crazy.
One of the
I
best
almost
players in
said
the world
Eddie.
right now is a guy.
I almost
named,
said Eddie because I'm thinking of Tekken.
One of the best players in the world right now is the guy playing freaking Blanca, Main RD.
Yeah,
Playing
Men
tournaments
RD.
with him.
Yeah, but he's an exception. I'm saying, but the
He's got
vast
that pocket
majority.
loop though. He got that scumbag. He's a dog in him.
I hear
Yeah.
you, but the vast majority of these interactions are come down to those 4 players. It is boring. How many?
One of the best characters
and-
in the country right now is playing Cammy. That's Punk. What?
Yeah, but
do
I'm
you
saying
mean?
those are exceptions.
Oh.
I'm telling you from my experience as a spectator. I'm not just talking about one individual here and there. I'm looking at the collection of players.
Okay,
and
so that's where you're making a mistake, all right? Because I feel like fighting games have always been this way. To this day, I watch fighting games like it never stops. If I was to just show you my YouTube, like my homepage right now, there will be a bunch of Marvel stuff to this day. Because I never quit watching those matches. I'm into the game. It's like for other people watch sports that they've never competed in, athletic enough to.
you sound a little low, friend. You sound low.
It's
My
your
bad.
your
I'll fix that.
whatever you're
but the
getting.
point, but the point being, for me, that thing is fighting games, right? Like whereas other people want to watch an NBA game. That they,
Yeah, I hear you. I'm on your level here.
So with that being said, oh god, I forgot. It's gonna constantly change, isn't it? Because of freaking StreamYard. Yeah. With that being said, I only care about the top players because if I'm watching people play, I don't want to watch at a mediocre or garbage level. So the only people
Damn.
that I'm gonna be like paying attention to are gonna be the people who are actually doing amazing things, and that's gonna be the top players.
But I'm
So
not.
if there's like 1,000 people playing JP, but then we look at the top 8 and there's no JPs in the top 8. I don't care if
Well, hold
JP
on.
is overrated.
I am talking about the top. So I am talking about elite players, right? So
if we look at the top 8 of the average
league,
I
I'm
got
looking-
you. No. But so if I can finish really quickly. So if we look at tournaments, if you go to you said you're watching tournaments, and we look at who's winning these tournaments, you'll find that constantly in the top 8, you're finding most consistently you're going to get the representation of Blanca because Blanca wins. So he's going to get more matches than everyone else. You're going to see Cammy because because Maina RD wins. So you're going to get more examples of Blanca than everyone else. You're going to in the top 8, you're going to see Cammy very frequently because Punk is playing Cammy, and you're going to see more representations of that in the top 8. Now, if you want to talk about the rest of the tournament and open-ended, non-invitational only tournaments, and say about all these other people who are playing, you're going to find all these other over-representations and stuff.
I named you an invite tournament. I just did that.
You named me a very specific
I just
specific
did.
Street Fighter. Okay, I got you. You named me specifically Street Fighter League, and there are 8 people within Street Fighter League, and 2 of them are of the representation of the characters that I'm talking about. One of them being Punk, one of them being main RD.
Yeah.
Punk using Cammy, main RD
I'd
using
say-
Blanca. That's 2 out of 8.
I'd say.
Oh no, there's no Street Fighter League isn't 8 people. Why do you think Street Fighter League is 8 people?
I'm thinking of the 2 top teams. It was Bandits and Bandits and what's the other one?
Well, I'm talking.
I can't think of their name.
All of them.
Nasser.
The birds. The birds.
Yeah. They're all of them are top players. Just to get in is an invitational. I'm saying, like, as a spectator.
Listen, from an outside perspective, I understand why you would say that, but I'm going to go ahead and disagree with you. Let me explain why. Everyone is a top player, people who get top 16 and things like that. But when I was in my prime, and I am not exaggerating, not just trying to suck myself, legitimately, I would look at the bracket and I would look for 3 names. Those 3 names were Chris G, Justin Wong, Filipino champ. Anyone else outside of that, I knew for a fact I was going to beat. So for me, you can say they're all top players, but when you actually start talking about the top, top players,
Filipino,
there's not a lot of top players.
Fnatic,
everyone is actually at that level. I don't know why you got to interrupt me to ask me that question. But go ahead. What's up?
You seem to be misunderstanding me, right? Like, I'm saying that that the experience as a spectator is degraded because the meta doesn't change. That, like, among the people who end up in these tournaments, right? Whether you consider them top players or not, I guess I shouldn't fight on those grounds. It's useless. But, like, whether you believe that or not, as a spectator, it is boring to watch mirror match after mirror match. To watch Luke's versus Ken's, and so. And this can change. This is easily changeable by a balance patch. By simply changing it up, changing the top tiers. I understand, of course, there are exceptions, right? Yes, and I love that Punk usually plays Cammy. Doesn't always. He's been switching to Luke. More recently, we've seen him do that in tournaments, and then Mana does lots of things, not just Blanca. Blanca is just one of his characters. The other one, I think he
plays DJ too. He knows how to teleport.
No, his other main Blanca was the one he used to win a tournament with. But ranking up to that tournament, I think he was playing a Luke. But I don't quote.
Yeah, he was.
Okay, yeah.
So you're seeing him very, very frequently in the top 8. But here's where the problem comes in, right? Because I think we are at odds, right? Yeah. Because you are talking about what would make it more entertaining for you guys as spectators, okay? And that's fine. But what I'm saying, I'm talking about what's probably healthiest for the players themselves. And I think it's really disgusting that we've gotten into this situation where everyone wants to constantly shift these games over and over and over again, and so that so that you don't get to actually master a game. You don't get to level up.
I feel that
to the top level in the game. So you have games like Mortal Kombat 9 where they were sitting there the entire time and there was a new patch every other week. And I think that that's really problematic. One of the biggest mistakes facing the fighting game community is typically the lack of money. And the reason why there's always been a lack of money is because things haven't been as consistent and things like that. Now, for the first time, we're getting to the point where we're getting large amounts of money within the fighting game community, and of all times, this is a time where we should be able to say what's going to be the most consistent, what players will be able to actually develop their skills to the highest level, and then what players and doing that. Man, y'all like to interrupt. That's crazy. And what would yield the best results? And I think what will yield the best results is a very consistent game. If you're going to be building up over a season, giving people all the time to learn all the intricacies, so we get to the absolute highest level of fighting games. As a spectator, I understand that wouldn't be best for you, but as a player, what would be best for the players, so that they can actually consistently actually decide to invest time into that, would be like the fewer patches.
So
we've already been.
Yeah, just wanna. Okay, so I want to have this debate with you. I really do. Because you're a player, right? You're
me too. I actually been to Evo. This is the thing. I went into this conversation.
One second, guys. The problem is,
can y'all niggas chill? Just
the problem is that I thought this. When I said that, I thought it was going to be quick. I thought you were actually going to agree with me. I was actually going to start this.
Of course not.
But of course not. Of course. But I'm. Fuck you. But the problem is we can't the other people can't participate in this discussion. Let's put
Yeah.
let's put it, yes, I see you,
I'll say
Majin, but
one
like,
thing though.
but
I want to say
I,
one thing.
There's
I'll
four
let you.
people that
Okay,
wanna
hold on,
participate.
guys. Shut up for a second. I will let you say a thing. Right? Go ahead, say your thing. But I want to like switch to a topic that the others can participate in, and then later on, I would love to dig in with the Speed Fanatic because I disagree with everything you just said.
Okay. Ultimately, since because I'm a Tekken player, I went early 2010. I got out of pools. I didn't drown in pools for Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection. Dragunov, Harong are my mains.
Okay,
Have been forever. Ultimately,
Wrong is the kicker,
Tekken,
right?
Tekken, yes, Tekken
Yeah,
5
thought
Dark
so.
Resurrection was one of the last games that actually where execution was tight. Like after that, Tekken 6, I saw somebody do King's Giant Swing Throw combo, the 10 string, right? Match that in with their palm. The whole thing where you got to do the quarter circle at the end, match the whole combo in. And that's when I knew fighting games were dead. The problem is what Fnatic was saying is that fighting games never had money back in the day. It was a very niche community, and they compete with games like Call of Duty and stuff like that. They had to loosen the execution to make it for the lesser player to get in there,
Yeah.
the casuals to get in there to so they can make money. The problem is that I have with it now. You're in a situation that there's a lot of these. I don't think we can go back to having tighter execution because a lot of people are going to be like, "Oh, the game doesn't work." Like there's so many casuals in there and casuals even in the top tier because the game is that forgiving with a lot of their executions. Back in the day, you couldn't buffer in combos. That was just unheard of. Now you get like 5 times before the animation is actually put out to actually get your input right to actually hit something. And I think that's actually fucking pathetic. I think that's sad for fighting games.
Joe,
I used to manage real quick. I used to manage an arcade, and what I was saying about the field champ, I know field champ myself, and what I posted in there, I was curious. Do you know Ray? You operate on the West Coast? Because I used to manage a Tilt here in Oregon, one of the bigger arcades here.
Do I know Ray?
Ray Blade X. I posted it in the ABE chat. He placed 769th at last year's Evo at Street Fighter 6 out of 7,000 players. That puts him in the top 10% of Street Fighter players.
I don't think that's the way that works. I don't think it works that way, especially with the way the brackets work, and obviously like with just being double elimination.
I don't know.
He's
been going for years.
People. I got you. If he's been going for years and he's probably never made it into the top 16 or top 32, and
he placed 8 at Virtual Fighter 6. He's that guy.
Yeah, but there's only like 16 entrants for Virtual Fighter.
Yeah,
y'all just
like that. What?
I don't even think I'm being. Hold up. I don't even think I'm being. I don't think I'm being disrespectful.
He's not.
I would be. Like legitimately, there might be like 64. Like I don't know, man. Come on.
I'll say this.
I know. I would say about 100. I would say 100.
As somebody who gravitates to dog shit characters, I don't know how that happens. Every character I like just happens to be bottom tier or dog shit. I just don't know how that works. I don't know.
It's a personality trait. Go ahead.
I will say something that I do appreciate is
I can tell you why.
I don't pick the black ones. I know it's a curse. But I'm just kidding. But my thing is it is for me as somebody who ends up playing bottom tier characters by just happenstance. I do appreciate how I'm used to my characters not getting blessed across multiple patches. So I think back to Street Fighter 4, where T-Hawk didn't really get any changes for about 2.5 years, and we just played the same character for 2.5 years, and that allowed for that character to adapt to the bullshit around them in a unique way. I think that's how a good example of that is in Smash, well, Melee in particular, where they didn't have patches. It wasn't a patch economy back then. So you had to, with your toolkit, just make it up and figure it out, which leads to and Fnatic can attest to this a little bit from Marvel and I mean actually honestly from Marvel 3 as well, where there were some people who played random teams, but that random team came about from the persistence of trying to make that work within a metagame, and that I think is possible with less patches. I think less patches allows people to explore a character into a unique way, but I do agree that a year's long, but maybe it's not long at all. Where because now when I'm looking at for instance the Lukes, it's very clear you can tell the different the subtle nuances between a Luke that's top 32, top 64 caliber versus a top 3 caliber Luke player. At the same time, I don't think spectators can see that. So that's where I think it actually is the responsibility of the commentators to not. I'm looking at you, Say Jam, to not be bad at commentating. Like, so I do think the commentator community has to actually like level up in a way that allows for spectators to understand what's going on in a way that's substantive, because I don't think they do that. I think commentators are generally lazy people, and there are a few that are very good, but the very good ones, it needs to be better all the way down. Especially because some of these niggas are going to like.
Wait, let me end it. Let me end it really quickly, just to be clear. So I just looked up the results rather than going off of anecdotes because I hate it. And so I looked at the Japanese results for their Street Fighter League, and I looked at the representation of the characters. You have 2 Chun-Lis, 2 JPs, 4 Kins, 1 Luke, 1 Zangief, 2 Marissas, 2 DJs, 1 Dhalsim. Aside from Kin, you don't see an overrepresentation within these characters. It seems like it's pretty freaking varied. I should pick up the United States ones and look at those results and see that it would probably be something similar. You don't just only see those characters.
So
that's just
Fanatic, was
I
the Dhalsim Mochi?
You disagree with data, with the facts that I just stated? I didn't even give you an opinion.
I disagree with the data that you picked, actually. But hold on. Like I said, let's put a pin in this. I'd like to have a deeper conversation, but we can't do it here. Like I didn't expect to have the whole thing. But like let's do this afterwards, right? We can.
I was wondering if the Dhalsim Mochi.
Have a conversation. Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, we're.
Wait, was it Dhalsim Mochi? I'm trying to figure that out.
Who was the Dhalsim? You said
it was a Dhalsim. Was it YC Mochi?
Let me see. I can look really quick. I didn't write down their name. The Dhalsim was Fudo.
But Prime, I do feel you on that because I grew up in the era of having to watch Magneto Sentinel Storm for like 10 years, so I know it gets tiring.
Yeah.
Don't even give me a story on DC2, but like we'll have to table that. We'll have to hold on to it.
That game was so bad for that game was so bad for spectators that it literally kept the FGC afloat on its own for like literally over a decade. It was the final game at Evolution. It had the highest viewer count, and it was both during all of the years of from Evo 2004 all the way up to like Evo 2014, even when they went to Marvel vs. Capcom.
I promise you, I want to have this fight. Fanatic. I promise you, I want this smoke. Right?
Don't bring the butter knife to a game fight.
I promise you, I want this. But like, we can't do it here. It's just it.
I don't know why you'd want to bring a butter knife to a game fight, bro.
Okay. Prime, ask a toxic question just to get it out of the way. I don't think we'll ever have this opportunity again.
Fine.
Was Cat Williams right about white women? Let's get it.
I didn't watch that. I didn't watch any of that. So
Are they scared?
I don't watch Cat Williams.
That's crazy.
So.
Are they scared?
Of course, Prime Kais wouldn't watch that. Of course he wouldn't.
It's it was like 3 hours or some shit. Like I had no interest.
Yeah, but you can say it's 3 hours, but it's also one of the
issues.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's one of the most pivotal and cultural topics of 2024. It's literally the second most watched interview of all time
of 2024.
Literally delving
one of the best comedy specials this year.
Not of 2024. I'm saying it's the literal second highest watched interview of all time.
Okay.
The number one was 50 million views. Second place was 32 million views, and now this is going to this surpassed that one within 4 days. So the idea, and it's talking specifically primarily about black issues. But I mean, I know that you're more of a leftist than a black person.
He's just shitting on niggas, man. He's shitting on niggas, calling them gay, bro. That's why people love it.
Yeah.
Nah, that's not what he was doing. But I mean, we can agree to disagree there.
I don't care about celebrities and necessarily the drama that they're bringing. The only thing I'm hearing out of it is like drama he's had with other comedians. There might be. I don't think there's more to it because it's 3 hours.
A lot was said.
I didn't hear about anything else. That's all I heard about. Great drama of comedians, which I don't give a fuck about. Like
it's been a great year for content, though, Prime. That's the craziest part. It's been a great.
It is crazy.
2024 leading in strong.
Well, I mean, he did talk about Jonathan Majors and the idea about white women in that situation. He did talk about like the influences of Hollywood and how they have cultural implications being pushed on black men. He talked about a lot of black issues.
I bet he did. But I didn't hear about that shit.
And then the part that's crazy to me.
I'm not gonna get myself. I'm not gonna hold on. This is how I operate. I don't give a fuck like what color they are. I'm not gonna like just watch a 3-hour interview on a celebrity with no when I have no particular reason to. Now, if there is something interesting about a celebrity interview, people can point it out to me, and especially if they have a clip, I'll definitely take a look. But I don't give a fuck about celebrities. I've never given a fuck about celebrities. That's been a running thing for me.
It's not about. No, hold on.
And I also don't appreciate people questioning my blackness. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Okay, it's not a question of just being interested in celebrities. It's about the idea about media representation and about discrimination within one of the most lucrative and influential fields in the country. So when you start talking about the entertainment industry and its influence and impact on young Black minds, and you start talking about that representation being co-opted into other things that are negatively influencing them, then obviously these things start becoming pretty important. And that's what this conversation is about. You can be reductive if you would like to and reduce it to just celebrity nonsense, but obviously the fact that it's this popular, the fact that everybody's talking about it, you don't ever see me really delving into celebrity nonsense, the fact that all of these cultural important topics are being discussed in the situation are what make it important. But I understand if you're not particularly influenced, if you're not interested there. And another thing, I'm not questioning your blackness. I'm not questioning your blackness. I'm questioning your loyalty towards blackness, which you've expressed on countless occasions that you don't have much.
Hold on.
I don't know. Whoa, everyone shut up. Everyone shut up. I don't know where this hostility is coming from. I don't fucking get
I'm not being hostile. I'm being accurate.
Well, then fuck you then. To say that I'm not loyal to Black people? No.
Prime. Okay, go ahead. Say your piece.
That's uncalled for.
Hold on.
Razor. Not the time to be doing this.
Everyone else shut up. It's him and I talking at this point.
Razor, there's not the time. Please.
Thank you. Prime. No, you're not sorry. Shut up.
Dude.
Shut up.
I'm confused.
Okay, well then shut up and listen so you can learn.
Be confused silently.
Thank you.
Let me handle this. Thank you.
Okay, I want your side, Prime. So go.
Thank you. Then shut up.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Prime. Now, the reason why I say that is because we've obviously had within these topics on countless occasions about the questions that you've posed, that you created, where you're asking the question, should there be loyalty specifically to the Black community? Should there be loyalty to Blackness? Should that gain us extra purchase in our opinions and things like that? And on every single one of those occasions, you've come from the argument that we should not. You've said specifically that Blackness in particular wasn't a particularly important part of your identity, and that when you had broader political goals, I'm paraphrasing. So off of the things that you've stated is where I've come to this conclusion. It wouldn't be that I would just say this out of nowhere. You made those statements. You pushed back against every argument that I had regarding my loyalty to Blackness. And so because of that, now that I'm just parroting back what you've said to me on countless occasions, now you're trying to paint me out to be some bad guy for telling you what you said and using what you said as a reference point for my ideology. The freak are we doing here? That's not personal.
Sorry, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll respond then. I don't know where you get this idea that like being Black isn't important to me. Right? I don't remember the context of any conversation that you're talking about. Right? I'd love to go over it with you if I've given you the impression that I don't care about being Black, that being Black isn't important to me. Like it's if you're asking me about that now, like if you're asking that question about like, you know, when you're ranking identities, yeah, Blackness is certainly important to me. But there's other parts of my identity that also matter as well. Right? Like I would say being an American is important. I would say, I don't know, being a Haitian immigrant, important. These things are important to me as well, right? Like, so, I mean, I don't know. I can't speak to whatever past thing you're talking about. So, but anyway.
Can I ask a question then?
So,
wait, no. Can we finish this first before everybody wants to jump in? So
anyway,
you don't need a clarification. Him and I are having a conversation. Look, I understand that you can say that.
Let me finish almost done. I want to hear what you have to say. So, I don't. I can't respond to that past conversation. I could just say that I don't appreciate when my Blackness is questioned. That's actually a big source.
I didn't question your Blackness.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Yeah, you did clarify. My loyalty to Black people or Blackness, you said. My loyalty to Blackness. I like, that's a wild thing that you would say it to me. Like, I've literally been having a platform for years to talk about Black issues because those things are important to me. like to bring people on, have these conversations, and address them. I love Black people. I like being Black. And I mean, I'm gonna leave it like that. I'm like emotional. But I'm gonna calm down. Calm down. Please respond.
So the thing is, when you do say that other parts matter as well, those other parts are where I'm deriving the information from. Every time we've had conversations where we've talked about like almost like a hierarchy of where our dedications are, where our focuses are, what is the most important, and things like that. On almost every single one of those occasions, everything has been placed above Blackness in these previous conversations. That's where I'm able to derive that. Obviously, other things matter to me. There's not a person that has interacted with me on a regular basis, or even just not even on a regular, but there's not, most people are very well aware that my Christian identity is just as important, if not more important than my Blackness, for sure. And obviously there are other parts of my identity that are going to be, my last name matters, my familial ties, me as a musician matters. All sorts of things are going to matter. But if you were to start ranking these things and you're starting to ask questions, and when we're having conversations and you're the primary voice that's pushing back about the importance of a Black identity, then of course it's easy for me to derive in these conversations that this is something that is obviously like it's substandard or subservient to all of your other identities. That's where I've developed this from. And it sucks because right now it's not like we can just go through the footage and look back at those conversations and those topics. But I mean, I know that you've asked that question repeatedly.
No. So I ask a bunch of questions. Like I ask opposing questions within my prompts, like to give people different options, like to get their minds thinking. That doesn't necessarily mean like that's what I think, right? Like
right. No. But it's not just that. It's that while we're having the discussion, you're the primary voice pushing back against us who are claiming that the Black identity is particularly important. You are the primary antagonist to those conversations when we've had those in the past.
I don't believe that is the case whatsoever. But even if there are examples of me pushing back, sometimes it's just me having a conversation, because if we're all agreeing, I'm like, okay, well, let's try to explore the other sides of this. Well, what do you think about it from this side? Is this really the case? Like, let's push this. Like, why do you believe what you believe? I'll do that because that's my fucking job here. That's actually my job. So
then then go ahead. Go ahead.
So just you can not just on this panel, but on other panels, right? The ones I put on and the ones other people put on. Like Wick brings me in to do this all the time, right? Like you will find me making points, right, for conversation's sake. Just because I want to have something interesting for our guests. So like there'll be a bunch of people agreeing, and maybe I agree. But I'm like, okay, well, you've asserted this point, but let's see if anyone here can actually back this point up. And if I push them a little, right, like does this all fall apart, right? Are we all just jerking each other off? And after the slightest bit of pushback, does this argument fall apart? That's part of my job. That's something that I do. So you may not. Just last sentence. That the points that I sometimes make may not give you an accurate description of my actual positions. That's it. Go ahead.
For sure, and that I think that's exactly what the whole point is. If you're doing this thing where it's almost like just playing a devil's advocate, misrepresenting what your opinions are, arguing very heavily for one side that's the antithesis or antagonistic towards this position, then I'm going to eventually develop the mentality that this is your actual position, unless I'm getting some sort of clarification. So in this case right now, where you are saying, hey, no, that's not me, I do believe this way, then yeah, I can accept that. But based off of all of our interactions previous, I'm going to derive whatever I can, whatever makes the most sense based off of the previous conversation we had.
Okay,
I'll say this.
Well, then I'll leave it. Hold on. Then I'll leave it. You guys can jump in.
I
want to hop in after.
I agree.
So hold on. Let me just finish my point.
Yeah.
You guys can jump in. You can be the next one.
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
So like it does make it difficult to have this conversation, since we can't just like look back at like the things that have stuck in your mind about me. Fair enough. Okay. All right. So I'm saying this now. I'm saying this now to you. That's actually important. And that my Blackness is certainly important to me. And when I feel like I'm being challenged, I know you said differently, right? But when I feel like I'm being challenged in that, that's actually something that really bothers me a lot. But you didn't know that. You didn't really know that, and that's okay, right? And maybe we can have more of a discussion, right? Because you feel like I have certain positions, and maybe those, well, I won't complicate this. let's just have a conversation about these things, you and I, right? So we can
Sure.
just get to know each other better. Leave it at that.
Sure. 100%.
Go ahead, Joe.
I think because I kind of agree with Fnatic. I agree with Fnatic, but I don't. Maybe this is the part where it'll go to like obviously the main conversation, the main topic, because I think I'm not gonna be the target tonight. But I think sometimes your role as a moderator can obfuscate what your position actually is sometimes, and really like subtle and obvious ways. I understand why you do that. I recognize when it happens because I've been here enough. And I've dealt with Wick doing it all the time. So it's like, and then what happens is like, if we're trying, because like it's kind of this weird like balance act where like I want to have, like, for example, I always want to have conversation with Fnatic. It's kind of like pushing his button sometimes, kind of a toxic piece of shit. But at the same
Pretty
time,
easy to do. Yeah, go ahead.
but at the same time, like I don't. I know that when Fnatic comes at me with something, it's not necessarily at a point of malice. I know the people that he's malicious to, because I've seen it. He's a piece of shit. But at the same time, like I understand. Like I think a way that I would describe it is that sometimes when it comes to your politics about Black people, it can sometimes be obfuscated with your role as a moderator. And again, I'd have to go back to like the panel in question because Gambit, that toxic piece of shit, said he was there too. So. And the one eyewitness, he's like, I got kids to deal with. And it's like, all right. So I understand where he's coming from, but I think it does allow or requires a bit more archaeology, like away from like not this panel, but just like this general sort of situation, you know?
Okay.
So what I don't know you all that well, Prime, but in my 38 years, what I've learned, because we all I'm from Oregon, right? Some of y'all from the South, some of y'all from the East Coast. We all, come from different places. I found I don't think it's the best thing to gatekeep blackness, right? Because at the end, no matter what, even if you got the most Uncle Ruckus, like I'm campaigning for white people type shit, right? Even though he doesn't want to be black, he glazes white folks and all that, he is still at the end of the day treated like a nigga. You know what I'm saying? He is still at the end of the day treated like he still goes through the same plights and the same stuff that me and you go through. Even though he's doing everything not to have that, he still has to suffer that. He still goes through the mental strain and all that stuff, the condescension, the negativity that has an effect on people, dog. It just is what it is. And I think us as people, if we care about our people, we should try to help our people, not shun them and make them go further into that rabbit hole, but be like, hey man, I get it. You got a lot of hurt. Well, let us show you the beautiful side of our
I
culture
have a
instead of always
question.
talking shit.
I have a
I
question.
don't agree with that, but okay.
Is like, I guess my question is, what would make somebody less Black? And I guess that's pointing towards Prime because I am confused as well. And what would them having a different opinion or offering a different perspective on a situation involving Black people? What would that have to do with them being less of the community or?
Prime, before you answer that question, can I say this really clearly? Because now both of you guys did that. We made it very, very clear. I wish you guys were actually listening instead of just wanting to jump in and talk. We made it abundantly clear that I wasn't questioning his blackness. Blackness is irrevocable. You're born it. You can't control that. Now, whether you or not you have attitudes that are loyal towards blackness, or whether or not that's an important part of your identity, is a totally different conversation. If we were to look at someone like, I don't know, Officer Tatum and ask him where he'll say, black isn't an important part of my identity. I'm just American first, et cetera, et cetera. So if we have those kind of interaction, that's where you can start seeing people talk about their loyalty to their blackness. It doesn't change that he is Black. And so I was never questioning whether or not Prime is Black. So then all sorts of dumb statements about the idea that he still has experienced things that we've experienced. Of course he would. Of course he would. Of course he would. Of course he would, because he's Black. So with that being said, I never questioned whether or not he's endured the Black experience. I never questioned whether or not that was part of his identity. I questioned what was the regard he had for that portion of his identity. And if you guys can't keep up, don't comment.
I think you're confused
Man.
by my question, so I'm gonna ask it again.
Yeah, I don't think you understood us.
What did
I
you mean?
understood.
Which is what I asked for a clarification. What did you mean when you're questioning? And I'll word it differently. Maybe his allegiance or his loyalty to the Black community.
Okay, that's because originally you didn't say that. You just said about his blackness, not
I
just
thought
his
that
loyalty
was
to the
just
blackness.
me, like,
You didn't.
summarizing.
No, you didn't. And these
I
two
thought it
things
was
have been
like
mentioned so
summarizing.
far. These two things have been mentioned so far in the conversation. So to use
Okay,
one of
okay,
the
go
things that
ahead.
we
Let's
so
go with
to
the
use
explanation.
so to use
Come on.
one of the two so to use one of the two things that we intentionally distinguished obviously is a misrepresentation of the argument,
Okay,
and that's
okay,
poor
just
communication
explain
on
it,
your
please.
part. Now, to answer your question, please don't interrupt next time you ask a question.
Explain it, please.
Now, to answer your question, the thing that I would talk about when it comes to loyalty
is
towards the
Razor.
Black community, the thing that I would be talking about regarding the loyalty towards the Black community would have been, as we already expressed, the things that I felt were expressed out of his mouth during panels and conversations. We're not going to get into the very specifics of it at this point, but obviously, when you have people, we've talked about the words like coon and things like that, where people who are antagonistic towards Black progress, even when they're Black. I'm not calling Prime a coon. I didn't say that. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, you didn't
But
do
I'm saying
that.
like that would be an example of somebody who would be disloyal to the Black community. And there's obviously going to be different degrees of that. So then that's what I would be talking about if you express that you believe that other things are more important than Blackness, which is what I believed he did, even though obviously there must have been a miscommunication, or it might have just been him doing a moderator role. If that's what you've expressed, then I'm going to take from that and learn, oh, this person views these other things as more important than Blackness, which to me would start feeling like a disloyalty towards the Black community, especially when the conversation is specifically about, do we owe any allegiance to the Black community? And my response is, no, I don't think we do. Then yeah, I'm going to take, oh yeah, that's not an important part of your identity.
Okay, so I guess another follow-up question would be like, I know you said the level is obviously he's not a coon, but like what level
Jesus Christ,
does it start at, or does it get to where you're like, okay, this person has no allegiance? That's the point I'm trying to get to.
Well,
Or the person
listen,
black something.
it's a spectrum, and I don't know that I have it like stratified in such a perfect way that I can give you all of the individual delineations for the different levels of it. But what I can say is obviously there's a spectrum ranging all the way from literally zero allegiance, aka Officer Tatum, all the way to like hyper allegiance, like Dr. Umar. There's a spectrum, and we're gonna be somewhere in the middle of there. I don't think I'm Dr. Umar, and I'm absolutely not anywhere near Officer Tatum.
Okay. Razor, you seem like you want to jump in, so now's the time.
Sorry, I'm more than it's more I have a burning hatred for the word coon. I have a fucking burning hatred for that word. It makes my blood boil more than any other word ever said towards me or towards anyone that I consider a friend or an ally of any kind, simply because they dare to say have white friends, because I have white friends and I've got called a coon for having white friends, no matter how pro-black I am. And that's why I fucking hate that goddamn word, because it's used liberally, constantly, just no matter what, against people like me who doesn't fit some weird fucking stereotype apparently that is out there. It's so when I hear about like this whole thing of like the loyalty to the Black cause and stuff like that, I'm like, what? Yeah, like I was like wanting to go along with what Mooncake was saying. What the fuck does that actually goddamn mean? I am Black. I am pro-Black. I am wanting to do everything I can for the Black community. I have so much in my heart that I want to do. There's so much shit. I have no knowledge currently, and I'd be more than willing to listen. But when you got people questioning my loyalty to my family, my friends, and all of my loved ones, I'm sorry. Fuck you.
Wait,
I
don't think.
But
so
no one did that for
much.
you.
Razor,
No one did that.
Razor,
Why are you
hold
centering
on,
yourself?
Hold on.
Well,
No one even
because
said
it
that
did
to you.
happen.
Hold on.
but-
The
hold on.
loyalty of Blackness.
So,
The loyalty
let's-
of
let's-
Blackness.
Hold on.
So, Razor, what you're trying to say though is that like you're just expressing your experiences, right? Like these are the things, and this is how
Yes,
you
I'm
feel.
expressing
You're not
things
necessarily
that
talking about
yeah,
fanatic.
this is what
Those have
happened
nothing to do with
me.
this conversation.
No. It does have to do with this conversation, because I'm telling you, hearing you say the word, I actually felt like I was gonna fucking blow up, because I fucking hate that word with a goddamn passion. Because
I'm
it
not
is said
going-
to me constantly. I know you haven't. I know you have not said it. I know you. I know people have not called me it yet here, but it has been called. I have been called it for simply saying, "Yeah, I have white friends and I like them."
Okay, well, this is not going to be a safe place for you, unfortunately. So if you're going to get triggered because someone uses a word that somebody else used inappropriately towards you, then that's your prerogative. But I'm not going to curtail my language.
Appropriate.
I do think it's the most appropriate word that I was using in that context to express myself. So it's cool that you don't like the word. But I'm gonna go ahead and speak how I speak.
So let's let Don Champlu in, and then Mooncake and
Razor. I understand that you took man. Here's the thing. The loyalty of blackness that Fanatic is talking about is not what you just expressed, bro. Like I understand that revolting anger that you just got in your belly, but that's not what Fanatic's talking about. He's talking about the loyalty to the black cause, the political black movement, the progeneration of black people in America, not your friends and your family that you care about. That is a form of black love, and it is a form of, being loyal to black people, but I don't think that's the same loyalty to blackness that Fanatic is talking about.
I mean, get some clarification.
That's why I also added That's why I added ally to that. That's why I added ally to that. Because I am talking about my political allies as well.
King. No,
actually, but even that's not even that like just because you're an ally.
I guess Smooth's here.
I gotta mute Smooth. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh,
go ahead. No. I just had to mute Smooth. Go ahead, Champlu. And then Mooncake can go.
Oh, sorry.
No, so you gave a qualifier, right? That you said allyship. I still think that's allyship speaks to how you treat people personally, right? I'm an ally to you, and in that I adopt some of your, I support you in your fight for whatever oppression that you're fighting against, right?
Because but that's also alongside them, yes.
But that's different than actually being in the cause, right? I could be an ally to get. Hold on. I'm not saying that you're not loyal to black people. Just relax.
Hold on. No, I'm part of it too, and I'm with it too at the same time. Like, because being
okay, all right, I'll drop it. I'll
Wait,
I'll accept it.
Clarification on what the cause is. What does that mean specifically?
The black progress. It just means collective cause towards black progress.
Yeah, black people having economic stability, separate from with all the things that keep black people down in America. I think economics is probably.
There's a billion different things. That's why I just made it broad, because we don't have to get into all the specific, but it just the collective interest towards black progress is what the cause is.
Okay, so your allegiance to the cause, that's what you mean. Okay. Now we're working somewhere. I'm just trying to figure out where everyone stands and what we're kind of, I guess, debating.
Respectfully, I think we were already there, and then there was just I don't know whether it be if it's intentional or not. I don't know where that comes from, but just there are some people who don't really understand what black means as a political ideology and what that means practically. I'll give a very simple example. Claudine Gay. We should not, as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 niggas on this panel, give a fuck about what happens to Claudine Gay. She is black, but she is not of black people. I'll give you the delineation. She's not an American descendant of slaves. So I think it's personally disingenuous to rope her identity as a black woman in America and say, this is a big blow to black people broadly. To who? To who? Because she's not an American descendant of slaves. Her identity as a black woman is vastly different from other people. And we have to be able to delineate that and say, hey, her experience as a black immigrant is going to be different than the experience of American descendant of slaves. So if you're a member of Harvard University and you're heralding her as a black woman, and we should be proud of her as a black woman being the president of Harvard, I think that's disingenuous, because we had black people in Harvard who were descendants of slaves up to 1850. The first black people were in 1850. And you need to tell me, after all this quote unquote progress, we're going to call a black immigrant as the president of Harvard University progress for black people in America? That's a ridiculous claim.
So two things. Admiral Gibbs, thank you for resubbing previously for 4 months. Nick Pibre, thank you for the 1,000 bits. It's really kind of you. Thank you so much. For supporting. I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. But this was 40 minutes ago and we got into it. But okay. right, so Mooncake, you want to comment on that? I definitely want to comment on that one.
No, yeah, that is just like unhinged. I think
Well, how's it
really
unhinged?
concerning.
Articulate how it's unhinged. I'd love to hear it.
I notice Black Americans, they like to segregate themselves, which I find ironic. They like to put themselves in a box like no one else, especially if they're an immigrant, if they're Black, experience any type of issues. Her being the, I think you said the first Black president or whatever it is. I'm not too familiar with the situation. Yeah, it is progress. She's still Black at the end of the day. You don't have to be a descendant of slaves to still be a part of the Black cause. That doesn't make any sense. How would you get support from other Black people of other countries if you basically say, well, you're not like us, you're this? At that point, you're just kind of playing the victim. Like it's a little ridiculous.
It's not about playing the victim. I think.
Okay, I got you. This is so simple. Mooncake. Do you think that do you think advantages are different in the United States? Let's just start there. You think people can have different disadvantages?
Yes.
Perfect. Do you believe that people can have inherited disadvantages that they are born into?
Yes.
Do you think people can have lived disadvantages, disadvantages that by living in a particular area they experience?
Yes, but they can always change it. But yes.
I don't care about the part. So Yvette Carnell brought up this idea that there's two different types of Black people that exist in the United States. You have Black people that have inherited disadvantage, and you have Black people that have lived disadvantage. And this is all from Yvette Carnell. You can look her up. It's from the ADOS Foundation, great woman. Articulated this very, very deeply. And her argument, which is an argument that I agree with, in America, particularly for Black people, you have Black people, and in her case, and the case I agree with her on, American descendants of slaves who have inherited disadvantage. Disadvantage in the United States that they inherited by being descendants of slaves. Then you also have lived disadvantage. This is something that Black migrants experience. This is because they are Black, they experience living as a Black person in America and they receive that disadvantage, but they don't have the lineage line that descendants of slaves has. And there's a study like I send your way. I'd love for you to read it. But that's my argument.
Really quickly, it's not just about the lineage. It's also about, because while the lineage is absolutely important, it's about the factors within that lineage. If we start talking about economic progress and things like that, and we're seeing that there are vast differences between these two, and then we start talking about political attitudes towards Black people, and we start finding that replete throughout or pervasive throughout immigrant Black communities, we're finding negative attitudes towards Black Americans, descendants of slaves. Then if we're starting to see that, then there obviously should be a delineation. When we start seeing political attitudes that are largely racially divided, but finding antagonistic within that, like again, Black immigrants. So I'll give you a quick example of that. Something like reparations. Reparations are not something that are like largely divided upon party lines. They're largely divided upon racial lines. In other words, white Democrats, on average, 50% of white Democrats are opposed to reparations, whereas the majority of Black Republicans are for reparations. So this isn't a party line delineation. This has more to do with racial lines, when you find that white people on both sides are opposed to reparations and Black people on both sides are for reparations. So then when you have that type of information, then you start finding that even within Black people, that Black immigrants largely are opposed to reparations, then you start finding that these differences in political attitudes and differences in lived experiences are going to cause differences in progress. So when we start looking for progress for the very people who are demonized in this country, who didn't come over here with economic advantages and things like that, who are the descendants of slaves, and we're starting to see that progress from all of the things that they've inherited, not just epigenetically, but also through finances and things like that in the areas that they were raised in and things like that. When you start seeing those differences in outcomes and differences in qualities, to try to pretend that progress for any individual Black person somehow is going to represent the progress for ADOS is obviously disingenuous. But it might not be disingenuous. It could just be uninformed. I don't know which of the two it is for you.
So, I'm gonna jump in now. Mooncake, I'm sure you're gonna want to get another crack at this, so I'm just gonna jump in. So, Joe, like you said, you counted like, oh, these 8 Negroes shouldn't on the screen. Oh, it was 8 at the time because Smooth wasn't here. I'll make that 7 because I'm a Haitian. I'm a son of Haitian immigrants. I'm just like Claudine Gay. So like, let's not mistake that. Okay. All right. And Sorry, like I think King Odin. I think there's like some sort of reverb, like, and it's killing me. So I'm just gonna mute you for a bit, but we got that like reverb, Andre. So I just had to.
And
But
again, to be clear before you respond, Prime, like just understand, like I'm not coming at this at point of mouse. I'm not coming at this at point of mouse for immigrants. I want to make that
no,
as clear as I personally can. Because I know some
actually, this
people
isn't.
when
It's smooth. I'm sorry, smooth. We're doing it. I'm
no,
gonna mute you, smooth, because there's some reverb coming from you, not Pace. Sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, so saying like to make that clear before you respond, like it is not a negative connotation towards immigrants and black immigrants because there is a narrative when we are critical of black immigrants, it comes from a level of malice and it comes from a level of victimhood. That's not the core of my argument, and that's not why I believe we shouldn't care about Claudine Gay. That would make that part very clear.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So just and my pushback is you saying like we shouldn't give a fuck about her, right? Like or we as in everyone else, because I guess you looked at my black skin and assumed I was a part of this group that you were drawing. Well, guess what? I'm not, right? And guess what? Like the rest of the world can't tell either, right? Like when they look at us, they just see us as black. But you and I, Joe, we've had this conversation previously at another point in time. We've talked
Yeah.
about these disambiguations, right? And you've moved me closer to your side on this, right? Like that I see what Fanatic was saying as well here, right? Like that these groups have distinct stories, and those distinctions matter, right? They matter in terms of like how resources should be allocated. They matter as to like who feels represented, right? Like if all the top representation is people who have just recently arrived here, then it's a problem. Like we've seen this like in Hollywood, when it comes to like there have been a lot of commentaries about that a lot of Black British people are getting roles that like don't go to Black Americans, right? And they're playing Black Americans, and that was a sore point. But I can understand that, and that's fair, right? But when I guess, and this is an ongoing conflict I've had with Fanatic for a while, but I think that when the rhetoric is divisive in this manner, I think it's unnecessary. I think these distinctions that you're advocating for should be recognized. I think we should have like maybe distinctions within the census, right, to acknowledge that Black people come from different places and they have different stories, and that the government should take that to account. Fair enough, right? But this country, in the end, doesn't give a fuck where we came from. Doesn't care at all, right? Can't tell the difference, right? If me and you, Joe, are driving in the car and we get pulled over, we get in the same treatment, right? So I advocate for rhetoric that brings us together rather than tear us apart. And so when you come at me and say that Claude, or the group anyway, that we shouldn't give a fuck about what happened to Claudine Gay. Now, I think it's a issue. I would say a Black issue, but I know you have a problem with like using that word in particular, right? But like I think it's a African American issue, whatever you want to call. I don't know what you want to use there, but like I think it's an issue that concerns people of our skin color, all of us. So I'll leave it there.
Sure. So then it's the onus to articulate what the problem is, because I believe that white people can tell the difference between black people and delineate the difference, because I do believe that there is preferential treatment towards black immigrants in the United States. And I have studies that I can send you on this, where the oppressor knows the differences. Our oppressor knows the difference, but we should not let the oppressor define who we are. I think that's a problem. Insofar as when we're talking about these little differences, where I'm saying like, hey, Claudine Gay, for example, as a Haitian migrant of two parents with advanced degrees that met when they were studying college together, had a child. That child was born in 1970. She dodged everything. She dodged the civil rights plight. She dodged the plight of the war on drugs. She dodged the plight on policing just by virtue of her being of black migrants. And that's a huge advantage if you're trying to navigate through society, regardless of your race, regardless of who you are. And then the problem that I take with it, and the sort of criticism that I have when it comes to liberals in particular, saying that black people ought to be very like militant and care about Claudine Gay, I think it's the onus of them also. And again, I'm not calling you a liberal here, but I'm saying it's the onus of them articulating like what does that fight mean when we're trying to advance Black progress? Because I would argue that this is a woman with multiple advanced degrees that wasn't qualified to be a president in the first place. And Harvard used her as a DEI hire. And they fucked around and found out. And then now, because they made a shoddy hiring decision, it's now Black people's problem.
So wow, I'll have to deal with that later on. I'm sorry. You go ahead. You want to go, and then we got Mooncake. So smooth. So smooth and Mooncake. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I want to say is that I don't think the vast majority of people, including myself, knew what her background was. We just knew she was Black, and I think not defending her from the the plight that is what we all have to deal with. I think it does do us all a disservice because most people are not looking into people like this. Yes, everybody, like typically people here, yeah, we do a little research, we look into people, but most people do not look past the surface level. When people want to be racist towards you, they don't go, oh man, I wonder if you have an advanced degree. Like they don't care. Like they just seen that's a Black woman. They're like, good, we're gonna tear her down. Period. They don't care where you're from.
Why do you think? So let me ask you this, Smooth. Why do you think Claudine was torn down? Do you think this charge of plagiarism was a legitimate charge?
Wait, but first, can we just go ahead and say that you're just wrong there? Unfortunately, I linked the study right now inside of the ABE chat, and there are obvious differences within hiring practice for immigrant Blacks and non-immigrant Black people. Like, so they've had all of these studies, and it's only the opposite with Black people. For every other ethnicity, for white American-born white people as opposed to immigrant white people, they're less likely to immigrants are less likely to be hired for jobs with the same sort of applications. But when it comes to Black immigrants, then actually Black immigrants are less likely. Are more likely to be hired than Black immigrants. However, with education, with a degree, then you can actually erase that. But with the absence of degrees, you'll find that immigrants are significantly more likely, meaning that they're not encountering the same types of racism. So the idea that no one's looking past the surface, there's large studies to actually say the exact opposite of that.
I would agree with the idea that people like the lay aren't looking past the surface, but I would again make the argument that our oppressor is and knows that these differences exist. I think that our oppressor, and in this case you could say the white institutions, know the difference between American descendants, in this case descendants of slaves, and migrant Black Americans. Like they know that these differences exist. I do think that it's dangerous to act like they don't recognize those differences and they just see all Black as Black. If that was the case, then if those the case that they're not able to do that, then you got to present the evidence.
But there, you got the study, so you actually just know that is the case.
I sent another two, and
go ahead, Mooncake.
I was just reading the study, and yeah, it does say that. But it also says at the same time that when they both had college degrees, so people who were born in the U.S. and were
I already said this.
Oh, did I miss it then? And that they had
you did.
Chances of getting
you missed it. Okay. Yeah, I said this already.
My bad. I was probably reading this, and you probably went over it. That's my bad.
It's fine. Yeah, I definitely mentioned that college degrees tend to erase this thing, and then they're seen the same.
So you're just okay. So it's just like if their thing here. Okay, back to the other point then. Just about before, and this probably is going to trigger maybe somebody. I feel like whenever it comes to a Black woman, Black men are quick to kind of be like, no, we're not going to defend this. I think we see it kind of often. And it's funny that we're seeing it here again. You can roll your eyes and be like, that's not a thing. It is a thing. Even if she's immigrant, even if she was born in America, I still think she'd probably be torn down and people wouldn't be riding behind her.
What examples do you have of this? What are you talking about?
Megan Thee Stallion, for example. I think that's a good one, right? When Tory shot her. What were Black men saying? What were Black men saying to this day?
Go for it. No,
sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good example. And I think even with that situation,
I don't think this is a good example at all. I don't think this has anything to do with exactly what we're talking about. Because the thing that I'm trying to talk about here has nothing to do with her identity as a woman here. My argument and criticism here. Excuse me?
I think her being a Black woman does play a role. I think
in what way?
I think the Black community has always let down Black women, and I feel like whenever situations like this happens, they're quick to find an excuse for why oh, we shouldn't be a part of it. And I do think her being an immigrant is just like an excuse being used to
Harvard University
I'm saying like
hired
black
a
people.
president through the vetting process that I don't know if they knew or not, that they knew plagiarized. In the face of her going to a committee over anti-Semitism, they backed her. But then in the charge of plagiarism, they dropped her. So do you think it was what do you think is the reason why they dropped her? Do you think the charge of plagiarism was legitimate in this case?
Why were people writing for Jonathan Majors when he was accused of beating
He's not the president. Don't
No, but
bring
I'm
up
giving
celebrities here.
examples.
Don't
I'm
bring up
giving
celebrities
my
here.
gosh.
Examples.
No, but the thing is, I'm talking particularly about the case of Claudine Gay. And I'm not going to sit here and act like the case of Claudine Gay is at any point equivalent to Meg Thee Stallion, to Jonathan Majors.
You are correct.
You're correct in that black women are in danger, but that doesn't mean they are not worthy of critique here. And my critique is that Claudine Gay should have never been put in that position in the first place. That's my position. And now, and the question is, if you hear me say that she was not qualified for that position because she had problems with her academic work, so much so that was the reason why she was expelled, she was removed from her position at Harvard. Wow. Is that misogyny? I don't know what you're trying to say here. That's the thing I don't understand.
Part of it is misogyny, if you want me to be honest.
How? Please.
1 second.
No.
I don't often agree with Joe Lewis, but Claudine Gay, there's more reasons to her being a woman, her being black, to give her issue. I mean, the whole thing that even put her on the map in the first place was when they had the Harvard presidents go to Congress to talk about the attacks against Jews on Harvard campuses, and when she was questioned about if Harvard says it's against against free speech for you to say any type of hate related speech against any other ethnicity or religious group on campus, and then when asked that question about Jews, she says it depends upon the context, and then after that they went and they looked after the plagiarism stuff and all of those things, and Harvard tried their best not to have to do it. As a matter of fact, when she stepped down, she's still getting paid the same salary. She just stepped down as president. She's still on the faculty. She's still getting paid. There's no loss to her from losing that position. She's still getting the same.
I think there is. I think there's also
salary.
a hit on the community as well. In like in this situation.
It's not really, because
there's not many.
As Joe Lewis said earlier, Claudine Gay was not qualified by Harvard's own standards. She was not qualified to be there. Harvard has a very
Could you go with that?
Harvard has a very strict standard when it comes to
no. How is she not
plagiarism.
qualified?
Pause for a second, because I had assumed that Joe would have something more than that. I'm sure, please, because don't betray my faith in you, because I'm about to list her qualifications, and please don't tell me that the thing that you say makes her unqualified is that she didn't use inline quotation marks.
No, what makes her unqualified?
No, sorry.
More than 75% of her work is plagiarized.
No, it's not. You just pull that out of your ass, right? So I'm ignoring that. So Joe,
to be clear about this, right? I said it earlier, but I guess it was missed, right? If Harvard University believed that she was, I'll make sure that this point is very, very clear. So ignore everything I said prior. Focus on this.
Okay.
If Harvard University believed that she would be able to be as president, then she ought to have held the line, regardless of whatever the outside agitators were. This is the same woman that went to Congress and the Board of Trustees had her back there. But in the charge of plagiarism and the evidence of plagiarism, that was the line that caused her to resign. So my question is, when I'm saying that she plagiarized, that's all we have to use as the reason as to why she resigned. We can't use the anti-Semitism charge. We can't use that because the Board of Trustees had her back to that. But when this presented itself, then that led her to resign. So we won't know the difference as to the exact why. So I'm sorry if I represented the two to be as the exact why, but if she, I don't know how you can say that she was qualified when I feel like in the face of her being qualified, she would have and should have held the line. If she felt that her work was that powerful,
definition of
No,
qualification.
Then she would have not resigned in the first place.
I got this. I got this.
Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand.
I'm
Okay,
trying to understand.
You're going to be stuck on what I said before. I understand that.
So
focus on what I said here and
past what you said
here.
before, but
otherwise, I will not respond.
Hold on. I'm gonna
Really
respond.
make no sense.
I'm gonna respond. So I'm trying to move past the thing that you said before. I'm trying to, but I just before we do that, I just need a little bit of clarification, right?
Sure.
Because it sounds like you're saying move past it, but you seem to be like reiterating what you just said. So, but help me make this make sense. You're saying that the reason that she's not qualified was because she was let go on what you perceive to be the plagiarism scandal. I'm gonna disagree with you on that, and I'll back that up in a second. But you're saying that the reason why she was since she was let go in your eyes because of plagiarism, that shows that retroactively she was unqualified, because if she had been qualified, she'd have been able to weather that storm. Is that what you're saying, Joe?
I believe she had the wherewithal within her academic work to be president of Harvard. The board of trustees would have backed her regardless, and she would have not needed to resign. That's my position.
Can I just say it really simply so we don't go down a stupid rabbit hole? He's basically saying, another way of saying it, she was disqualified because of plagiarism. They're the same exact sentence, okay?
No,
that's it.
She wasn't disqualified because of plagiarism. Let's understand this, right? Like what happened to Claudine.
Joe, do you feel like she was disqualified? Just let me make sure. I want to clarify before you respond. Is that not an accurate representation of what you're saying?
I would say that the plagiarism cause was enough for Harvard enough to disqualify her for that position. Yes.
So then, right. So then she was disqualified because of plagiarism.
Yes. And she wasn't put into position. Yeah. And again, like for context's sake, because she resigned, that tells me she doesn't have the backing that she feels that she could protect herself through that. That's the only reason why people resign in the first place, especially as presidents.
Yes.
Okay. So that's it, Prime. So now we got it. So you can move to address that.
Yeah, and I'm going to thank you. I'm going to address that. Thank you. I appreciate it. So that wasn't the reason why she fucking resigned. It wasn't the plagiarism. The plagiarism is what got the attention on her. The plagiarism was the way that you get quote unquote left wing liberal New York Times to run her front page stories of her for like 8 days, right? Like just continuously front page story, and again for not using inline quotation marks. And as we're seeing, because now that we've opened up this Pandora's box, right? We're seeing a bunch of other academics being taken down for the exact same thing, or worse, or at least it's being pointed out, but they're not getting the same attention, right? So they opened the door. They opened the door for this, right? And plagiarism is always a perfect way for character assassination. If you want to assassinate someone's character, yeah, say you plagiarize. And again, what she did, she wasn't using those inline quotes, right? That was mostly the thing that happened, but they were sourced in other places. But plagiarism, okay, right? That's the reason why she left. Not the fact that there were billionaire donors who had already given multi-millions to the school, saying, "I'm not going to give a single penny more." Afterwards, the same guy who was pushing Harvard, he sent this dude, the guy Ackerman is what I'm thinking of, right? This dude sent her a multi-page instruction manual as to how he felt Harvard should deal with the pro-Palestinian students, right? That he went and helped organize against those students, say they can't get a job in the future. Right, but Claudine Gay decided, well, I'm going to be an independent person. I'm going to run the school the way I'm going to, and she ignored him, and he didn't like that. And so he had been previously attacking her, and he wasn't the only one. But he's the main villain here that we're going to be talking about. He had been attacking her for months. This individual, right? But then that the meeting happened on Capitol Hill. And he had been like a very anti-DEI type of person. This billionaire hedge fund owner.
Yeah,
right?
no, I'm with you.
Yeah, and so the meeting happens. Then he switches to now she's anti-Semitic, right? And then the quote unquote plagiarism discovered. Oh, and now she's a plagiarist. And look, I can't support her otherwise. And I'm going to get my billionaire friends, and they're not going to support either. And then in the face of that, she gets tossed out. And then you're saying, well, this shows that she was, according to the rewording the Fanatic did, she was disqualified because of plagiarism. No, that's not what happened. That was not happening. This is the entirety of the liberal elite class, right? Coming down on her through the New York Times, through the Washington Post, through all those cultural centers, right? All of a sudden, there must be a problem with this woman, right? This woman who they keep saying is unqualified in a way that apparently you're not saying. So I'm gonna pull back on that, right? But like they were saying that she wasn't qualified in terms of academic work. That's a lie, right? In terms of her professorship, that's a lie. In terms of her work towards the school, that's a lie. She did it all. I literally have a biography here. We can go through that if we need to. So she was eminently qualified. Please, pace. One at a time. Because your objections here are going to be way different from everyone else's. We already know that. One at a time. So she was eminently qualified. But after this white billionaire daughter had a temper tantrum because he wasn't being listened to, because she told him no, all of a sudden she's a problem. And he comes up a whole list of excuses. And then the last one, plagiarism. His wife is then shown to have plagiarized worse. She was just straight up copy things from Wikipedia. Right? And now all of a sudden he's like, well, what is plagiarism? What actually is it? And this is the thing that actually most academics would probably do. If we looked at their work, most academics would probably plagiarize. I don't know if my wife needs to be punished. So let's actually have a proper accounting of history. I went on for a long time. You can respond.
Yeah, no, this gives me life prime because I knew that this would get you to the reason why we shouldn't care. And you gave everything as a why we shouldn't care.
Okay.
Because how does anything that you just described about what the educational complex, the institution of education, in this case, elite education, has anything to do with Black people and in particularly American descendants of slaves? That's why I said before we shouldn't care about this. I didn't want to get into that other stuff because I'm not trying to have it turn into like a stream about the Jewish lobby and shit, because like that's a whole other thing. But I agree with you on the content of what you described. I think I'm frozen too.
No, we could see you.
You look fine.
No, you're fine on our screens.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing I'm closing tabs and shit to see.
Don't they go to schools like this?
How are they? I'm saying they're not. You're saying they are. How? Go.
You can go first, Mooncake. Right, okay, and anyone else wants to jump in.
Well, for example, like if you're a Black individual trying to attend one of these schools, it's probably going to put a sour taste in your mouth. You're probably going to be a lot more on guard. It could impact relationships you have with professors on campus or just the school itself, right? It was really easy to tear her down. And the fact that, for example, like I said, Black men are going along with it. They don't have a problem with it. It's like, oh, this can happen to specifically Black women as well in these institutions. It was so easy to get rid of her because nobody wanted to back her. Prime literally just explained to you that she had all the qualifications. This is just people going after her. Like that's all this was, and how easy it was to go after Black women because people will not stand behind them.
Really
okay, but
let me
like,
ask really quick.
what about the allegiance that?
I'd love to respond to this because apparently,
please,
again, like I listen. I need to go after these Canadians, okay? Because they don't know how to read. So, do you think how does a Black person, how does these universities target Black people so they end up at these institutions? How can they do that?
No, dude, Joe, why don't you deal with the quandary that she's presenting about the misogyny, bro?
It's not the quandary about
here's what we'll do.
Don, you want to go, Don. Let Don go. Let Don go.
Here's what we'll do. Okay, right? So Joe just asked a question to Mooncake, like any question for ability to read. So we'll let Mooncake respond. But then after that, Joe, you don't get to respond back. We gotta let Don Champloo in, right? And then if anyone else wants to jump in, we'll let them in as well.
I'm not trying to be a dick. These questions are always like a runaround, like, oh, if this happens. I just want him to actually interact with what I was saying.
He told me to shut up so that Don could go. Are we listening to each other?
No, that what she just said is what I was saying, Joe. It's like what she's talking about.
Well, then why'd you need to say it too?
What? Because the reason I need to say it because Joe's not responding to it. That's why.
Because
Right?
these colleges cannot use race in admissions. So what are you engaging with?
What?
What?
What do you mean? What?
The whole thing.
Oh,
The whole,
no. Shut the fuck up.
Okay,
Hold on.
no, I'm responding. No, you shut the fuck
Do you
up,
mean
Joe.
to tell
Chill.
me?
Chill.
Do you mean to
I'm talking.
fucking
I'm
tell me?
talking. No,
None of y'all
I'm
niggas
talking.
remembered about
I'm
the
talking.
Supreme Court
I don't hear
decision
anything you're
where these
saying. I'm not
universities
listening.
cannot use race in
I'm
admissions?
talking.
Wait
Are
a
you
second, hold on.
serious?
Hold on.
Bro,
Hey, pull
fuck.
back. Hey, pull back. We let other people respond, right? So, Don, go on, please.
Pretty sure I had the floor. So, what Mooncake was saying was it's misogynistic that black men do not see the problem or are not up in arms about Claudine Gay, right? I'm not saying I agree with her. What I'm saying is that you're not responding to what she's saying because, right? What she's talking about is not on a academic hierarchical logistic level of the college. What she's talking about is she's talking about the response of the public. And you're missing it. And I'm not trying to say that you don't know what you're talking about. You're
I'm missing it
misinterpreting what
because
I'm
I'm
saying.
actively choosing not to engage with it.
Okay, but
Period.
it's interesting.
That's what I'm doing.
It's interesting. And you want to know why it's
Talk to
interesting?
me why it's interesting.
Because guess what? Black people don't give a fuck about Harvard.
Thank you.
Okay. Say that though, because you're not responding to what she's
multiple times.
Oh my God!
Hold on.
Dude.
I said we
All
shouldn't
right.
give a shit. Prime took a disagreement to that due to his Haitian lineage, which I respect
You
and understand.
gotta put it in the path, and then
I don't know.
Can we not get into the meta conversation about what the proper way of debating is? You guys all stuck at it. It is meta. You're not talking about the argument as it is right now. Prime, can you please make the move forward?
I'm pretty sure Mooncake put up an assertion and nobody responded to it, so it's not meta. You're just missing the point again. Like,
oh my lord, Prime, can you make the move forward?
I'm gonna just say it, bro. Missing it.
Mooncake, go. I'll respond to what Joe the question that Joe wanted previously, but Joe.
Yeah, Don, honestly, thank you because just okay, shocked we won't interact. But anyways, with Harvard, Black people do care about Harvard. So that's when I heard that. I was kind of surprised about on LinkedIn. I don't know if you guys saw it had like how many likes, like over 100,000 likes. The Black class of Harvard, I think it was like 2021 or something. All doctors. They were going to be doctors. Like Black people go to Harvard. They should care about their education at Harvard. It's literally one of the best universities in America. So it is something that they should consider if they want to send their kids there, or if their kids want to go there. That is something to consider. And we should want more Black Americans going to these predominantly I would say white and very high ranking schools. We should want that. That's a good thing.
So
you want a fanatic?
Wait, just really quickly. Okay, go ahead.
Do you want it? Or...
I mean, it's a really non-technical thing really quickly, if I could just say this. Like, if your argument for how you can determine that Black people really care about Harvard is just by citing like the likes from the alumni, I don't know if that's a good metric for the I don't know if that's a good metric for the general attitude of Black people regarding this school.
Black people care about school. Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't say. Hold up. I didn't say Black people didn't care about school. I'm saying that the general attitude towards Harvard in particular, considering the fact that plenty of Black people do go to HBCUs overwhelmingly more than their white counterparts, and considering the fact that Black attendance at Harvard is particularly low, then I would say that I don't think Black people have a particular care for Harvard. What I will say is, yes, there are Black alumni there, obviously. I am not saying that we shouldn't aspire to go to some of those schools as well, although I do love HBCUs. But the fact of the matter is, citing likes from the alumni is not a good representation of the general attitude of the general Black population towards Harvard. That's what we're talking about right now. And you're interrupting me, and if you don't address it right now, it just shows that you weren't actually listening. You weren't actually listening to respond. You were just listening so that you could talk, and you're not actually paying attention to the conversation.
Let me finish.
I know, but it's so tilted. It's so fun to watch. The applications of Black students is rising. So would that not say that more Black students maybe want to apply? That they want to go.
Where is this coming from?
In comparison to what?
Like, what are you talking about?
From prior years.
What are you talking about? That's not true. Like, what are you talking about?
All right, I don't know. This is so stupid.
I'm not gonna laugh. Just present it and put it in Discord and we'll deal with it. So like I want to make sure I'm very clear about this, because I guess it's getting misrepresented. If Harvard cared about Black people, they will be targeting Black people in a substantive manner as it relates to their admissions. Because of the Supreme Court decision, they and a lot of other... they and a lot of other Ivy League universities cannot. They and other.
She can't let you finish this sentence, Joe. I don't even know why we're engaging with her anymore. Just go ahead, stop.
Just retarded. They're just.
We should just stop.
Joe, let me. So if you have
mute her. I want to engage. You got to mute her. She's not going to let me finish.
There we go. Mute her so that he can finish a sentence because she can't stop.
Oh, try and look how
mute her so he can finish a sentence.
Okay. Hold on. Pause. Okay. All right, so Joe, like you do want to engage. I thought I was going to try to divert you if you don't, because I felt like you didn't want to. But okay, if you want to engage, great. But Mooncake, you have to let him finish. Don't say anything, or I gotta start meeting people. Okay, all right. Joe.
There we go. Shut up while he talks.
Cry harder.
Yeah. Shut up while he talks. Go ahead, Joe.
Stop it.
Try harder, Fanatic.
Pause.
This is the first time talking to a woman.
God, what is this?
Mooncake, he's an especially toxic human being. You're going to have to leave him alone. All right, so, Joe, please.
Okay, please. Thank you. Joe.
We found out through the Supreme Court decision that a bunch of universities were participating in the same activity, which was that certain racial demographic statistics would not go significantly down from one academic year to another. Harvard University and a bunch of universities now no longer can do that. They cannot consider race in their admissions. So the thing that I'm curious of is how can Harvard University, in a substantive manner, target Black people? In this case, I would even go as far as to say descendants of slaves to their colleges and universities when they've shown that they are going to consistently make sure that the Black student population stays the same from one year to another. And this was at the expense of all racial groups. So I don't know how a Harvard University can substantively go after Black applicants in a substantive manner when they can't consider race in their application process. So I'm wondering how they do that.
So one thing that they did say that they were going to do is they were going to.
That's Mooncake?
I'm just saying generally.
Okay, so
generally.
But you said you want to.
I would like to engage with that. Feel free.
So, okay. So what they've said that they were going to start doing was that if you mentioned different I'm trying to think how they exactly put it, but basically how different things impacted your life and your livelihood, that you could use that
adversity score. It's adversity score.
Yeah, adversity score. Thank you. Thank you. You could use that in your essay, and then that could become a topic of conversation later. That's how they were trying to wiggle their way around actually asking you, are you Black? They're like, just put it in the essay, and then we'll talk about you being Black because you talked about being Black in your essay.
That's not a university practice, though. That is a response.
I mean, that's what they said. That's what they said they were going to do.
But I don't know if that's the university practice. No. You're like, Smooth, respectfully, you're misrepresenting what the response was. Because this is a response that tutors gave to people who are writing essays, of making that line of lineage because because of the adversity you face because you're Black, therefore that's how you want to be considered. But Harvard nor any university said that they were going to do that explicitly. So I'll ask the question again. How do you substantively target Black people in Harvard University when you cannot consider race in applications? If you're looking to substantively care of Black people as educational block.
You can't.
Wait.
The answer is you can't. Right? You cannot. In America, we do have a problem. We have a problem with discrimination against Black people. And if you don't force people, literally force their hand, they will not hire Black people in some instances. They will not fucking accept them into colleges in instances.
Well, just to be clear though, adversity score was first introduced in like 2019 is when they first started doing that. That was long before that Supreme Court decision. It did not consider race. It was literally just something that they would ask you things about whether or not you had like a single parent home, what the crime index was in the neighborhood that you came from, whether or not the high school that you went to actually even offered AP classes and things like that. That was supposed to be a metric that was used in order to help people be able to get into college even if they didn't have the other metrics. So that is a thing that has been done.
Sorry, Mooncake, you wanted to respond? I got to jump in here because this conversation is going wild, but go ahead.
just a quick Google search, and I went to Harvard's actual website. Undergraduate Minority Recruitment Program, which they still have up in 2024, talks about rich and cultural communities and to contact them to their diversity department where you can get resources. And look, African and American community. If you press on it, it takes you to all the groups, all the phone numbers, and where you can email about admissions. So this idea that they don't care about said community or these diverse communities or there's nothing to help them is a lie.
But he didn't say that. He talked about targeting them for.
They are targeting. Okay, and this is part of it.
No. That's targeting
stretch,
would be.
but-
So Joe, correct.
You mean like going to like an event?
So targeting would be actually going out into these predominantly black schools and actually sending a recruiter there.
Yes,
like that would be an actual targeting practice.
I had that happen.
Sending groups out. They do target.
Okay,
hold on. Let's not.
It's more rare than you guys are giving it credit. Just because you've seen it once, it's not like it's an active thing. Because you would see more. You see more regular colleges around than you see Ivy Leagues.
I'm gonna jump in here. Because this conversation is drifted. I'm trying to get it back on track. Joe, I don't know why you drifted in this direction. Not quite sure like what the plan is here. But Joe, you asked the question previously. I'm going to deal with that question. You said, why should black people, and you can correct me if I'm paraphrasing you wrong, but why should black people care about what happened to Claudine Gay? Black Americans, I guess specifically you meant. Is that the case?
Sure, we can circle back to that part. Sure.
Okay, great. Right. Okay. Black Americans should care because a high-ranking black appearing person, however you like to categorize her, was publicly attacked and a social lynching, where this individual who was eminently qualified was subjected to all the usual black stereotypes, right? Black attacks against our ability to succeed in a professional environment, to lead an organization, right? Like she got the whole gamut to that, and that is not unique to black immigrants. The attacks they used against her were the things that black women face all the time. They see themselves in this story. I've read articles talking about people like black women seeing themselves in Claudine Gay and the things that she suffered. Now, I understand, I hear you when you're saying that, well, this is an institution that in general has not put effort into recruiting the black community, right? That that's not the top of mind. Like it will surely, the thing that still stands is it's what's that thing that where white people were born into families?
I can clarify.
What's that name for that thing where white people, you're born into a family that previously went to a college and
Legacy.
Yes, thank you. The legacy program still exists, right? Like they have no problem recruiting through that. They have no problem letting in the children of billionaires, right? Like that Ackman guy, right? They don't have no problem like letting in their family members that tend to be white, right? So that white recruitment program is there. So you're looking at this institution as a whole and saying, well, this institution doesn't seem to do enough to care about black people. So black people shouldn't care about like the ins and outs of what happens there, right? And I think that's a fair feeling.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay. I'll just wrap it up here. I think it's a fair feeling, but the way that Claudine Gay was treated is universalized for black appearing people. Right, whether they're immigrants or whether they're ADOS, right? That the way that she was treated, the way that the media had no problem jumping on that storyline. But now, when a white woman, I'm not sure if she's Jewish, but like when a sorry.
Oh, I thought I was muted. I'm sorry. Sorry.
No problem. No. But when a white woman is accused of doing worse, all of a sudden they're quiet. All of a sudden, and we can see how these attacks are racial kind. So that's why we should care. So leave it there.
Yeah, so like I would say, because a lot of this is going to tie into my take in the next or whatever the next topic might be, is that I think if you take the position that we ought to care about Claudine Gay, then I don't think you send your black kids to Harvard then. Because if your take is that, like, hear me out. If your take is that this college and institution does not care about black people in a substantive manner, that is my claim. That goes all the way up to even if you are the president of Harvard. And even the president of Harvard, they're not going to defend you in a substantive manner. So that basically, in a lot of ways, reinforces what you're saying, is that in the face of Harvard University and all their controversy, they won't even defend their black woman president from harm. And even with an Obama endorsement, that's not enough.
So are you basically saying that he basically, it sounds like your problem then isn't,
I'm reinforcing what you said, basically.
No, I hear you. But it sounds like your problem isn't with like Claudine Gay. Like, if this is your claim, right? If this is the thing that you've been trying to drive to, right? Then I wouldn't have opened this conversation like that. I would have said that, hey, we shouldn't care about Harvard as an institution. But you said, oh, did you? I mean, if you did,
I know how to get you there. Like,
then that's okay.
To be clear, like, listen.
Then it was a huge distraction, though.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, and another thing with that too is that when I look at these things going down, as they went down as they did, I again, like, everything we knew about these institutions already existed. We're talking about doctoral dissertations of professors. Like, what? Can you,
agree?
Like, I can't think of a single time where a PhD friend of mine cited their dissertation or used their dissertation in a substantive manner. Some of them have actually also plagiarized.
Absolutely, a lot of them,
and even admitted.
Exactly,
where it's like, I called my friend Tariq. Tariq has 2 PhDs, and he said to me, "Dog, I'm looking at my shit right now to make sure I didn't say something wonky." But then he said pretty casually, "It's like, but I have tenure, so they can suck my dick." So it's like, and again, which the critique for me, while it is, yes, Claudine Gay, the other stuff about lineage, I'm still on that boat for. You're not going to take me off that boat because it confuses people. Not being able to delineate the difference between Claudine Gay as a black
and I've
immigrant.
Already agreed with you on
and
that.
Then, we already hashed that out. But at the same time, it's that I don't think this is necessarily the W that the Chris Rufos of the world think that it actually is. And like the anti-DEIs. That's what we always knew. That bougie black people will do the same things that bougie white people do. They will plagiarize on their papers. They might misrepresent themselves in a manner. And if you trip and fall enough, and you make sure you're not too controversial, you might make your way to the president of X university. But again, it's just an interesting line. Because like I mentioned earlier, anti-Semitism and not clearly denouncing genocide as something that's like, because colleges have weird ideas of free speech, the board backs her ass. But then all of a sudden, then it's like, okay, when that doesn't work, then the lobby has got to start lobbying, and which was your point to earlier. And the lobby's lobbied enough where they're able to not get her out, but resign. But I, again, would argue, hold the line. Hold the line. They can't get you because you're a tenure professor. So why are you resigning? You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, that's the presidentship. That's a different job than being a professor. I mean, you know that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean that.
Yeah, but I'm saying like she had that job regardless.
But part of that is raising money. And if these billionaires aren't going to deliver, then all of a sudden it doesn't work anymore. All of a sudden the money reasserts itself. It's like, oh, you thought that you could move past us. You thought that you could hire someone that we didn't particularly like, but like the money in the end wins. But like,
in a lot of ways,
beyond
like,
that, I want to ask you one last thing. Right, I want one last thing. Is that like, if your point is that because of the racism and the lack of care that universities that Ivy League universities have against black individuals, then we shouldn't send our kids to Harvard because of that reason. Well, then at what point should we have sent any of our children to any university, right? Because at some point they all hated us, right? So what's the difference here?
You have to go and vet. Like here's what I'm going to tell my kids. I think Fanatic is probably going to tell his kids this too. I hope so. I pray in my heart they hope so.
You want to talk about like you should follow Joe's hair care routine? Maybe you won't,
no, not that. I can't sit in Ubers anymore. I have to do the side now because those low hanging back seats. I think it's our due diligence as people, especially if you're looking to have children, to vet the universities that your kids are considering and making sure that those universities care about Black people in a substantive manner. My alma mater cares about Black people in a substantive manner because they move and do actions in a way that's substantive. Like, for instance, if you I think one tell, right, is like, what does your and it's just small tells. Like, what does your college university think about Palestine? What does your college university think about police brutality? What does your college university think about reparations? What does your college university think about the research of these very topics and these issues? And what you'll see, some universities will gladly allow you to do that in a way that's free, expressing your freedom. Some won't. Some might won't in obvious ways. Again, like if you're a Black,
but you're not answering my question, right? Like at some point, all these universities didn't give a fuck about us, right? Like there's been advancement, and part of that advancement has been us like just saying, I don't give a damn. I'm going there any which way, right? I'm gonna make my presence known within this campus. Campus hostile to me. It started with like fucking Little Rock. Well, didn't start there, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Like at some point, these institutions hate us, but we got to go there any which way until they get tired of us being there, and then eventually we can make a difference. But like that's the same with the Ivy League as well.
I don't subject myself to, I mean, I'm not saying you're being nihilist or doomer here, but I don't really subject myself to that level of doomerism insofar as, if my kid says, fuck you, dad, I'm going to X university that hates Negroes, congratulations, go. But don't come to me crying. Don't come to me sad. Don't come to me depressed when Amy Wax is your professor, when Don Iman is your professor, when Mary Shondalu is your professor, when Amy Lei Wing is your professor, and start saying crazy shit about Negroes. And then you're like, oh no, this same person who says crazy shit about Negroes is the same person in charge of my doctoral dissertation about Negroes. And then don't be surprised what might happen to that.
Okay. Does anyone else
have you know what I'm saying?
Like, no, I hear you. But for the remaining
and
time,
also not for nothing, go for it. Sorry.
Just for the remaining time. If anyone else has anything they'd like to get out there, this was a lot.
Yeah, what I would like to get out there is I think that there's a very substantive difference between this and the Jonathan Major situation, as somebody brought up earlier. I think obviously when it came to the Jonathan Major situation, we had a larger voice regarding this because obviously it was a popular figure, one of the most popular figure representing one of the largest chains that's been dominating the box office for a decade. So it makes all the sense why that would be more popular, and so more people had commentary on it. Secondly, there was all sorts of evidence that clearly exonerated the man, and if it wasn't for the corruption of the court and the absolute disgusting, just the disgusting judge and court system that allowed him to be convicted, that there wouldn't be this. And furthermore, I think it's a lot more sensitive to Black people when we start talking about representation within the criminal justice system. This has been obviously at the forefront of part of what has been the Black experience regarding civil rights progress. And so when you see that and you see all of these similarities and connections, it makes a bunch of sense why Black people are going to be a lot more connected to this, as opposed to all of the distancing factors from the school that she's going to, which is minorly represented by Black people. The idea of Black presidents, which of course that's not going to be an identity thing that's really heavily centered for Black people. Furthermore, the fact that she's an immigrant, all of these things, the fact that it's literally just about somebody making less money, and it turns out she's not even making less money, losing a position, as opposed to someone losing their freedom potentially, and obviously the corruption in the criminal justice system. All of those things are why Jonathan Major, we would be a lot more quick to rally behind that situation than we would the other. Furthermore, I think Tory, regarding the Megan Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez situation, the reason why Black people were hesitant or reluctant in order to get behind her was because she chose to lie originally and say that it wasn't Tory. And I understand the cultural implications that cause her to feel the need to do that. But once you do that, and now the narrative starts getting spun that Tory Lanez wasn't the one that shot you, you have to take responsibility for that. And so as a result of that, you're not getting unwavering, unmitigated support from Black people at large. I do support Megan Thee Stallion in this situation as I've started studying the case, and I realized what happened. But I can understand that the media is very, very quick to put out a narrative, the first narrative that they get, and they're very, very reluctant to put out retractions. And it was a retraction that she started correcting the narrative that, hey, I was shot, and she had been silent largely when this narrative had been going out of there. So comparing this situation to Jonathan Majors or Megan Thee Stallion, I think are both complete misrepresentations.
Kate, did you want to respond?
Yeah, just a response to everything. From what I've noticed, and I feel like it's even happened during this conversation, whenever it comes to comparing Black men and Black women, there's always excuses for why we don't defend Black women. And I think this is what happens continually. And I think Fanatic did the same thing now. This is why we didn't do this. This is why this happened. But whenever it comes to Black men, it should be unmitigated, like just loyalty, support. We have to be behind this. And that's what concerns me. Also, when it came to the whole education thing, the reason I think it's so important for these Black students to be in these schools, and why I would actually say going to these schools is a good idea, but choose whatever you want, is because you need that representation. If you don't want somebody at Harvard named Mary Beth marking your stuff, then get these Black kids who want to go to these schools, get them in the system, get them to apply for, I don't know, jobs there or whatever it is, to be in those positions. We want them in these positions. That would be a good thing. And yeah, that's just kind of where I wanted to leave it there. I just think the Megan Thee Stallion definitely showed it. The Jonathan Majors, I mean, I don't know. To me, it was like, yeah, we'll see what happens, but I don't know. I won't get too much into it.
Really quickly, just to be sure, that's not an actual substantial rebuttal. That's just hand waving, right? Because I gave you the reasons why these things were why these things were different. To then just simply say, there's always a reason. People always use a reason. Hold up. Then to just say, people always just use these things and say that there's a reason, and they always give excuses. You can only use that hand wave if the excuse that I'm giving is invalid. Not only did I list the reasons, I gave supporting facts to support those reasons. So if you want to dismiss or hand wave those reasons that you just attempted to do, you need to give substantial reasons why these reasons aren't valid. I'll restate them for you so that you can understand exactly what I'm getting at.
I don't need you to restate them.
If you don't need me to restate them, then go ahead and give me the reasons why those reasons were not valid. We can start specifically with the Megan Thee Stallion. I gave you the reasons why her support was not the exact same at the very beginning. Explain to me how those reasons are invalid.
Megan Thee Stallion wasn't believed from the beginning. I remember following the trial. She wasn't believed from the beginning. When she had
That's not addressing what I said.
I'm just saying, when they had said Tory...
That's not addressing what I said. Are you going to address my arguments?
Hold on. Let her get it out. And
but are you going to address my arguments? I didn't think so. So again, here, I'm sorry. Let me just make sure I stated very clearly for the room then one more time. So what I was stating specifically was, when it came to Megan Thee Stallion, the reason why she wasn't believed originally, was because she lied in the very beginning, and she gave from her own testimony that Tory Lanez wasn't the one that shot her. So when she said that, the reason, she later on, during a retraction, gave the reason why she did that. She said that she felt culturally that it was improper for her to snitch, and that's why she gave the representation that she did. So then that would obviously make all of the sense in the world why we wouldn't readily believe her. So to say that we didn't believe her from the very beginning, well, her testimony originally wasn't that Tory Lanez shot her. So then if that wasn't believed, then I mean, I guess there's no harm, no foul. But when she changes it to then say, by the way, no, I'm wrong, he did shoot me, is where we're going to now have doubt, because you've now told two different stories that contradict yourself. I understand that you don't want to engage with my arguments because they're too valid, and that's totally fine, but I just want to make sure that the room understands that this is why these two things were different.
So I do want to say something very quickly on this topic. Okay, it's not necessarily that she said he didn't shoot her. She said she had glass in her foot. That's really where things went awry at. She said it was glass in her foot.
Right, and not shots, which means he didn't shoot her.
But that I'm just clarifying. That's not what she necessarily said. She said she had glass in her foot. She told the officers. That was her initial lie, which led to the narrative being pushed out that she had glass in her foot. Now, if she's just a moron and she's drunk in the moment and didn't know she was even shot, then that's a whole nother thing. But that's a whole nother specifics that we ain't even got to get into because we're not here for that.
Because she wasn't. That wasn't her claim.
We not relitigate the Megan Thee Stallion trial.
That wasn't her claim at all. So I don't even know why you introduced that.
Yeah.
So,
no, I know. I'm clarifying
I'd rather
the sequence of events.
Then
your thing happened.
Sure.
It was
I'd rather not clarify
What you're
it.
talking about is second.
Okay.
Right.
So
Well, it doesn't matter. The fact of the matter was, at one point there was one
response,
argument.
right?
Listen, saying that I'm sorry. There's no distinction. Saying that there was glass on her foot indicates that there's not bullet fragments or whatever in her foot, which means then she wasn't shot. That was her original claim. So then now we had to deal with a retraction later on.
So we're moving past this. We're moving past this. We're moving past this.
Yeah,
Like
we'll never stop. Just
we're
leave it.
moving.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad my arguments were undefeated in this regard.
We
Not
no,
really,
actually,
but you wouldn't
guys,
really answer
let it go.
correctly.
He's extremely
I
toxic.
have multiple videos.
We got-
discussing this, so I
Nah, that's
extremely
that
toxic.
thing is not.
Yeah.
He might
something
be
I wanna-
Albert Einstein. He might actually be Albert Einstein. Like he's so smart. Like
In relatively, and in comparison with this panel, yeah, I would give you that. Thanks for the compliment. I appreciate it.
No. On that topic, no.
You got it, girl.
Theory relativity. I hear you. I hear
I
you.
mean, I barely said anything.
did
You
there.
don't know if
I
I
saw
can
you
easily
did
beat you
that.
on this.
Panels is
I'm not going to
PG,
try to
create a
limit why
black
would I
person.
fucking care on this front.
Okay. Anyway, so let's.
I'm like, I really don't care about the celebrity shit.
And what? But it's not. But it wasn't about the celebrity thing, because I think even with the Jonathan Major situation. Because the Jonathan Major situation, it wasn't just about the celebrity of the individual. Although that does play a factor, it's about the criminal justice representation when it comes towards black men. And I get you. But she made a statement that wasn't true, and I was addressing her. That's why I said that.
I know.
And we don't. And if you don't want the conversation to continue, then we should. Everyone is saying they don't want to have the conversation, but they keep continuing the conversation. So I'm going to end the conversation for the benefit of you. Okay. So, hey y'all. This is all Black Everything Roundtable. Oh, yeah, Thursdays 8 p.m. Eastern.
Welcome, Prime. I hope you like that content. All right. I worked hard. I'm proud of myself.
No, fair enough. It was a lot of content, guys. We're gonna go into our second topic. We're going to do the prepared one. But if you found all of this interesting, consider supporting the channel. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. That's the way you support us. Usually Amazon Prime is Prime Gaming. Here in the chat, it's free for you, but does a lot for us, and it's the only way I can get this done. So if you like this exploration of what it is to be black, or is that black cause? Excuse me. Oh no. Loyalty to it. Excuse me. I don't.
Yep, I like the clarification. Good job.
Here you go. For whatever that craziness just was.
That you enjoy, right? Of all of this, then help me make this a possibility. I do need your help. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Use your hype chats or super chats if you're in Twitch or YouTube. If you have a question and want that to be answered, that's the way to do it. Put your question in a hype chat or a super chat, then we'll engage with it. I saw you guys commenting in the chat, so you guys had a lot of things to say. But if you want us to engage with it, that's the way to do it. Support the channel at the same time. All right. Let's move on to the next one. That Negro's Fanatic, that Negro's Razor, that Negro's Imagine, that Negro's Joe, that lovely lady is Mooncake, that Negro is Pace, that Negro's Champ Blue, and that Negro over there, right? This one who doesn't know how to use a mic.
You're not dodging these blackness allocations.
I don't know how to use a mic, sir.
I'm sorry. How is it that you are always announced with like audio troubles every fucking time you come on the panel? How is that the case?
I used to not have a problem. I used to not have to wear headphones. This is something you changed, sir.
Hey, Smooth, can I have a beer, please? Can I have a beer?
You changed something.
Okay.
I want a beer.
Don Champloo, if you're talking to us, then you're muted. There's another person who may not.
No, he's just dying.
Okay, all right. Let's.
Wait, what? Yo.
You were muted the entire time.
Joe. Damn, man.
All right. We're moving on with our lives.
Listen, I know how to get the people charged up. Okay.
Oh boy.
Activated.
Back to the pink
to be clear, I think Joe actually knows how to clinically push my
I was just no fanatic. I'm like the Sentinel drones. I just point that finger, and then you can either block or get hit.
He knows black people too well, man. He knows how to trigger us.
Hey, Prime, no. I do want to say to you real quick, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate you putting this panel on and putting black people voices out there. I do appreciate that, and I don't want that to get lost in the messaging. I want that to get lost in the messaging.
You one of the champions of our people, my man. Don't let nobody take that away from you.
Y'all niggas don't want to keep poking this bear. I'm just saying.
I like to see. I like to see that we're finally. I like to see that we'll finally represent all hairstyles on the panel as well. Welcome, Fanatic. I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
We all here.
We all here. All flavors of black men.
If it weren't winter, I would cut my hair.
I'm not sure if I would call myself a champion. Maybe like an up and coming rookie. All right, I'll go that far with you.
An amateur black.
Well, let me get your rookie card, dog. Let me get the rookie card because it's gonna be worth something later.
A featherweight here. All right, so let's go. Topic 2. This week, New York City moved undocumented immigrants that were being temporarily housed in a tent shelter into a local high school. This was done because of a dangerous storm that hit the Northeast, threatened to destroy their shelter and endanger their lives. As a result, the school had to be shut down for at least a day, and the children switched to remote virtual instruction. This caused outrage among some of the parents of the school children. They believe that the migrants are being put before their kids. This has restarted conversations about whether undocumented immigrants should be seen as in competition with Black Americans. Should African Americans be welcoming to these new arrivals? Would it be best if we tried to integrate them into our communities? Is that even possible? Or are these people stealing from those who have been here for years, and they should probably be sent home to fix their own countries? In case you missed that, it happened in New York. Their tent shelter was like in this awful spot, right? Like it's on this abandoned runway, and that was like prone to flooding. And then this big ass storm that just came from the Northeast hit, and huge winds and everything. That they wouldn't have been safe there, right? A lot of vulnerable people, a lot of children, pregnant women, the whole 9 yards. So they moved them to this school, this high school. And they had them sleep in the the gymnasium, right? And they shut down the school for, I believe it was 1 day, but it might have been 2. It's like an ongoing story right now. But in any case, right? There was a lot of pushback from the local community. And we see this kind of pushback, this tension happening in other places, right? We saw it in Chicago. I think we talked about it here, about what happened in Chicago with the city council meetings with all the migrants that are being sent to both Chicago and New York by Texas, right? By the border states, sending them over. A lot of Black Americans are being stressed that in their neighborhoods are already under-resourced, that these new arrivals are there, and the city is like putting money into housing them. So how should we feel about these things? Right, as Black Americans, we'll start with the friendliest Black American there is, Fanatic, and we'll work our way around.
You know better than to let me go first. What are we doing here? No, realistically though, it makes sense that it's been long expressed that there's obviously antagonism within immigrant groups towards Black people. That's one. Obviously, there are already strains on resources. There are God knows how many studies that show that Black people are overrepresented within gig work and low-paying jobs, and immigrants pose a threat to both of those things, both driving down low-end wages and on top of that, taking up some of the space of the gig work. So those things obviously end up being particularly problematic. Obviously, we've seen after-school programs and things being shut down. We've seen little league teams being like eradicated in order to make room for football teams and things like that. That's what was happening. And room was being made for immigrants in Chicago, and they had part of the city's resources had to be reallocated. And so then because of that, they were like ending little league teams and some of the after school programs. Obviously, in this case, they're like putting people over there into distance learning. We obviously know literacy rates within the United States have plummeted as account of
people being at home, right? From students being at home during COVID. So we obviously know that these things are not the same. So then the idea that you're forcing people to stay home in order to make room for immigrants is definitely valuing them over the education in this specific regard. It doesn't necessarily like display an overall attitude, but it does seem to be problematic. I believe in asylum as a Christian. I believe in I believe in I have a soft spot towards immigrants. I just think everything has to be done reasonably, and this country has to deal with its own anti-blackness before they can bring more anti-black individuals over here into our country in order to, detract from black people. So, yeah, that's that.
Thank you so much. Naritas, thank you for the 400 bits. Razor Sharp Gaming, thank you for the 5 subs previously. Thank you for being a real one and supporting this community. We can't do it without people like you, so we do appreciate it. I appreciate everyone who's been supporting. Let's go to Brazer.
Okay. During that last bit, I just kept looking into different terms that I remember always hearing when it came to immigration. How it's obvious that black people are kind of pushed to the wayside in order to help out with immigration, stuff like that, and things. And it took me a minute to remember the term model minority. I wanted to bring that up with the last topic, but couldn't get a word in on it. Sorry, God, I'm so fucking scattered now. Needless to say, okay, let me reset. Sorry, my bad. With the situation in New York, obviously people we're going to fucking die. So we need to be a good city to help them to survive. Good, I'm okay with that. If students had to do like a day or two of being at home for remote learning, whatever. We had an entire year and a half. I know messed with the literacy rates. I get that, but like we already did for a whole year or more. It's like who cares? You can fix that up later. God damn it! I hate when I get flustered. I definitely say I'll say when it comes to like possibly integrating these people into the community to see about helping, it can be done. It's just gonna take a lot of work. Sorry, I'm not good at being able to good at openers.
No, we got
I'll
it.
definitely get more into it later.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks so much, Razor. Let's go to Majin.
This is an interesting subject just because like it's always find it weird with the Emma Lazarus poem that you hear, the Statue of Liberty poem. We always want to get rid of like immigrants when times get tough, but most of us are immigrants, you know what I'm saying? Like our families, whether we wanted to come here or not, we were brought here on this purpose. We are American at the end of the day. These people are trying to become American too. I mean, we all know that poem, right? I don't think this should be put on the shelves of black. Like, if this is in a black neighborhood and it going to a black school, I don't think this should be on our shelves. Our problem, right? I'm sure, and especially in New York, there's a lot of places that they could put them that are much nicer. Give them a little something, give them a little vacation. I don't know. But I just think it's even if this does follow into, us again, black people having to be benevolent, then yeah, like I hear in ABE quite frequent, well, maybe not ABE. I hear in like other discords, especially from a lot of other black users, like they're kind of like hatred towards immigrants, which I don't understand. And I always don't like this divisive conversation about like, immigrants and black folks and if they're black or not or nothing like that. I think it's us as black people, we just need to be benevolent. Even if they don't want to be a part of our crew, even if they want to look at us a little negative, we shouldn't fight fire with fire. Be like, hey, dog, when you need our help, we will be here for you. And do that,
Thank you so much.
So I think it's cool.
So much. Let's go to our friend Joe Lewis.
Well, I agree with Fanatic on certain aspects of the content of what he's saying. I don't broadly agree with us. I don't think this. Listen, I'm gonna make this very clear. because it's going to be a Turing test. And as Prince Prime knows, I'm allergic to people not reading about the topic and not knowing about the actual topic in question. So I'm going to contextualize a few things because I know a lot of you didn't even think about that because you don't live on the East Coast. Just get this out of the way. Floyd Bennett Field is not a place you put immigrants. Center that around your head. Floyd Bennett Field is not the place you put immigrants. And you can just search that up in Google Maps and find out the problem. Because you want to know what they did? They shipped them to a white school. Why did they ship it to the only predominantly white school in the area? Because that predominantly white school in the area had a detached gym. Guess what your tax dollars go to? They go to the funding of public schools that are government institutions. And the government institutions can be used for emergency services. So if you put a bunch of migrants on a field and a bunch of tents and shit, and then it gets a little rainy in a place that's waterlocked from north, south, and east, and then you're like, well, where do we go? You're going to take them to the nearest high school. And congratulations, that's what they did. They took them to the nearest high school with a detached gym, and they stayed overnight. I don't give a fuck about what that coon-ass nigga Mayor Adams does with his incompetency as a mayor. I don't give a fuck. He knows that this problem exists. He knows that this problem is designed in such a way because New York City has an obligation for migrants because that's lined out in what they do in practice. So this is a problem they created for themselves. So I think, broadly speaking, this is going to be a problem with liberal states like New York, like New York City. They're going to ship them to what they believe these liberal states to be because these liberal states have an obligation to these migrants and this particular asylum seekers. So they're going to do this regardless. My issue is always, if this is supposed to be bad for Black Americans and bad for Black people, it's your job to articulate what that harm is. But unfortunately, like we were talking about in the previous amalgamation of topics, we're not specific. So we can just put Black people in this big amalgamous box and act like it's going to hurt all Black people. And this is migrants are a harm to all Black people. They're not. Because let me tell you something. There are Black people that are living the American dream, but they are not descendants of slaves. And that's a problem. So I would say that the migrant problem and the consequence of liberal policies that have migrants influxed in areas with no substantive way to help them is a problem with American descendants of slaves because we're in direct interaction with them. But guess what? Descendants of slaves, we're interaction with everybody. It's not just migrants that we're against as a matter of policy. It's white people, it's Asians, it's Hispanics and Latinos, it's bougie Black people. We're always fighting on our back foot, and then people want to act like, well, how are we going to deal with this fight? The same way we've been doing before, fighting for political attention, fighting so our social institutions, the political institutions actually care about us. But when we do this game of flattening what being Black is to make it seem like the Claudines of the world are the same as the Megan Thee Stallions, then we run into problems because one is American descendants of slaves and the other is an immigrant. So we have to be honest in what that looks like and how that affects people in a political fashion. Because politically speaking, for most Black people who predominantly live in the South, they're not dealing with this migrant problem. But the Black people who live in these predominantly liberal states, well, I'm saying predominantly liberal states, when you find concentrations of Black people, you're going to find them in concentrations of general areas that are quote unquote liberal, however you want to describe it. There's going to be the problem with those communities, particularly in urban centers. However, in this particular context of this particular issue, this is not a problem to Black people.
Thank you. All right. Let's go to our friend Mooncake.
Okay. So I see both sides. I mean, like, honestly, I'm kind of with the parents on this one. I think if you don't have the space to house people, you shouldn't have to take over a school to do so, because the kids should be in school learning. I think that, and also I think they had to go home, right? They learn virtually. Not every kid's gonna have access to a computer or something at home. And I think that's something to consider. I feel like the states who wanted more immigration, who have more immigration laws, send them there. I don't think there's a big impact when it comes to Black Americans. I mean, I guess maybe when it comes to like looking for a job. But yeah, that's all I've got for you.
Let's go to DeAndre Pace.
Well, I think it's very clear that illegal immigrants are direct competitors to
We can
Black
barely hear you,
Americans
friend.
and white Americans.
We can barely
What
hear
did you
you.
say?
Speak up a little bit.
Uh,
You gotta
uh,
speak up a bit.
let's see. Is that better?
Yep. Thank you.
Perfect.
So as I was saying, it's clear, the evidence has been clear for decades that illegal immigration is a direct competitor to Black and white Americans and any real American who is of a low skill worker, which meaning that you're doing jobs that don't necessarily require you to have a college degree or uh, or a GED or high school diploma jobs that are typically can be high paying, like assembly line jobs or jobs that are strenuous labor, but they are direct competitors to that. Not only are they direct competitors to that, they're also one of the uh, huge reasonings behind the massive increase in housing prices being raised in these areas for where Black people live, and they are not good for the country. We take in about 2 to 3 million legal immigrants every year. There's not an issue about this being an immigration problem. It's an issue of if you're going to come here, do things the proper way. We have proper channels to go through that. My grandfather-in-law is a uh, is an illegal immigrant who got deported because he came into the country and he voluntarily got deported about 12 or 15 years ago and went and did all of the paperwork to become a legal resident of this country. You cannot just come over here and take advantage of the systems because our tax dollars are going to be paying for their welfare, it's going to be paying for their food stamps, it's going to be paying for all of their crap. Whereas our tax dollars can't even afford to feed us. They can't we can't get anything out of it. And as far as it being in the schools, there are two issues. First issue of you want to try to be humanitarian, give these people someplace to stay. And I agree with what Joe Lewis said earlier about these things being public institutions. So the mayors and the governors do have the right to do that in case of storms, stuff like that has happened multiple times. But for example, we didn't see them do this um, in Chicago when it was negative 70 degrees outside and people were frozen to the sidewalk. We didn't see them do that for those homeless people that weren't illegal immigrants. But on the other issue, it's there's these people are coming in here. We don't require them to have vaccinations of COVID and all these other stuff, and we're putting them right back in these kids' schools, and then those kids are going to be going right back to their homes. And New York under Cuomo, under um, Chris Cuomo, when he was the governor, they had a very big issue with what was going on with COVID because of how they were sending them right back home and the nursing homes and all that stuff. So it's a very big issue, and like Joe said, liberal states, particularly the ones that claim to be sanctuary states and sanctuary cities, they set themselves up for this failure, and they have to deal with it.
Thank you so much, Don Champloo.
So I think one of the things we're probably all gonna have to agree on or disagree on is whether immigration affects black people, as far as employment is concerned, and as far as like things like wages are concerned. I think that it is true that when you have an influx of a certain percentage point of immigration, that it's going to affect black employment, and this affects incarceration, this affects wages, because when the labor supply is increased, the demand for the supply is increased, so the wages get lowered because there's more available workers, obviously. So that is. I'm not saying that we should become hateful or we should start to campaign against immigration. It's just something that's a reality, and that's something that we have to consider when we're talking about things. And then as far as the parents who were complaining about the migrants, I think they're bitching about nothing. They're fucking bitching about nothing, honestly. It was a day or two. fucking get over it. I understand that, you know, you might have had to stay home from work or something, or you might have had to actually watch your kid for fucking once, but get over it. Yeah, like Joe Lewis said, this is part of public school, the public school structure, and that's just how it goes. There's a lot of things that happen that aren't fun, but of course, when white people complain about shit, we all have to listen. So that's the thing. And that's my time.
Thank you. And Smooth.
Okay, I'm gonna answer these questions one by one. Should African Americans, blah blah blah, be welcoming? If you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. Let's see. What integrate them? No, I'm not. I'm not trying to integrate them into my community. We have enough. We have enough issues as is in our own community. I have enough problems with my own people. I don't think adding you to the mix is really gonna fix the problem that we have internally, and it's gonna, resources and all that stuff. Yeah, whatever. I don't really care about the last person. My whole thing is this, right? If and now no disrespect to the last question. No disrespect to the last question. I just
Fine.
really want to get to this
I
point.
don't care. It's fine.
Yeah, yeah. My main thing is this, right? These states have got to admit that being sanctuary, whatever, has been an absolute failure. It's been an absolute failure. They were not actually prepared for it. They were not prepared for it. To do it and to execute it on the level in which they have done it has been an absolute failure. That's what they have to admit. They have to admit that. It's not helping anybody. It's burning through our own resources, you know what I'm saying, that we have in scarcity that we're not using to help our own people, let alone our own black people. So I'm not necessarily for us continuing this practice. We have tried it for a couple years. It's not really working. We need to just send them back home and figure something else out and then try again. But right now, doing this at a time when people are suffering out on their highest level, and I know American suffering is a lot nicer than suffering third world, but it's still not adequate conditions. And if we took that money, that time, those resources, and putting them back into our communities, we might be a lot better off. For them using the school, they had to do what they had to do. I'm not for people dying out there. I'm not saying they should have left them in the field. I think that's kind of crazy. But you know what I'm saying? They found where they could put them, and that's what they did. So, I mean, yeah, your kid had to sit at home. So what? But that's my complicated position.
Okay, it's open to the panel. However, I gotta stop right here for a second and make sure we don't spread any misinformation. So I gotta get this out. Smooth, what do you think is the definition of a sanctuary city?
So what I think is the definition of a sanctuary city?
Yeah.
All that really says is we're not actively pursuing deportation. That's pretty much what it ends up being. We're not actively pursuing deportation of these people. We're not no on a state level. From what I know, you can shake your head as much as you want to. Don't forget my job.
Because you're wrong.
On a state level, on a state level, they're not actively pursuing. As long as you're not committing a crime, they're not actively pursuing deporting you. Deportation is typically ran by a federal agency. It's ran by a federal agency. So thus the federal government is pursuing a totally different outcome.
Don't interject. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Do you have anything else? Are you good, Smooth? Okay.
Yeah,
so sanctuary city, right? What that is specifically, it's not a state thing. Hold on, guys. Hold on. No need to interrupt me. Like, let me just say it. Okay. So it's a very broad term. That is identifying policies on the municipal and city level, right? As far as I know, there's no state level sanctuary law, and it's related to what Smooth said, but not exactly. It's that cops, it's directing cops to not work with the federal immigration services, right? With ICE. So when people go to the police, then and they're undocumented, those police don't immediately tell ICE, hey, like this is where this guy is, right? That allows for a better cooperation with the local police and the undocumented community, so they can feel safe to come to them. That's what that is. It's not that these people aren't being deported from those states. Like those people are being deported from the states. From New York, they're being deported from
That's
California,
right.
they're being deported from. They absolutely are. ICE can come in because they're a federal agency, like you said. ICE can come in and deport anyone. They're just not working with the cops. So that's incorrect.
But no, we're literally saying the same
no, we're
thing.
Not the
you
same
just
thing.
said
That's
it.
not the
no,
same
you
thing.
said it a different way, bro.
No,
you literally went about it a totally different way.
Like this is why Fanatic like writes these things down. He like this works really well. You said this was a state law. It's not a state law. You said like we're not actively deporting individuals. That's not the case. They are being deported.
I know. I was talking about a state. I was talking about a state.
And you're wrong. And I asked you about a sanctuary city. Why were you bringing in the statement?
But wait, I'm sorry. No, hold on, wait, really smooth. So you would say California is a sanctuary state?
I would say as a whole, it has policies to accept undocumented immigrants. I'm not saying that they're officially on the
sanctuary
books.
state. There's two things. There are two things, and the two things functioning at the same time. You have sanctuary cities, which are cities and in states that have protections from things like ICE can't act without local court order, etc., what have you. And then you also have sanctuary states that have this protection wherever you find them.
States twice.
Sorry, cities is like, say you could have a sanctuary city in Florida, but you could have a sanctuary state as New Jersey. They have different protections. So, for example, if you're a migrant and you have the face of saying, hey, I need to go to, Sarasota is not a sanctuary city, but like in the face of living in Florida, I could go to Sarasota or I could go to New Jersey or New York. It depends on the calculus and in terms of resources. Because there are certain sanctuary states, governors can with impunity send migrants over there, and then because they have different whether it be practices, policies, or literal procedures, they have to deal with the conditions of asylum seekers when they arrive, regardless of how they feel about it, which is what we're running into in New York City as an example.
Smooth. Don't shake your hands here. When you said, I asked you what a sanctuary city is, and then you didn't give me the definition of a sanctuary city. You didn't do that,
bro. I didn't, bro. That's because on face value, like I do not know the textbook definition, so I'm not going.
Okay, great. That's why I asked.
I'm not going to quote shit that I don't know.
Of course, because you didn't know. That's why I did. That's why I called it misinformation. You didn't know, and I corrected it. Okay. So fine. We can move past.
No, but it still ended up at the same.
That wasn't it. That wasn't it.
Okay, hold on, because I do also want to give another bit of correction on some misinformation from Pace.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I had my hand up. Please, for the love of Christ, let me.
Yes.
Okay. Let me cook.
There was the misinformation from Pace about like immigrants not needing to be vaccinated. No, they do. There's an entire thing of they have to be vaccinated to have their immigration status worked to get their immigration status here.
He was talking about illegal immigrants.
I was married to an immigrant.
Yeah, they're legal. We're talking legal.
Yeah, illegals don't have to be vaccinated. Only illegal immigrants.
No, hold on.
They more than likely.
US-bound refugees do not need to be vaccinated. It is not a requirement. That's the problem. That's the problem here.
But he said illegal immigrants, not
illegal immigrants. They come in. They come in illegally. Who's
refugees?
So one of the things that like I'm broke, right? I'm about to, right? So I couldn't afford a marriage visa, right? The thing that I had to afford was the change of status. But when it comes to the change of status for my my wife and stuff like that, right? I still didn't make enough money annually. She had to get sponsored. And the reason why she had to get sponsored is when she signed up to become an immigrant here and get her green card, her sponsor is held responsible. If she fails here in the United States, right, he has to financially support her. She cannot apply for food stamps, any kind of government assistance until she becomes a United States citizen. All that shit you said before, Prime, the United States does not take any responsibility of that if you come over here as you sign that shit away.
Right, but again, like we're talking about asylum seekers, and this
It was just something
particular
disrespect.
right,
That was
yeah,
bad.
and like
Well,
I don't want to
There are
get in
different
on it. I
types
just
of
want
undocumented
to like get that
immigrants.
small bit
have to say
corrected.
that to me as if I don't understand. I mean,
Well,
I've dealt with the
Smooth said something along
USCIS.
that, like, y'all don't know how immigrants work, and I just wanted to
Yeah,
clarify
there are
that.
different types of
I know
immigrants
exactly how
here,
it
and
works. I mean, I've
people
had to
are going
do
to
it.
mix them up in this conversation. I can already tell.
I think it's
Okay.
clear, just
Okay,
like
I want to. Okay, I want to like see if we can zero. I want to try and see if we zero in on at least one particular topic, and let's talk about like the possibly integrating them into our communities. So can we see if focusing on that topic, is that something that's doable? And
That is
what do
very.
people do for that?
That's absolutely doable. And I think we should start with what Majin stated. And Majin specifically stated that black people should just be benevolent. He said we need to be benevolent. It doesn't matter if these people like us. It doesn't matter if these people are working with us. It doesn't matter, even to our own detriment. We should just be benevolent. And I think obviously any sane human being that's an adult and understands the thing about cause and effect and dealing with repercussions and about positive trajectory for a collective knows that just being benevolent to people who want our harm obviously doesn't gain us any benefits. Black people have been benevolent. If you notice within our civil rights movement, we fought for literally everyone, which is how benign neglect is able to continue to be present within our political systems at this point. But we definitely did that. And you look, and even as it stands right now, and you look at the Congressional Latin American Caucus, the Congressional Asian American AAPI Caucus, and every other caucus, they all say that they are interested in the progress and the issues related to their specific people. But when it comes to the Black Caucus, then all of a sudden it's about the advancement of Asians and any minorities and the LGBTQ and any other discriminated group and any other, and so on and so forth. And we've always maintained that, and we've witnessed over decades, over literally half of a century, we've seen the consistent progress of every other minority group outpace ours because of their inward focus and they're working together collectively, and our outward focus and that benevolence. So obviously it hasn't been effective thus far.
Let me clarify. When I was talking about immigrants, when I was meaning that, I was talking about African immigrants mainly. I wasn't talking about all Asians. I was thinking in my head, because when I hear in most of these conversations about when Black people have problems and beef with immigrants, it's mostly African immigrants. So I'm like, that's why we need to be benevolent. They are our people.
Okay, to be clear, the immigrants that I'm talking about. So to be clear, right? So like so we can focus, because there are lots of different types of immigrants. So we're just trying to focus in. We're having an incredible amount of flow of immigrants from Latin America, right? There are some Haitian immigrants. There are some from other Black nations, Caribbean nations.
They're
some of them
very
small,
but
the vast majority are Latin.
And
the face of the individuals who are being bussed out to those sanctuary cities, being New York and Chicago and maybe LA or DC, I think. But the face of those are Latin individuals, right? Brown skin individuals who you wouldn't call Black. So let's focus on.
No, there's a lot of Black ones too, because there right now, I think a couple of weeks ago, there were 250,000 African immigrants on the border of Eagle Pass. And Eagle Pass, for reference, is only 90,000 population total, and there's more in just one sector that were outnumbering that entire city. And then, but you take a look at the issue. Even before the governors were of Texas and Arizona and Florida were doing this, Biden, for some reason, they never explained it. The media never asked them about it. Was flying them into New York on planes at midnight, and it causes an issue for the people of New York. Now, this is not, to the benevolence thing. This is not legal immigrants. These are illegal aliens. They don't have a right to be here in the first place. There's no reason to be benevolent to somebody who's breaking the law to be here. We can be benevolent to people who are coming here the right way, and it makes it very difficult for immigrants that are doing it the right way when all of our focus, all of our attention are going to illegals, and it's also much more detrimental to focus all of that time on illegals versus the legal migrants, because focusing on the illegals harms Black Americans, really anybody who lives in a low income area or in a low skilled area. That doesn't necessarily mean they have to be low income, because they are directly in competition with that. They cause stagnant wages and they cause housing prices to rise. That is asinine to try to be benevolent to these people. Just send them back to where
the
they
one
came from.
thing,
So I gotta cook because this is ridiculous. This is why we need to really be very specific about what we are talking about, because I don't give a fuck about those Africans that you saw on Twitter. I care about the asylum seekers that came to New York City, because that is a topic of discussion. You can talk about all these other groups, but we have.
Are still illegal
I could
immigrants.
have sworn I was talking. Am I going
I
crazy?
could have
Yeah,
sworn. I
yeah.
just
Hey,
wasn't there.
let him you got to speak.
This is
So
so
let's let you
stupid.
go.
So
These niggas. Ugh.
so my here it is. We have to recognize what's happening. Anytime you're going to have any type of international conflict, you're going to see an influx of refugees coming to the United States. Guess where they're coming from? Take a wild guess. I can tell you right now. We're going to see it from Sudan. We're going to see it from the Congo. We're going to see it from Syria. We're going to see it from Ukraine. We're going to see it from Gaza. We can, as normal people, look at the world and predict this in advance. That's step one. Step two, politicians can do that as well. But when it comes to where they end up in a variety of different places. And we have to be honest and specific about where they end up so we can talk about the specific policies where they find themselves. When these migrants found themselves in a white ass area, an Asian area, and they just went to a school, they received a lot of pushback. And then you had all their white representatives saying, we care about asylum seekers and refugees, just not here. Congratulations. Then talk to Mayor Adams and say, Mayor Adams, why the fuck did you put these refugees on what's essentially is an island? And then you're all surprised where you're the closest school to an island, and then they're going there. It's like one for one. And you can predict these things because they're storms. They're intense outside, and I'm trying. These white folks are acting surprised that they picked their school with a detached gym. It's like, come on now. They have a gun. It's to your head. There's a bullet in it. You hear click. You're probably gonna get shot. And any idea that you're not gonna get shot, you're just living in fantasy land at that point. In this case, this district got shot with immigrants overnight for a couple of hours. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. What you can say is, hey, Eric Adams, this is always going to happen if you house asylum seekers here. So you should probably find a permanent solution for them so you don't allocate these funds and resources to do this every single time. Because again, this is
solution.
What is the solution, my friend?
Deport them.
The solution is
He's
follow
gonna
American law on immigration already.
They're
We
asylum
already have enough
seekers.
laws. Asylum seekers are still immigrants. They need to follow
but that's
the law,
legal.
like everybody
Asylum
else.
is a legal process.
Yeah, legal.
Yeah, but
Thank you.
asylum doesn't mean that you come up in here and you just go anywhere. You have to file through those processes. And
That's
according
all
to
the niggas that bust them
according-
there, right?
and according to international law, when it comes to asylum, you're
Sorry, I cut
supposed
you
to
off.
claim asylum in the first country that you visit.
That's not true.
And these people
not
are
true.
spending
Not
$6,000 US
supposed
dollars,
No.
and then they're giving those to the cartels to be trafficked through the border. Then they come in through the south border. All of these people are paying oodles and oodles of money to get over here through these cartel networks, and each individual
Where's he
cartel
getting
network has a different section of immigrants from different parts of the world that are all coming through that southern border.
So,
And all
Pace,
trying to
please
claim
help me.
asylum.
Like, we're just
They're not
not
claiming
talking about the
asylum
same
for the
thing,
reasons
man.
that asylum are there. They're not claiming
Pace.
asylum because of war. Not claiming asylum because of political threats. They're claiming asylum because they want to
So,
find
okay.
work.
Hold on, no. So
Okay,
hold on. I'm gonna
no,
make something
no,
as
no.
clear as I
Whoa,
possibly
whoa,
can.
whoa,
So I want to
whoa.
engage with Pace because I have experience outside of Twitch here. So I want to make sure I use those muscles here because there's people watching, and I actually have a fucking reputation. Not like a lot of you niggas on panels who don't have any stakes in the game. So to make this as clear as I possibly can, you articulated this idea that there is no difference between asylum seekers and immigrants. Is that your position?
There's
there
no difference between people who come through the border illegally, whether they come for asylum or not. There is no difference between an illegal immigrant.
Okay,
These
great.
people
So now-
are sneaking into the border and that are being trafficked over there from Texas to New
It was
York.
just yes or no. It was just yes or no. So I want to move on.
I
move past it.
understand. I'm giving
them are illegal
people.
immigrants.
I am giving people the roads of engagement so you know how he's going to respond. So now you know that exists. There's no difference to him, to asylum seekers, to refugees, to immigrants. It's all the same. So when you engage, remember that.
You're actually just engaging in your own
Okay,
false,
all right,
false
so
dichotomy.
Asylum is
These
a
are
legal
illegal
asylum
Okay,
is
whoa, hold on. Because I want to move past this, and I do want us to engage with more of this topic because I think there's a lot here. So, Joe, finish your point there. You can respond.
Yes, Boomcake, I have a reputation. Crazy how that works because my name is Joe on the internet and people can find me if they Google. I can't search you under Mooncake, right? Come on now. I can read the chat too. So the issue that we have to remember here is that there's a difference between these things. There's a difference between a refugee. There's a difference between an immigrant. There's a difference between a migrant. There's a difference between a refugee. Like all these things are different from each other. So asylum seekers, that is a process. It's very important to remember that, hey, it is strongly discouraged by lawyers to go at the point of entry. It's strongly discouraged to do that. That is not disallowed, however. You can fly over here or walk over here at point of entry, however you want to describe it, and then declare asylum status there. It is strongly discouraged, however, because then you're going to get bullied hard. In some cases, you might get bullied so much so that you're sent back to your country or faced with a myriad of other problems. And again, if these places like New York City knows that this exists, and they know that these states are sending over asylum seekers to them, they need to care for them in a substantive manner. I don't believe tenting them on an island is substantive.
Respond.
So that
piece.
Well, that's not how asylum claiming works at all.
Walk me through it like I'm retarded, because I swear to God, I know more than you do.
We're all 3-year-olds. Explain it to us, please.
To claim asylum, first you have to go to the port of entry. You have to file an I-589 to claim asylum. You have to go through all the different processes. Then you actually have to get a court date before you can be determined to be an asylee. These court dates, in many cases, recently have been pushed back as far as 10 years for lots of these people. They're not supposed to be entering into the country until then, but because we don't have a policy like they had under the Trump administration, which was a stay in Mexico policy. We don't have that policy in place. We're just letting them go wherever. And you expect that these illegal immigrants are going to remember to go to court 10 years later. It's not happening. We have over 3 million illegals entering this country every single year. There's 10 million illegals since Biden became president of the United States that have entered this country illegally.
Okay.
This is absolutely ludicrous to even begin to say that. Well, it's just an asylum issue. Many of these people are down there at the border. They're getting interviewed by by many of these journalists, and they show up there. They have an address. I know I've seen one person's like, oh, I want to go to Philadelphia. I don't know exactly what it is, but I have a friend there who told me that I can get a job there, and they're sitting them off there, not coming here for asylum.
Okay,
they're coming here because they want a better
all right. So
opportunity.
with that being said, so then wouldn't you support something that would expedite their asylum claim?
No,
because what you articulated, which I agree with you,
I'm trying
to be the ratatouille, the rat on my head, and I'm trying to cook. So if I knew that there was a process that took a decade to go through, if I'm the United States government, I know how that works. I know people who can't even return a Blockbuster video. So I have no reason to believe that people are going to return to court after anywhere greater than a month. So you're saying, in spite of that, we ought to just say, fuck it? Like, we shouldn't try to expedite the claim to see if the claim is legitimate, so we know what we should do with them?
That those people should stay wherever they came from when they did their application and wait their time. Like the law says they should. We already have this on paper. Just follow the law as it is written.
Great. So then why are these these governors, like Governor Abbott, sending them to these states if they did the claim in the state of Texas? Then it's, in a ways, it sounds like you're saying that Abbott is a fucking cuck piece of shit cracker, and you ought to keep them fucking immigrants where they are.
The federal government refuses to allow them to be deported. As a matter of fact, when when Governor Abbott was saying that they were going to start deporting these illegal immigrants and they were going to start putting them in prison, the federal government decided that they threatened to sue them for doing that.
Okay, so take the lawsuit.
Unconstitutional
Take the
things.
lawsuit. Why is he afraid of taking a lawsuit? It's his responsibility, and you're saying that they should stay where they're at. So they should stay where they're at, regardless of how they feel, right?
If these illegal immigrants are coming over here and you're saying they're just asylum people, and they're coming over here and they're given an opportunity to go where it is that they said they had people there that were going to help them with their asylum claim, their sponsors, and they're given an opportunity to go there. They said that they wanted to go there. None of those people were forced to go there. They all voluntarily got there and went to the place that they said that they had people there that were going to help them get their jobs and whatever else that they said they were going to do.
It sounds like you don't want to.
Joe, you can get a last statement. Then I'm moving on. I'm going to Mooncake, and I want to move on to the other parts.
It sounds like to me that you don't want to admit that these Republican governors are cowards and pussies. I'll say these are
to me that you
sorry, hold on. You got your chance. You got your chance. I just wanted to
hold on. You said that they should stay where they're at when they make the asylum claim. So if they should stay where they're at when they make the asylum claim, then it seems ridiculous to me.
Yeah, they should stay in Mexico.
Sorry, guy, pace, please.
Mute him.
Pace.
They're making the asylum claim at the point of where they're at. Some of them did it in the United States. So if they did it in the United States, then they ought to stay in the United States where they did the claim. Shipping them off to another state when they did the claim in a particular state seems like pussy ass shit. But you don't seem to want to admit that, so I will admit that.
Okay, so we got to move past this. Mooncake, we'll go there, and I do want to because the focus is on this is how Black and brown communities interact. That's what I want to talk about. So let's try to make that happen. I know it would be amazing, right? So let's go to Mooncake and then Razor. Sure.
No, probably don't want to do it to you because Pace said something kind of agree with. Okay, okay. Then I'm not gonna. Okay.
No, just say it.
Oh, no, because I don't want to go off topic and then it becomes like a whole thing. So just move on to someone else. It's okay.
Okay. All right. Razor.
Okay. So, as I tried to bring up in my opener, but I'm terrible at those, so sorry. There's obviously the whole thing about the model minority. Like you said, you want to talk about how Black and brown communities speak or intermingle and stuff. There's obviously the whole thing of the model minority and how we'll get different immigrants either from Africa or even Asians, stuff like that. We seem to always have this weird clash because for some strange reason, when we do get immigrants, legal or otherwise, they usually will take the forefront and almost pull away the help that Black community should have been getting. Like we're just always somehow in the background while these minorities coming in to other minorities are coming in and just taking our particular spots. I guess I'll start. I just want to open that up to everyone. What's your thoughts when it comes to the model minority ideas here?
So I don't my thing is this, like I want us to be very clear in our language, okay? Because earlier when I was talking about illegal immigrants, I literally just meant that. Asylum seekers, that's a totally different thing, and yes, they have a legal right to that's a whole nother gambit. So I do want us to not, like, if you're in the same sentence saying illegal immigrants, you can't turn around and then say, well, these asylum seekers. You can't do that. Like that just conflates.
Don't worry, Pace.
I know. That's why I said that. But I just wanted to say that again.
You're good.
Anyway. So as far as Black and brown people coexisting or commingling or whatnot, I feel like with Black people, I'm okay with us, for all intents and purposes, focusing on ourselves. I don't think we owe anybody else anything. Already, as Fanatic and Joe pointed out, we fought for everybody's civil rights. So you have rights when you got here. We done more than enough. I think we can sit on the sideline and kind of let you figure out what you got to do with yourself. I think we have enough stuff going on within our own community to kind of try and deal with ourselves, because that's what they do. They deal with themselves. They don't deal with us. They don't come to our issues. Now, you can point out, oh, well, I have this friend that, or I have these people that were, sure, there's always somebody from some group that's there. However, when you go to the black rally, it's mostly black people. You know what I'm saying? And when it comes to our black causes, we're the ones having to push and champion those. It's not other people really holding us up and really pushing us forward, because you'll find more detractors than you will actual people that actually push us forward.
Okay. Anyone else want to jump in?
Well, I mean, look, y'all know I've been very vocal about that. I have a whole video about that concept, about the idea that there's like rampant anti-blackness within all other immigrant populations, including black ones. But primarily my focus has always been on the fact that Hispanics have it and Asians have it in droves. And I think when it comes towards black progress, the idea that we do need to unify in some way in order to gain this makes all the sense in the world, because all of them really do sit within their own enclaves. You have Latin American enclaves, you got little Tokyo, little China, little Korea, wherever the freak, everybody goes and they go to their own little Koreatowns, I'm sorry, and they all go to their little enclaves, and then they like maintain their their in-group bias, and then actually develop even more anti-black bias because of the way our media is represented. So the idea that we can just integrate in some sort of way, it would take a lot of overtures from those communities, which I don't think that they're willing to give, because guess what? They don't need it. Asian Americans get all the progress that they need because white America is really, it's always willing to allow them to be white adjacent. They gave them that model minority status, and you can have equally qualified people. They'll hire that Asian before they hire that black person. With all of their like again in-group bias and things like that, then you have those people who end up getting into positions of power who are significantly more willing to help one another. We obviously recognize right now that Chinese Americans out-earn white Americans within this country, and they didn't do so by gaining political activation. Hell, the media is so much on their side that when we had Stop Asian Hate happening, they painted the face of it as black people, even though there were God knows how many different studies that all demonstrated that most of those attacks were coming from white folks, right? So then the idea, and then furthermore, the fact that we could get a Stop Asian Hate bill and that we got executive orders specifically aimed towards Asian folks when black people are the largest recipients of hate crimes within this country is indicative of the fact that obviously everyone else's comes before ours. Benign neglect is still in effect. So when you want to start talking about how do we integrate these people into our community, before we do that, we need stronger communities. We need stronger policies in order to help us attain more economic mobility, to improve the educational conditions within our communities and things like that before we can start taking on our brethren. You know, I mean, it's even scriptural. Where what does Jesus say? First, remove the beam from your own eye so that you, the mote from your own eye so that you can see the beam and take it from your brother's eye. I think I have those two reversed. But the fact of the matter is, yes, we're supposed to be able to do those things. So to me, the idea that we would start focusing on these other groups that are hateful and antagonistic towards us sounds like the worst idea imaginable. Fix them. Then when they fix them, then we can start worrying about trying to integrate with them. But bringing in a Trojan horse is the worst idea imaginable.
Does anyone feel? John Champoot, please.
Joe Lewis, I had a question for you like a while ago when you were talking. Yeah. So looking at this from like I'm looking at it from like a political perspective, right? Because I believe that Black people should try to be more active in local government first off, and I think that will help. That'll help. It's not even like combat immigration or anything. It's just have a voice in the conversation about it all. So I think so. My question to you is, do you think that at some level Black people should accept like basically a placation, right, of certain things because as a mass and as brown people in general, and this speaks to people who are actually brown, the people who aren't white passing, right? So like you have Chinese people who are borderline white passing, but Filipinos who are also in the Asian community are not white passing, and they get treated much worse than Chinese people do, and Japanese people, and Korean people, and other types of Asians that are light skinned. So and this happens in the Hispanic community as well, where you have the mestizos who are the light-skinned Mexicans, but then you have the dark-skinned Mexicans who get treated worse than them. And what I'm saying is maybe there is a way for Black people to have a unified mental vision of how to integrate with immigrants, such so that we can be a more formidable force in the acquiring of Black power in America, and on a state level.
You mean the same way that Jews want to have a kumbaya with Gazans? The same way that Chinese want to have a kumbaya with California Black people? The same way that New Jersey Italians want to have a kumbaya with Black people in North, South Brunswick, and East Brunswick, and Trenton in particular? Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
I'm talking about, those aren't the people I was talking about, right? Those are all Italians are like. I mean, these are all people who are kind of accepted into the white zeitgeist. Yeah. Like you literally named like all examples of things that I wouldn't have considered.
So Don, you're saying that like there are Black presenting individuals in the Latin community, right? Like, is there possible to have a united front, at least with them? Because we can understand the Latin community is very diverse. It's not even a race, you know, it's just an ethnicity. Right. So yeah,
we gotta.
That's only feel that pain. They feel that pain too, and you'll hear like. You know,
it's not the exact same.
No, it's not the exact same, but they feel a certain level of the pain, and that's why I said placate, because
they perpetuate the pain. They perpetuate the pain.
We all perpetuate the pain. We all perpetuate the pain.
But there's a difference.
I get what you're saying.
And then you can sorry. So, to be as clear as I can on this, you have to be able to disaggregate and clarify exactly what you mean politically. And you have to be willing for other groups to get upset. And then you have to look at them the same way that Jews look at Palestinians and tell them to shut the fuck up. We're going to glass these niggas off the planet. You have to look like, because that's what they're saying.
Okay.
They're saying unabashedly that they're going to glass niggas off the planet.
Yeah.
So when they, like, for instance, when the Jewish state, in this case, the state of Israel, articulates who Jewish people are, they're very clear about what that means. That doesn't include Beta Israel. It does not, and those are Ethiopian Jews. It does not include them explicitly. So when we and all other groups do this, all other groups are able to disaggregate who they are as an identity and their political identity. But then when it comes to Black people, we feel like we need to squash that down and act like we're all the same and we ought to do this. The Pan-Africanists failed. I'm sorry. We got to admit that the Pan-Africanists failed, and we have to admit that the Umar sexuals have got to stop. That we got to recognize that they lost. We got to recognize that they lost.
That is crazy.
We know that Black people in northern Massachusetts
never gonna get on BET, bro.
Yeah, they're like, listen, like, fuck them coons too. Damn, like, I got problems with Ebro, white ass fucking Ebro and his bullshit. I got problems with Charlemagne, that Black capitalist acting like Marcus Garvey is the greatest thing ever to happen on the planet. Fuck them niggas. But my point here is that they should be able to have their own politics, and then a group of whatever group they identify with, that politics with them. But for Black people, we never get the opportunity for that disaggregation, because we clump all of our problems together like they're equal to each other. Because again, there are Black people among us who are living the American dream right now, and they are ones that might be postulating the claim of acting like they care about Black people, and they're I'm a tune. I understand what's going on with Black people. Do you really expect me to believe that Oprah Winfrey knows what it's like to be Black and all of the lineage of that currently in 2024? She was there for a time, but then through a bunch of other things, there's a level of detachment. Same thing happened to Whoopi Goldberg. Same thing happened to LeBron James. Same thing happens to a lot of celebrities. And then when they start talking in a political fashion, people go, well, who the fuck are you talking to? Because they don't have any disaggregation in their politics. So when they talk about Black people, it's in a broad brush. When they talk about Black people, it's this desire, at least in my eyes, to include as many other people as possible, because without them, we won't be able to have a voice. That to me is ridiculous. We should be able to disaggregate who Black people are, like, which is why in the ADOS movement, it's American descendants of slaves. There's a clear distinction of what that means. There's a clear politic of what that means. There's a clear message of what that means. And then people act like within like the ADOS movement, oh, they're anti-immigrant, like they don't have a platform that you can read for yourself. They have a multi-page platform you can read in what they talk about, and they're clear about their point, but they're still labeled as anti-immigrant because libs don't care to disaggregate who black people are. So they're able to say that FBAs act like FBAs and ADOS are the same, and that's ridiculous.
Joe Lewis, like Oprah Winfrey, that one time got discriminated at that Italian high fashion boutique, right? That one time they didn't sell her that purse, so she knows what it is to be black. Don't bullshit me on that.
So, but again, there's a difference because I know you're.
That was a crazy setup.
I'm kidding.
But let me put it this way. I'll use Fanatic as an example, right? Like right now, Fanatic's he's clearly a Negro, and he's going to do Negro things and go through his Negro life, doing Negro things with much shorter hair and better piano skills. Now, there could be a point where through his work and other things that he could climb up the ladder and when you climb up this sort of capitalist ladder, you can start becoming detached to everyday people like that nigga fat fuck Jason Whitlock. And fat fuck Jason Whitlock is so detached from black people that he just says shit and everybody knows, like, wow, this is a man who's clearly detached from black people. And then look at Candace Owens. Oh, this is a woman clearly detached from black people. But then, because we flatten the black experience, we got Candace Owens is the same black as me. That is ridiculous. Like LeBron James is the same black as Razor. That is ridiculous. And we have so many examples of that where there are different expressions of political identities of black people.
Does not define what blackness is not defined by levels of success. You don't get to pick and choose blackness because
hold on. Why did you go to success? Said that. No one said that.
Never said that.
Stop going on with this.
He was just saying out for politics.
Blackness is supposed to be. You don't get to pick and choose.
Hold on, guys. Let's let Pace go because he's talking. Pace, we can barely hear you though.
A little low again.
I was saying is that I'm so tired of hearing this racist diatribe about what blackness is, levels of blackness based off of different factors of success. You don't get to pick and choose what levels of blackness you are. Success does not change your blackness. Having different viewpoints from other black people in the mainstream does not change your blackness. That is ridiculous. Stop talking about this as that there are different forms of blackness. There are poor blacks, there are wealthy blacks, there are blacks that are in between, there are right blacks, there are left blacks, there are blacks that are in between.
Though before you put your foot down his ass, okay?
I don't agree with everything that she says, but I would die on a hill before I say that Oprah Winfrey hasn't done a lot to contribute to the advancement of black people in this country. And
what did you do? Fuck white women? Make white women comfortable? That's what you did. You made white women comfortable for a decade and in multiple decades. And I applaud her for that. I think it's very important to make white women comfortable. However, I would also say that I don't know who you're talking to because you basically said what I said. I don't know.
Don't go on to this racist diatribe talking about different levels of blackness. There's only one.
There are different levels of black people. Not all black people are the same, like you said. But I also said that there's two types of black people. Way earlier on, there are people who inherit disadvantages. There are people who live disadvantages, like Yvette Carnell said.
Black people in this world.
And what's one type of black people?
You're not.
That's not how white people know. White people know this, which was the topic earlier, which we were talking about.
I don't care what you think white people think. The fact is, it does not help black people in their communities at all. To segregate themselves by their own different lineages within the community.
But every other political group can. Every other
people to excommunicate themselves from fellow blacks because they gained a higher level of success, or because
so we already do
their political ideology. It does not help the black community advance in any way at all to have that type of pessimistic bullshit analogy that you have made.
Wait, so let's move jump in because
Pace.
I said before.
Okay, so we'll go Smooth, Majin, and anyone else. Okay.
Moon's
So,
nodding.
We're gonna move past what I was
keeping
gonna
her
say.
mouth
It was
shut.
real
See what
quick.
I can
no.
do.
So
Bring it
Pace.
back, I
So
guess.
Pace. The thing with wealthy blacks is if you let them do what they're doing unchecked and unwarranted, they're going to inadvertently hurt the very community in which they belong to. And they don't even realize it because they're so high up the social ladder, they no longer feel the direct effects of their actions or inactions. That is why he made a separation between those haves and the have nots in our own community. Now, there are people that are still that have and are still connected to our community. There are those that are still good. However, those individuals that he listed are a bit more disconnected, and you can tell in their articulated responses in which they respond to the media and the statements in which they put out. They don't talk like me and you. They don't say what they need. They say what they need to say, not what they really should say. They
But
say
yeah,
what
that's
they need to say to stay in
celebrities, though.
position.
Right, but we gotta
Even no.
recognize
But before
yeah,
your celebrity,
or a
you're
person.
still black.
Yeah.
At
Yeah.
the
But
end
that's
of the day,
ultimately,
because no. Imagine when you lose all your money,
yeah, I
you're gonna
agree
have
with
to
you on
come
that.
right back home.
You're gonna be
You're
in,
gonna have to come right
yeah,
back home. When your 15 minutes of fame is over, you're gonna have to come
I
back
agree with
home.
this.
So it's imperative that you stay a great representative the entire time. And you
So
find
Because
ultimately,
ways
again,
to
like
but you see,
you gotta find
Let's move finish.
you have
Smooth,
to find
the point
ways.
with that
You have
is
to
No, no, no. Hey, let's move
hold on,
finish. It's
Pace.
Moose.
Hold on, Pace. You
It's
have
Moose
to
turn.
hold on, Pace.
Please.
You have to find ways to reconnect to your community. However that looks, however that may be, that's on you. You have the time and definitely have the fucking resources to do so.
so
Okay, so
this
I'm
is
going to go to
yeah.
Majin next. Then Joe, and then Pace. If you can respond to all that. Anyone else?
And then Fanatic.
Fanatic. Okay. All right.
This is one of these things where I agree with you. This is what I said earlier. This is I can't stand, like, one of the things. I live in Oregon, right? Oregon's white as shit, right? But like one of the things, I grew up in the hood, right? My mom was a crackhead, like straight up on the streets, died that way. You know what I'm saying? A lot of my life was involved in like poverty, in hood activities. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Worked my way out of that, right? But every time I come to somebody, if I come into a black community or something like that, and I say I'm from Oregon, they're like, "What the fuck do you know?" And I think that shit is toxic because there's blackness everywhere in this nation. No matter if you come from Oregon or you come from white ass Idaho, you know what I'm saying? There is going to be a black community where black, like, hood activities happen. You know what I'm saying? Um, at the end of the day, I always feel like our plight, our problems, our issues, no matter how much there is a level when you do get rich enough, you can vacation away from it, right? You can pretend
OJ.
you're not
OJ says,
you're not black. You know what I'm saying? Thank you. OJ is perfect for that. You know what I'm saying? But they will remind you when
Like
you
they
don't
did
have
with
enough.
his civil trial. Yes, I
Yeah,
totally agree.
when you do not have enough money, you know what I'm saying, to pay for your room in that white hotel, they're gonna send your happy black ass back to the ghetto, and you're here with us again. And now you're one of us. One more, one more again. So we shouldn't be so hostile. This is where I'm saying at the beginning, we shouldn't. I know it sucks to see shitty people doing this, like, forgetting about us and all that. But hey, man, we just gotta. I used to be more I used to be more Malcolm than I am Martin, but the older I get, I just want us to be happy. I want us to have peace. I want us to have love. I want us to all get along. Even if me and Joe Lewis disagree on a lot of things, but you know what? I love talking to this man because I want to hear his points, and we have good conversations. It's not hostile. I don't hate him and he doesn't even hate me from being on, me being a little whitewashed. You know what I'm saying?
"Oh, Lord have mercy."
It is what it is, but
Okay.
this is what makes us beautiful. Sorry.
So let's
Yeah.
go to Joe, Pace, Fanatic.
And again, like my whole point of this is that yes, if you have a politic, you should be militant about who your politic is talking to and who it involves. That's it. You should be militant about what that is. And I'm not going to sit here and act like every single black person is going to belong in whatever my political movement is. That's nonsense. Like, a fanatic's not going to sit here and act like every black people is going to be within his political ideology and movement. That's nonsense. And we as people, not even as black people, just as individuals, had to be able to, like, okay, articulate what your politics are, articulate what that means, and then be clear about disaggregating who you clearly know who is and who isn't. Yes, might think that's gatekeeping, but we all do it. And to act like you don't just makes you into some center lib that doesn't know what your politics are. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with not knowing.
But would we call that black politics, or would we call that just whatever that is?
You don't have to have black politics.
It's just a question.
Yeah.
It was just a question. So it's
Yeah,
not.
no,
So it's not black
Joseph.
politics. Okay.
No, so like you can have but you can have a black politic. All black people have some level of black politic. Like we all have that, and we've articulated
what would
that.
What would that be, in your opinion?
And for who, me? I can speak for myself. My black politic. I'm very militant. Yeah, I am totally open and accepting to, in order for black boys to be accepted in the educational system, that the entire institution has to change to understand and accommodate them in a way that's substantive. Black boys, in particular black boys in between the ages of 8 to 13, have a different engagement with educational institutions, and that time is incredibly important. And we spent multiple decades not caring about that time. And there's a bunch of different folks who are leading the charge on this, articulating that. I'll put them in the ABE group chat, and you can look at them as you may, but that's something I'm deeply committed about. There are black people who do not care about how their kids are taught educationally. There are some black people who are willing to die on the hill that their black kids should just be just like the white kids and just do what white kids do. I see that not working as a strategy, but I'm not gonna like, I disagree with them. I know they're not my politic, and they just go their own way, and that's fine.
Yeah. And before anyone responds, I know one person who is loyal to the black community. Sorry, not black American community, right? Some filthy foreigner. Thank you, GSU Gambit, for gifting 50 subs to the channel. Really, really kind of you. That was like 5 minutes ago. But shout out to you, friend, for being a real one.
I can never catch up.
Always. Thank you, man. You've been really kind to this community, to me in particular. Even when I drive you up the fucking wall. Shout out to Gambit for loving a black presenting person like me. Let's go to Pace, I guess, who wanted to respond. Joe Pace, and then Fnatic.
See, I can't get behind this idea. It is not the job of anybody here to define what black people are. Nobody gets to define what black people's interaction with their community gets to be once they become successful. There are no levels of that. Different people have different methods of contribution. Not everybody is going to be the lead singer in the choir, but you're going to need the tenor, you're going to need the alto, you're going to need the soprano in order to make everything balanced. People have different skills, different ways to contribute, and black people are by far the most destructive race of people in this country when it comes to this. Because the moment some black person who becomes successful gets out there, the first thing black people do is destroy them, trash them, try to remove them from the community, and then say, well, they're not giving back to the community. When they come back to the community, they give everything that they have, and they get spit on as a result of that, because they decided to do something that was successful, that may have been against what some people would have defined as a black ideology or a black trait. That's absolute garbage. That's dog shit. It's time for black people, if we want to actually talk about advancing things, as I've said, illegal immigration does not help that, because black people, there are a lot of low skilled black people that work in areas where illegal immigrants wind up. If you want to increase the amount of efficiency for those black people, and also have those same levels of immigration, then you have to increase the level of skills that these people have. And one of the greatest quotes that I've ever heard was from Thomas Sowell, who was asked the question about what would you tell a young black person that wants to get ahead in life, and he said the same thing that you would say to any other young person. You will equip yourself with skills that people are willing to pay for, and that's it. Black people need to stop separating themselves from everything else, because when you do that, because we had this same thing, I think Prime, I think you brought it up a couple of panels ago, about the our ideal black society and what it would look like. And we wind up having ourselves this issue where we become isolationists within our own country, and we can't do that and continue to be successful, because you can't be successful as without uh taking beneficial uh parts of other cultures and adapting them to your own and using them in ways that can make your culture better.
Okay, look, nobody's saying be obtusely stupid.
I was next. I was
Nobody,
next, bro.
no, oh, my fault.
I was next. Yeah, I waited a long
My
time.
fault.
Yeah, I think first off, I think the whole idea of just tell a black kid to just do whatever, the same thing that you would tell a white kid, which is to obtain marketable skills, and that's going to get you the exact same success. I think you can tell a person that if you want to leave out a big portion of the story, because I mean, factually, we know at this point that black kids with identical degrees on their resumes earn less money than white kids with identical degrees.
Actually not
We do know that to be true, and we also know the fact. I'm sorry, all of it. I'm sorry. Can you mute him? Can you mute him?
You can go look at the.
Shut up while I'm talking.
Okay.
Shut up while I'm talking.
Pace,
Shut up while I'm talking. Now, some people are going to go ahead and deny these facts, but we got studies and stuff to prove these things. We obviously know that if it was just about skills and marketability, then there wouldn't be these racial disparities within hiring practices. But we do know that black people, being black, is worse than having a felony in comparison to white people. That means they've done studies recently in which they gave a black person a resume and a white person the exact same resume, and that the black people without felonies we're getting less callbacks than white people with a felony, meaning a felony is a greater penalty. I'm sorry, being black is greater than having a felony. It's a greater penalty than being than having a felony on your resume, and we've seen these results play out in these kinds of things. That being said, we obviously know that, as opposed to comparing ourselves to white counterparts, what you do is you look and you just see that education in general, that educated black people do better than non-educated black people. So I would say, yes, still obtain those skills and try to do better, while also recognizing that there is racism and things like that are going to have an impact on you. And I think to deny that information would just be ridiculous. Furthermore, again, Majin, earlier, you made the statement that, hey, we shouldn't, I was talking specifically about black immigrants, and I don't care what ethnicity you are. If you're antagonistic to me collectively, then I should respond to your collection and recognize that you're not working in my benefit. And what we are seeing is that pervasive throughout the black immigrant community are antagonisms towards black people. So why would I just decide to be benevolent towards a group that I know is antagonistic towards me? No, I would treat any person that treats me or that views me as an enemy, I would treat them like an enemy and be guarded so that I can understand to protect myself from allowing them to infiltrate, take opportunities from me, and cause further harm. I'm never going to do that in any capacity.
If you don't mind me replying, I just believe a little bit of stoicism, right? Like, even if I would, if this was somebody in real life, right, a coworker or something like that, I just don't really fuck with this dude, and this guy just keeps fucking with me, right? I look better by treating him nicely. Like, he's coming at me, he's fucking with me, right? He wants to get this to get me to come out of myself, to be rude, to be an asshole, to do that, right? I'm just gonna sit there and be like, nah, man, you got it, big dog. Hey, king, just play with him. I look better at the end of the day, right? And eventually the guy's going to be cool, right? He's gonna realize it's not gonna
necessarily
work.
How often do you run into situations where somebody means your harm, and then you continue to sit there and treat them well, and then then that person who meant your harm the entire time continues to backstab and sabotage until whatever. I'm sorry. Well, listen. Maybe for you and your personal experience, it has been the case that kindness has always worked with your enemies and has won them over. I'm saying that is not the case. That in all situations that you can just win people over with kindness. And when we're talking about collective application, and of course, good. So then if I don't even think in the majority. So then if we're talking about collective application of this means then allowing people who I know want my harm into positions of power so that they can continue to focus on their in group and continue to subjugate me and join with the rest of the structures that mean my harm, so that we're in some sort of way that's going to lead towards progress. I'm pretty sure any person listening to this conversation understands that people. I'm pretty sure that any person listening to this conversation understands putting people who want your harm into positions of power and allowing them into your inner circle is obviously an unwise decision. You can try to color it. You can try to color it in any way you want to. That is clearly not a beneficial practice, and black people have understood from this same attitude that he's talking about that we've done this for, like I said, since the civil rights movement in 1964. It wasn't just for us, it was for everyone. Yet we saw when the Hispanics, when they were fighting discrimination within their school, they wanted theirs to be strictly curtailed or strictly restricted to specifically Hispanic people. They did not run that thing up the ladder so that they could say just discrimination was illegal. And then we immediately passed laws that said Hispanics and Asians can't be discriminated within the school. There was nothing for black people there. There's always been a very specific, aimed and codified anti-blackness within this country. And we've always decided to champion the cause of literally everyone else. And we see the benefits and the progress that have happened for every other group as they focus on their in-group, as they continue to do today, and they're making significantly more progress than black Americans are, both economically, both politically, both educationally, and every other way. We've seen it. So if we're going to see the continued destruction of the black community because we're so outwardly focused, then listening to some asinine advice that we should start including other people when we should be inward focused, as we've witnessed all of them receive those benefits, that sounds ridiculous to me.
Something I didn't even say, dog. I never even said let them into your inner circle. You keep them at arm's length, right? But you don't let them get you like that. You don't let them have you come out of yourself like that.
I'm not out of myself. I'm just speaking passionately. I stand by everything I just said. That's not out of myself. I would say so in a calm day. I'd say so in a place of anger. I stand by this. What I'm talking about is what is politically auspicious, and that doesn't matter. I'm not out of myself in order to say that.
Yeah, like Majin, I got to push back on that, because people should be able to respond how they feel it's appropriate to respond in the moment. And basically what you're saying is that in order to make white people comfortable, we're just going to be honest here, in order to make white people comfortable, we have to curtail how we express ourselves amongst white people.
Black immigrants.
But again, black immigrants aren't the ones who are going to be responsible for our hiring processes, at least not yet. Like, it's going to be white.
No,
we're doing
Joe,
this.
you're missing it. He was attacking the point when I said black immigrants and being benevolent to black immigrants on its own.
But again, like my thing is that, like, we do these things because we're afraid of the response of like people from the outside. And my whole thing is like, you should be able to express yourself how you see fit and freely how you see fit. And the problem that tends to happen so often, especially when we're talking about like issues in particular, is that we have to curtail what we say and curtail what we mean, because in the off chance someone might misinterpret what you're saying. And I'm not saying you're doing that, but it's like, and it's the same thing like when Prime and I talk, and why I respect like Prime in terms of conversationalist and even fanatic, is that when there is a point, when there is a reaction, you're entitled to that reaction, but at the same time, we're not stupid. We can parse out how people are talking to us and how they're like, again, it's just basic communication skills. And the problem I have time and time again is that we have a culture in the United States that says you're not allowed to be angry. You're not allowed to express yourself in a way that's kind of charged on a topic. You got to just, sit down, shut up, be quiet. And then if anything's controversial, no matter how controversial it might be, you can't be too hyper focused about your identity as a black person, because then that's going to get you in trouble and make you unhireable or undesirable. Like, don't like express your hair in any fashion that isn't a one cut or a military shave, because then you might not get job
I think y'all
opportunities.
forget I was the guy that I do get I think there's a time and place for battles for things like that, right? I am the one for that. I am the guy that went to Destiny with Solus calling out the same shit in his community. You know what I'm saying? Got hot and heavy about that.
But when it comes to
so I
picking and
understand
choosing your battles, respectfully, who the fuck is Destiny?
that.
Like,
True.
seriously, like, like that's a part of it that really, like,
Yeah,
after I detach myself from these panels and these conversations, really got me fucked up, because there are times, especially like in online spaces, where we put a lot of weight to people like FD Signifier, like OAME, like Foreign Man from a Foreign Land, a lot of these niggas who have no impact on our lives whatsoever, and then we think that, like, and some people posture them like they're the bastion of who black people are, and it's like, these are just niggas on the internet who make videos. If YouTube goes away tomorrow, they're gone forever. So who cares?
A lot of
Like,
especially a lot of black youth, and especially with YouTube being used, like we got the Kai Nats and all this, and this seems to be a good medium for a lot of the black youth to get to the I guess thought leaders that are coming up.
sure.
I hope they get a lot smarter, but
Like,
you know,
but again,
new,
like,
new
what is,
generation, right? But
yeah.
like ultimately, like when you have like people like this, when there are the people like us that want to come for the debates and stuff like that, they want the destinies, the FD signifiers. These are the people that they're going to listen to, right? Not everybody's gonna take that first step straight into politics. They want to get, they want to get like I don't know, fed by the teat first,
They want, like, but the problem I have, and again, this is like kind of like, I want to get back to like the center
Yeah.
topic. I think is directly related to like the bougie black people critique that I had earlier, is that we got to remember that, like, FD Signifier is a homeowner with a wife and 2 kids. He's not like all niggas. In fact, he has advanced degrees. He's not like all niggas. And he's made it very clear where he stands in terms of who he is as a person. He makes that incredibly clear about who he is. He makes it very clear about where.
I actually have a conversation scheduled with FD Signifier on Sunday.
Whoa.
But I didn't. What do you mean he's made it clear? Can you elucidate that a little bit more for me? I'm lost. I'm sorry.
The thing that I think celebrities and people who are in sort of positions like FD are in, they need to be able to clearly articulate where the limitations are. He's the only person that I've seen so far that articulates that. I mean, sure, you have like the Foreign Man of the Foreign Lands who does that, but he does that because he wants to show his vulnerability into a video just so he can make fun of the group, whatever he's talking about, so that the jokes hit a little bit harder on his scattered interview process of people, because he has like deep biases towards these groups, doesn't want to engage with them. But that's a story for another day. Like, the thing that I respect about him is that he's able to articulate where his limitations are, and when he says dumb things, people go like, yeah, that's kind of ridiculous. Like, a good example of that, if you want a good like thing to feed upon, is the Black Power Media's critique on Oyemi's video about electoralism, which got dragged. And then FD came on to talk about his position, and he was very clear about his limitations in that. And the problem I have, like, when it comes to like mainstream celebrities, right, is that they don't articulate where their limitations exist. Like,
when you say where his limitations are, what do you mean? What does that mean exactly?
Clear detachment of the very politics that people might be caring about or consider popular.
Well, he specifically FD Signifier, he specifically says these are the groups that I'm in, right? Like, so I'm college educated, as speaking as him, and he's college educated. He's achieved a level of wealth status, right? Through his work. He works independently, so he's not like worrying about like a boss like at this point, on top of him, so he doesn't have that same push and pull between like a white overseer, you know what I'm saying? Like he like when he talks about these things, like he specifically says like, well, this is like where I fall within or without this conversation, and then goes into that conversation, making it clear that I may have blind spots. Does that make it any clearer, Fanatic?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. and that's important because like the reason why I said like what's a destiny it's kind of let's do a chuckle, which is funny as fuck, kind of toxic, is that like there's sometimes when especially when it comes to like when there is sort of like the celebrity class of black people, and then you get the celebrity class that talks about issues, and then I gotta sit there and listen to Killer Mike and go like, his black-owned banks are owned by white people, and no one wants to talk about it. Like, we're just gonna let that nigga just go on that, like, or even where it's like, oh, Barack Obama gets to vein this idea as the first black president, but he's also a child of immigrants, in particular on his father's
and also
side.
half white.
And halfway, but it's like, and then like, and don't even get me started on Kamala Harris. Oh my god, like it's the same thing. Like listen, I don't know how y'all feel about Vivek Ramaswamy, but I do appreciate him going after Nikki Haley in the idea that I know that Nikki is a Punjabi name. I don't think America knows that Nikki is a Punjabi name. And Vivek is willing to admit it is wild that a woman of a similar caste that I'm in can't even pronounce my name correctly in a political debate. That is wild to me. And then I look at that and go like, yeah, that's some real shit. Because what happens is politically, you have to accept to a degree that some of your political identity is going to be gone the higher up you go. And then how willing you are for that friction is going to matter. Like, I don't think anybody can realistically articulate what Ilhan Omar's content of politic is on Palestine because she's not allowed to speak. We know what John Fetterman's politics are very clearly because he takes a position where he's allowed to speak in such a manner and be reckless. But Ilhan Omar, even if she's like, oh man, I'm going to pay with a $100 bill here. And then it's like, anti-Semite. Lead her off. Like, and it's like, wow, I'm just fucking, what the fuck? Like, that's really hyperbolic, but it articulates the problem.
How does this run
here.
back to the original point, though? Like,
where like you have to be militant on what your politics are, and then in the face of everything, you got to be able to say that and make people uncomfortable. So it's like when people say like, "Oh, you're being divisive because you're being racist towards black people." Well, not all black people are like me, and I'm not going to act like all black people are like me. So my politic is going to be towards a specific group of black people, and if you get uncomfortable, then you're probably not that significant group of black people, that particular group of black people. So like, we're not going to disagree and move on, but you can't get all bent out of shape about that because it shouldn't surprise you that black people have different politics and they find themselves in different politics of black people. You know?
So, just Fanatic, you want to jump in? It looks like so.
No, just saying we are monolith. That was it. It was just a tongue-in-cheek statement.
Oh, okay. Just so you know, we are in bonus time. We've already passed 11:30 p.m. Eastern. So if you need to leave, you need to head out. Go ahead. You know. Thanks for being here. We'll continue on. Having more of this conversation with those who want to stick around. But thank you. And to the people out there, thank you for anyone who supported, mostly JSU Gambit, mostly my friend Razor here. Thank you for supporting the community and anyone else who also doing some bits or a resub or anything like that. Thank you. And if you want to continue supporting this channel so we can have like these conversations because we're subbing to the channel, getting bits or getting subs, or using hype chat or super chat or anything like that to keep us going. But we can continue on with the conversation with anyone who'd like to stick around. All right.
So we talk about fighting games now.
Real fast. I'll just give an.
I do have to
just
go
give like
prime. I just wanted to tell you all that this was enjoyable. It was not as tough as I thought it was going to be, especially with our good friend Fanatic here this time. But it was a wonderful time with you guys. I do have to go. I Prime. Don't say I never do anything for you because I come in here. I had these issues with damn Discord, and I have the flu today, and I'm here helping you out. So I'll see you guys next week.
I appreciate that because I've had experiences with other people, but like no, shout out to you seriously. I don't want to go into detail. I'm about to be real toxic on stream, but 100 pace. Thank you for that. Like honestly, like making an effort. I know you weren't going to be able to make it originally, but you made an effort to be here, and I do appreciate you and your contributions.
Oh, and one more thing before I leave, Prime. I'm gonna open this can of worms just for you, so that I can have the entertainment when I'm watching this while I'm in the bed. Um, I don't question your black loyalty at all, Prime. I actually think that your black loyalty uh is something that needs to be championed. It's an acolyte that you should carry on your shoulder. I may not agree with you on practically anything until you come over to my side, and I'll fund your entire Twitch for a year. When you do that, still waiting on that, but I don't question your black loyalty or at all. I think you're one of the few people that are really consistent and has been a podcaster. I'm pretty sure you guys have tried to go and look at all the different Facebook podcast groups for blacks, and a lot of those groups they don't show up when it counts. But you do, and you always give everybody a platform, and you do need to be given an applause for that.
Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Thanks so much, friend.
Prime, that's 2 champions, all right? If you get a third, you can't deny it anymore, bro.
Suck him off already. Jeez.
We need that kind of love amongst our bros, dog. We need that.
I myself will also give us a small little outro. I came in after a fucking heavy ass damn been lethargic, so I'm gonna go. If you did like the small bits that I said, and you want to actually see me be a little bit more coherent when I speak with myself, I've been trying to get a schedule together where I'm gonna be playing almost every day, different games. Come watch me at Razor Sharp Gaming 96 here on Twitch. Just chat with me if you want to hear more of what I got to
Negro,
say.
you've been talking about the schedule for a year.
Yeah, I've actually well, I have made it.
What do you mean? It's only like 10 days in. Damn.
Yeah, this year. Like I started
this year.
My New Year's resolution is to get partnership on Twitch and at least 500 subs on YouTube. That's my New Year's resolution by the end of this year.
So, very hard because Twitch becoming employees.
So Razor, the best advice I can give you is just start and just keep doing it. That's it.
And talk about
there is no schedule. There's no wow. There's no schedule needed. Okay, just do it. Okay, do it when you can. If you find yourself having a moment, you turn it on, you turn the camera on, and you get to work.
All right. Hey, y'all guys have a good one. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm tired as shit.
Have a good one.
All right, Razor, catch you later.
Easy, Razor.
I was thinking about something, Prime.
Yeah.
I think
oh boy,
there needs to be a better conversation about black as a political identity, right? I think what happens sometimes, may happen today, is that when there is that conversation about black as a political identity and what that means broadly in politics, when we engage with white audiences, they don't think about white as a political identity. They just think as race is a thing of characteristics that make up who you are. So then, like, when people talk about like a black politic, it just confuses the shit out of people. I embrace that confusion, but I do think that, like, I don't know. It's a motherfucker, because I've been seeing crazy shit in one of my chats, and it's like it's always been like a kind of like a thing where people talk about, like, once you say like, oh, this person really doesn't care about black people, and it's like, oh, we're gauging who's melanin now, huh? And it's like, no, but you can think that, and it's like kind of weird where, like, when we talk about black as a political identity and people push back, it always leads to be like some weird eugenics talking point.
I always never liked not necessarily the skin color or it's just like your location, your locale. Like, just because, like I said earlier, because I'm from white ass Oregon, I can't be an authority on any black issues, because I'm not from the South, I'm not from the East Coast.
Do you think there's any validity to that claim, though? Do you think there's any validity to the idea that you might be disconnected from some of the black experiences in primarily black areas?
I think especially when it comes to Oregon, I think Oregon has one of the most recent and modern issues when it comes to racism. When you realize that Oregon is like, they didn't allow Negroes up here until 1940, and they didn't write that out of their laws until 1955. my family, the Hudson Moore family, was one of the first families to come up here with that. And yeah, it's been a struggle, and that's not even 100 years ago. You know what I'm saying? And there was a lot of struggles through that, and we still deal with that today. We quite literally, there was the Vanport crisis here because we weren't allowed. There were sundown laws back here in the 50s. You could not come into. You had to be out of Portland by 6 o'clock and go to this place called Vanport, which ended up having the Vanport crisis that killed tons of people. Dog, it was just swamplands. We were literally like the Starks from Game of Thrones. All of us lived in the north, and that's ours. And now that's being stripped away from us because Portland's a hot city. And these were the areas that we could only live in. A lot of deeds in Portland say both black people and Asian people can't own it. The law in Oregon, when back in 1850 or some shit like that, Oregon had a stark stance on like, hey, we don't support slavery, but because in their in the Constitution, they said you guys ain't allowed here. They were like, no free Negro, slave, mulatto, and some other words can't own or. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's
a disconnect from what I was asking, though. Even still,
maybe I misunderstood the question.
Yeah, you had to have. Because I'm talking about, do you think that you personally have the lived experience of people in predominantly black neighborhoods and everything that goes on there? I'm not saying that you didn't experience anything related to the black experience and the subjugation that comes with that. But if you're living in a primarily, I'll just give you one example. I was asking the question instead of just telling you so that you could do it. And asking the question requires self-awareness, and I know that that's not going to be there. Now, let's talk about something like education. Because it's me. It's who I am. It's who I am. Let's talk about something like education. I'll give you this example. Okay. So, I know. No. I think I'm being best. I am being best. So if you talk about something like education, right? For example, I know for a fact I didn't live the black experience when it comes to like the underfunding of education and things like that. In my lived experience. Well, no. I'm not using. I know my words. I use my words intentionally, and I'm always. I feel comfortable with the word that I use. And the reason why I say that is because when I look at the fact that when I look at my educational experience, I was the only black kid within a white school, and most of my classes. For example, my sister will point out she like for all of her elementary school, all the way up to her like whatever, she can point out, hey, I'm the only black kid in almost every one of my classes. Likewise, I have that experience. Now, there's a totally different. Now that means I'm going to be subject to certain types of discrimination and things like that based off of that experience. However, there's a total different typical experience that's associated with the idea of underfunded schools that black people have to be subject to, where you don't have access to good after school programs, where you don't have access to like great field trips, you don't have access to taking textbooks home, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That would be what when we start talking about the black experience, that tends to be the typical black experience when we're talking about when it comes to racial subjugation, when it comes to education. Now, I have the intelligence to recognize, or the self-awareness to recognize, that is not something I am experiencing. It doesn't completely divorce me from the black experience or so on and so forth. But that's something I think that people in neighborhoods, you can extend that out towards neighborhoods, to hiring practices, to all sorts of other things. And then that's where you would be able to say that there's a difference. And maybe you might not see it, but I definitely see it.
Yeah, and in Portland, yes, we did have that. We have all, like I said, in that point, all of North Portland was heavily black. There was not a white person. Matter of fact, if you would go past Alberta here in Portland, if anybody, I think Portland is Burning is in the chat, he will attest to this. It was just, you wouldn't see a white person there. That was ours. So we had our communities, we had our high schools, we had our schoolings, and even to the point where the high school I went to, Grant High School, I graduated with Ndamukong Suh, another NFL player who also went there and speaks on a lot of black issues and stuff like that, which was more of a diverse school. Yes, we had white students there, but it was still predominantly black. But Jefferson was the predominant. We had Jefferson, and Jefferson and Grant were kind of like akin to each other. We were the bougie, preppy black school where Jefferson was the hood school. You know what I'm saying? But our cultures were still the same. We still, at the end of the day, went back to our predominantly black families. I would see my same cousins that went to Jefferson that I seen, and it all still like merged together at the end of the day. My experience was still rich and black. I didn't have a ton of white friends.
That wasn't the question that I asked, but yeah.
But I mean,
I wasn't saying that your experience wasn't rich and black at all. That's not what I was saying.
You were saying, hold on, let me clarify. Let me ask you then. You were saying, right, and I just don't know what you're talking about if I'm wrong right here, right? You were saying with the fact that, like, you know, me living in Oregon and me being in a predominantly white area, right, would probably more than likely exclude me from having a black experiences, because in places like states like Atlanta, where it's predominantly black, and for the most part, it's going to have something different, right? Is that what you're saying? If I could be wrong.
Yeah, you're definitely wrong, and I'm sorry. Maybe maybe I said too many words, and it's just too hard to keep up with. So we'll just go ahead. It's okay.
You do go on for like hours trying to explain your point.
I get it, and you know, and it feels that way. And if you weren't always doing this, then you were actually listening, then you'd actually understand what I'm saying. Because I express myself very well. That's your fault. Your comprehension is not my problem. I'm not engaging any further.
It's more than 180 words, and nobody wants to hear that shit, dog. It's
for sure. Your comprehension is not my problem.
Smooth, give it a try. And then
I'm gonna try my best to translate. Okay. I'm gonna try my best to translate.
No, you don't have to. I want to just move on. I don't want to. He can't comprehend.
My man has been toxic.
I'm gonna give him look because he's one of our fellow black people. I'm gonna try to give him a chance. Okay, I'm gonna give him one more in the most simplest fashion because I speak in very simple language all the time. I try and keep a baseline. So for you, Majin, what he is saying is, do you like? For me, for example, I grew up in Little Rock, Arkansas, North Little Rock to be precise. My lived experience is very black. Or like, if he was to ask me that question, I would say, I know people will relate to my experience because I'd be able to just straight up tell them, here's what I went through. I think the disconnect is coming is maybe you really don't have that experience because you're not responding correctly. Like your response should have been maybe more of like, yeah, like people would relate to me on the XYZ level. You know what I'm saying? It's more of a relation type thing. And maybe when you have those interactions with other black people or other people in general that are not saying you're not black enough, maybe it's because of how you are attacking said situation, and other black people that are in these other experiences would attack it a very certain way. Like as people said earlier, black people are a monolith in how we've been through different experiences where we would actually respond a very certain way. That's why when you look across the room and you look at the other black dude, and y'all both just go, nah, man. And y'all don't even have to say nothing. Meanwhile, I've had an experience where I looked at another black dude and he went, I was like, nah, man. He was like, I was like, what you mean? Like, nah, like that's not I don't know. That's a nah. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's one of those things where you can tell some black people don't have the exact same experiences. Now, I'm not criticizing you and not having it. I'm just saying that
I don't think you know if I do or don't.
No, that's why he asked the question. That's why he asked the question. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just saying that's what it gave.
Fanatic.
It's literally, but Majin's literally saying that he has proof, right, that his family, that he comes from a black family. This is the blackest. When you have history from descendants of slaves, this is what inarguably it is to be black in America, in my opinion. I have that. If Majin has that, then if we don't share the same experiences as maybe, or not, I'm not saying me, but if Majin doesn't share the same experiences as Fanatic, that doesn't say anything towards his blackness. I don't know if that's.
Grow up with my Samoan.
I don't know if that. Am I missing it?
America with my
I might be missing it.
Yeah, let Don.
Jesus, what was I questioning his blackness? That's what I'm saying. What's going on? That's why I said I want to drop it. I don't like it when nobody speaks for me. I'm too articulate of a nigga for somebody to have somebody else speak for me, and then the conversation keep going on. I said what I said, and if he can't understand what I said, then we should just move the hell on. That's why I said just drop it. Move forward.
People that didn't understand you, dog.
I got you. You're right. You're right.
I understand what Fanatic is saying. I actually have a question.
But please don't speak for me, though. Please just move forward.
I'm not going to speak for Fanatic.
Thank you.
Hold on. But Champ Luke, did you have something else to say? Because you got cut off.
Sorry, Doc.
Yeah, I'm not. I wasn't even. I was just saying. Like, I'm not sure why Fnatic kind of responded that way. I was just saying, like, when you say certain things, that is how it comes off. Now, if you don't want to explain yourself, that's fine. But it's there are ways that people can interpret that the very questioning of certain things comes off as right, questioning somebody's blackness. And you didn't even do this isn't the first time that you've been questioned on this, Fanatic, because Prime got in your ass in the beginning of this podcast about that shit.
Damn.
So you tend to fall into this trap where you get strung up with the accusations of questioning people's blackness. And now you could sit there and say, "Oh, I don't need to explain myself," but it's disrespectful, right? Not to explain yourself because you're coming off like that. And I don't
color
think
me disrespectful. I'm fine with it. I'm disrespectful.
Fine. Yeah.
There we go. According to you, and I'm cool with that.
But man, I don't think it's that. Like, but here's my thing, Maj. Let me ask this in a very direct way.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Did you have a political identity growing up that was black? And if you can you articulate what that means? If you say yes. Because my answer is no. Let me make that clear.
I don't really think I did. A lot of
Tough question, right?
Yeah, that's a tough question. Cause a lot of my I really didn't like get immersed into like my Samoan side of my life until like later, like till I was old enough to understand it. But I grew up here, right? And I didn't know much different. Like, I had a white friend, but all my other friends were my cousins. You know what I'm saying? Like,
sure.
So, like,
yeah,
I
so
don't know.
the reason why I asked that is like I'm not trying to turn into therapy time. But
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the question. Like, you know what I'm saying? If I really did, because I didn't really care about, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I think like on one degree, I think America creates a situation where black people, as they're getting, I'm talking about black folks who grew up on or around the middle 80s onward, I'd say. There's a detachment of the political identity of black people. I see this in real time. We're like, and again, like we build politics later in life. That's true for everybody. Everybody builds sort of their political identity on or around 16, 17, 18, maybe a little bit sooner. If you're one of those bougie schools and you get to go see the president, and like as a bunch of niggas go to the fucking state of the state address and they're talking about how the youth is so politically activated, I'm like, shut the fuck up. They're not. But like the reason why I bring that up is that something that's really that hit me really interesting. It was like a couple of years ago at this point. There was some nigga that I was talking to on a cursed ass Wick panel, like in his like Discord thing, and he said the assertion. I just remembered it now. He made the assertion that like, how can you be pro-black if you were adopted and raised around white people your whole life? And then a part of me thinks of it like, how absurd of a question is to ask a black person, because if you're living around white people, therefore you shouldn't have a politic that is at some way either compassionate or understanding of black people. And I thought about it a bit longer, and it's like, yeah, like there are a lot of people who live, a lot of black people especially, who live and socialize among white people, and their default is not caring about Negroes. and then what happens is some of them, depending on how toxic you want to be, if I'm looking at Candace Owens as an example, they just get fucking white husbands, white wives, and then just go play golf and shit and do all this other stuff. And then when like a black issue comes that comes in contradiction with the sort of like world they carve themselves out for themselves, like they don't engage with it in a way that's like substantive. Or they go like the Thomas Sowell route, they go the fucking insert person here. What's that dude? Tatum. Shit like that.
Yeah. Why don't we talk more about the because it's blowing my mind that this wasn't actually one of the topics. I just automatically assumed it would be.
the Jonathan Major situation? Because I feel like that hasn't really been discussed like in depth on this platform. Why do you think that is,
Pat Williams' take?
We 100%
talked about that last week.
Jonathan Major's.
Y'all talked about it, but that wasn't the primary topic. There's never been a primary topic.
Oh, no, it wasn't. It was our open panel.
No.
Yeah.
Jonathan Majors has absolutely been a primary topic here. I can tell you that. We've definitely talked about John. I can show you the props. But if you want to bring it up, if you have something to say, then I'd love to hear it. Because we didn't get to hear your thoughts.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Here's my thing. I think it is unreasonable. I'm just going to make the statement. I want you to respond. I think it is unreasonable for a black man to tell a white woman that I need you to be my Coretta Scott King. I personally think that is a ridiculous thing to ask of a white woman. And that's my take.
I understand the move.
I disagree. I think because what he was saying to her wasn't like race essentialized. What it was, and actually made me gain a little bit more respect for him, actually even more so. Because it was like, well, his whole point was just talking about great men doing great things and having supportive wives. That was literally the pith of what he was getting at. That was the principle. And Coretta Scott King was not particularly supportive of Martin Luther King because she was black. That wasn't what made her so supportive. She was supportive because she was just a great woman. And we could find plenty of examples of really of white women standing by their men, like Hillary Clinton. She stood by her man as he got his dick sucked in the Oval Office. Everybody was going freaking crazy. And what was she doing? She still stood by that dude, right? And that was like actually that was the thing that was they were attacked her on. It was specifically, man, you're just sitting here standing by this dude, which is why she made the statement. I'm not like Amy Wynette, just standing by my man, right? But that's exactly what the freak you did. You knew how to hold it down. She didn't come out against that nigga, right? That's exactly what the freak you're supposed to do. Same way Kobe's wife did when that Rocky Mountain trash woman tried to imply that he did something vile to her, that disgusting wench. When she did that, it wasn't like Vanessa was at the forefront of everything, just like, Kobe's a bad. No, she stood by her husband as he sat there in them tears in that press conference and like apologized and stood by him as he played it out on the court. So in the same sense, I think asking this white woman to do that makes all the sense in the world. Now, do I think she could actually do that and not center herself in that situation? Well, we've seen the results of that. That was a bad,
because here's the thing, oh God, we're airing out Jonathan Majors takes, huh? I take issue with the idea that you have to articulate how he articulated it. And I don't know how to describe this in a way that makes sense, but if you have to clarify the role and in the dialogue and the exchange is very clear that there's I don't think she was down for that role in the first place. I don't know why that relationship lasted as long as it did. Because everything about that sounded like Jonathan Majors has this vision of who she was, and she wasn't fulfilling that, but he's still staying for some reason. I'd have to double check the timeline between all the things, but it just seems kind of strange in that it didn't sound like it didn't sound like it was the first time he had to have that talk with her. That's the part that really kind of irked me. Not irked, but
So the time period in which that conversation came from, no, that definitely is not the first time he had that conversation with her. However, I would say, he definitely expected the wrong thing out of that woman. Like he just straight up, he did. You could tell through the other court filings that they have had, and the other different instances that they have that that woman. He should have let her go a long time ago. If you have to explain that to someone that, hey, I need you to support me. If that woman can't see your greatness and fall in line and fall into position, not saying that she couldn't have not saying that she can't have her own thing, but she should know her role to play. It's just like, for instance, Michelle Obama is still a great woman outside of Obama. Outside of Obama, she's still a great woman. However, she played her role when it was time to play her role. That's a good definition of a great player. When a great woman is somebody that knows when to take the back seat. For instance, when Michelle Obama is pushing her books and things of that nature, Obama will purposely take a back seat. You will not see statements come out from Obama. He will purposely take a back seat to let her shine and for her to flourish. That is a great couple. That is a great relationship in general.
How does like I listen, I don't think the Obamas are great parents. I don't think the Obamas are great people. I'll die on that hill until I'm fucking dead. Like, I think Barack Obama had the political identity and social identity.
Let him respond.
Yeah. I think Barack Obama has the political, social, and institutional identity of Obama. And everybody within that ecosystem plays that line. I think without Obama, everyone within the Obama ecosystem is irrelevant. Michelle's irrelevant without Obama. His kids are irrelevant without Obama. They wouldn't be where they would be without Obama. And I think that to me is not a family that I want to strive for. That's just for me. Like, I don't like, for me as a family, I don't want a family that is like completely attached to me as a person, and every single member of my family has to play that role.
Okay,
so that's just
Joe.
me.
So two things. One, I think that's unfair because he became the United States president. So I think you're gonna have to play the back seat. When whoever became president, you're gonna end up as a backseat person. I'm sorry. They're the fucking president of the United States. Like, that's what it is.
I mean, tell that to Jackie.
Years. I mean, for 2 terms. 2 terms. Now, however, I do want to ask.
Hold on. Are we trying to act like any woman has any like externalized their freedom as the first lady? Come on now. We barely know how any of these white women speak. We only know Michelle speaks because she goes on a couple book tours once a year. Come on now, fam.
So then she's not doing anything out of line.
Yeah, that's his point.
Yeah.
That's whose point?
Smooth's point. Smooth
right? Yeah.
Saying that,
We're agreeing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I wanted to ask you a second question. Do you not think that whether you like them or not, the actual structure of how their relationship went over that period of time, you know what I'm saying, and post era, do you not think it's been fairly good as far as how the relationship roles have went back and forth? Do you not think that's good? Now, whether you disagree with them as people, their policy, whatever, throw all of that to the side. Their actual like relationship and how they've handled their roles and how they've handled the fame and different ins and outs of different drama. Do you not think that was good?
What drama? But
that's actually my point, and I think that's exactly my point.
He's a perfectly groomed political family that like Obama just played the game. I don't think that
I agree.
Of a political family is something that we should strive for as people, because I don't think that's sustainable.
Wait, hold on. Wait. I don't think that it should be what we should be strive for if we have no intention or no viability within politics. But if I'm actually going to do something politically viable and I don't know, attain literally the highest office and become the president of the United States, then I feel like I'm acting appropriately, considering that's my job. So like, I think if everybody's falling in line, it's like, man, then I really did my job particularly well. Let's talk about that. I'm not going to call her a whore. That's not appropriate. Let's talk about Chelsea Clinton, right? Let's talk about Bill Clinton's kid. I mean, let's talk about George Bush's daughter. Let's talk about all these other people who have all these scandals within the White House and all this nonsense while they're the presidents. The fact that the Obamas handle things so appropriately. Now, mind you, this is all while I'm saying I don't believe he did a single good thing for black folks. That nigga did not represent us. He is not an FBA president. He's half white, and we tout him as the black president, but that nigga was not representing our cause. He chose to champion everything else. We saw some of the most egregious examples of benign neglect. All of those things are facts, but that doesn't change the fact that he handled the office appropriately, that his children seem to be particularly well adjusted, all things considered, and that his wife fell in line as well.
I would yield that Obama played the game better than any white president did in American history.
So then better than any other president. So then that means, nigga, what do we mean then? He's great.
But I would also say that no one should strive for that for their families. Because even in the face of this perfection, when Obama's articulated that he doesn't want his kids to ever go down the road of smoking, Malia still smokes. So there's flaws in there that are curtailed.
That's all children. That's
Yeah,
all
like
children.
what?
I
All
think they
children
both
what?
smoke.
All,
I think they
all
both
children
smoke,
do
actually,
something
but
that
go
their
ahead.
parent didn't want them to do.
Okay,
Right.
so can we? Do you think people just fall into smoking? Like, do you understand what I'm trying to say here? Like,
Nope.
People
if I
don't
don't want
fall
my
into
kids
hard
to go,
drugs,
if I don't
but
want my
Hunter
kids to
Biden
enter,
is coked up.
okay, and he loves his son. Who gives a shit? Like, I'm just doing the dumb talking point there. But
Also, Smooth, give me a sip,
my point here is that if you don't want your kids to do something that you believe to be undesirable, and you've articulated that, I personally think that you would be militant about changing the way that you live your life so they don't adopt the very thing that you say you're against them doing. That's my point.
So you say he's a bad parent because his adult daughter chose to smoke weed in a legal place.
No,
To
I'm
smoke
not
weed when
talking
it was
about
legal.
weed. I'm talking about Malia smoking cigarettes. I'm explicitly talking about both of them, and Prime saying both of them. I know Malia smokes, but that particular
It's
thing,
legal.
I think there are.
No, he's talking about cigarettes, but that's
yeah.
okay. So you're saying he's a bad parent because his child smokes cigarettes? That's what I just want to make sure that we're clear there.
No. I'm saying that there are probably unobvious ways that the Obamas are not good parents. And instead of engaging with the subtleties of how they're not good parents, and how we shouldn't go down those trajectories, like, for instance, saying something I don't want my children to do the same thing that I did, but they do it anyway. That's a subtle failure in parenting. Not every single parental failure is going to be overt and in the light for people. But to me, I still consider that a fail.
Bro.
Yeah, but then that's different. But
Joe?
you made the statement. You made the statement that they were bad parents, and I think if that's the metric that your daughter smokes, and that was obviously against your aim, that sounds that's spurious.
That's one example.
All parents are failures. Then,
yes, of course.
Right.
You got an American. So American family, most parents are failures. We're at a 95% fail rate.
Right. So if that's the case, then to mention that Obama's a failure when failure is obviously relative, then it just doesn't really hold any weight. Then he's a typical parent in that regard. Then.
Nah, the typical parents don't become presidents.
No. I'm saying he's typical. No, I'm saying typical with regards to the failing.
No, because typical parenting fails in higher vibrations, and sometimes you don't even hide it. Like, we see failed parents and how they are overt failures, and we have many examples.
I don't understand what the point of this, Joe. Like, I have no problem criticizing President Obama. I just don't
like. Listen, I think that the idolization and the glamoring of Obama as parents is misguided. When I think that they, just like all other parents, are failures. And for whatever reason, there is this light and shining on them as a presenter.
You're saying they're mediocre, basically.
At best.
Okay.
At best.
All right.
Okay. Again, my point was, as far as how things were handled, as far as I said as a relationship, because I didn't say they're parenting.
Well,
I said a relationship because I was because we're talking about Jonathan Majors and his relationship, and then I brought Obama and Michelle, because that's what he used as an example.
Michelle Obama, yeah.
He brought them up, and I said, if you bring them up an example, okay, let's look at their relationship then. Okay, when you look at their relationship, when you look at Coretta Scott King and Martin Luther King, because that's his examples. That's what he said he wanted to be in that interview. When you watch it at length, when you watch it at length, that's what he said. Therefore, when we talk about that whole back and forth to that or whatever, I would say how they held it together and how things optically. Sorry, I can't talk right now. Thank you.
Optically,
they weren't looked. They were able to present the correct narrative, and he got support that he needed. He got the support that he needed. Whether
what's the correct narrative? Women shut the fuck up and don't even articulate anything, any type of nuance of who they are as people. And the only time they ever do that is on a bougie ass podcast with a bunch of bougie ass black women. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I would recommend for the president. That's exactly what I would want. If I was running for the presidency, that's exactly what I would want out of my wife. And I think she did a great job there.
Sure, but for Jonathan Majors, that too?
No, well, I don't think Jonathan Majors has to be to that extreme. because that wasn't the point of his argument. What Jonathan Major's point was, he was literally referring to the support, because obviously Martin Luther King didn't become the president. So then obviously there must be something that was tying these two things. And he just felt like it was being a great man. He literally articulated the words, I'm a great man and I'm doing great things and I need you to support me. And part of that support, he articulated also, was not to be drunk in public, not to be going out partying, because she's a representation of him. So in that same sense, I think that's a perfectly valid thing and something that I would expect. You expect your partner to be doing something similar to the level of you. I remember something my pastor said. He was thinking about, if I ever became a bishop, it would look really good. He said it would look really good if my wife was also a PhD, right? Like if the doctor, first lady is like, akin to the bishop. And I thought, that makes a lot of sense, because you're thinking the way I'm moving, I want this same level of prestige for my wife. They're a very amazing couple. Not that I idolize anybody. So my point being, in the same sense, I think Jonathan Majors was simply saying he wanted his image to be protected. And his image would be protected if his wife wasn't belligerent and Caucasian and drunk in the streets.
Well, I never saw anything wrong with that statement either.
Okay, so Fnac, let me throw a little bit of olive branch. There's a little bit of olive branch. I think men need to I think the way that Jonathan Majors is moving and talking to women is kind of dangerous, but he should be allowed to find a woman who's down for that danger. And I think that he needs to be honest in what he wants and not to not sugarcoat it. For example, if he wants a woman, don't use analogies. You just tell them exactly what you want them to do.
No, come on.
That's clear.
He did. Okay, so just to be clear, he did. He literally said the words that not to be drunk in public and so on and so forth. He said those words to her, number one. I think this is just normal communication, and I do the exact same thing. I express myself the way I want to, and I use an analogy as well, because analogies tend to get past the barriers of the initial thing. So he did explain the principle and told her directly what he didn't want her to do. To say that he wasn't articulate, I don't think that I'm like extrapolating stuff that he didn't say. I think this is what I'm articulating is basically paraphrasing exactly what he said. If you want, we can listen to the tape right now. He told her directly that he didn't like her being drunk in public and whatever, and so on and so forth, and told her to support him like Coretta Scott King and so on and so forth. I don't think there's anything wrong with using the analogy, unless you can tell me that it's disanalogous. And is it disanalogous in your opinion?
No. If we go to the tape in question, which we could do if we want to, it's very clear she does not understand what he is saying. And she just wants the conversation to end. There's no reason for me to believe that she understood or wanted to have that actual conversation when he was talking to her. Because multiple times in the conversation, she says, yes, I get it. Yes, I get it. Yes, I get it. And then he even pushes back and saying, I don't think you understand. And for me, I don't think that is somebody that you should be in a relationship with. If you think that by them agreeing and saying, I understand, that you don't believe what they're saying, I would just leave. Because you shouldn't be like that level of doubt, for me, shouldn't exist in the person that you're in a relationship with. Personally,
Joe, I feel like you judge me every day. You see me say something in Discord and be like, this nigga was married to a German woman for 10 years. Every single time I see you, I just my man. But no, I understand being somebody in an interracial relationship like that. I understand what he was saying, especially where,
what does race have to do with it?
It does play different. Like with me, my wife wasn't from our culture at all. A lot of things that I would tell her, like she thought was just like propaganda, like, and then when she actually see it, because we had foster kids, my two little twin sisters were our foster children. She started to see the plight of the Black community, like for instance, I was at work one day. I worked at a mall in an arcade. That's why I'm so into fighting games and stuff like that. It was Tilt. She went to go, like the girls went down to the Gap to buy some stuff, waiting for me to get off of work. My wife went down. She normally came and picked us up. The girls would get off of school, come to the mall, meet me there. We would go home. My wife would pick us up. So she went down there to go with the girls, maybe pay for whatever they got from the Gap. She noticed one of the loss prevention people looking around the corner. Like watching. You know how they do when they think somebody's fucking stealing, right? So she was like, hey, yo, is it good if I could go down this aisle, right? And they were like, yeah, we're just watching these two girls, we suspect them of stealing. My wife looks down there and she sees my sisters. And she was like, she looks down at him. Now, my wife is a blonde hair, blue eyed German, or ex-wife, I should say, blonde hair, blue eyed German woman, right? And she looks at him. She means my daughters. And she had never had a concept of that before. She didn't because my sisters are good. They weren't stealing. They had money in their pocket and stuff like that. But she had never saw that, And until I was telling her this until I was blue in the face that these things exist, she finally was able to kind of like wrap her mind around it, I guess. You know what I'm saying? And I think that plays a part to understanding like the black experience and the black plight, right?
But that has nothing to do with what Jonathan Majors was asking.
Do you think maybe that woman she's from hold on real quick, do you think maybe since that woman was from the UK, he could have been speaking towards that a little bit?
Anything is possible. I'm saying that I see no reason why that would be an essential component to the thing that he was asking. I think literally, like I said, you can talk about white presidents and expecting the expectation that the white presidents, the white first ladies would do things to be supportive of their husbands during those times. I don't think that there's anything about a racial component about the idea of support me, which is why I think it's so asinine when people are saying, how do you ask a white woman to play these roles of these things? And it's like, wait, no. The race wasn't about Coretta Scott King being black. It would just be a supportive wife. That's literally what he asked for and said those words. I need you to support me. Come on.
I think my critique was a name drop. That's all I'm saying. For an analogous point of view.
Let me address that really quickly. Look, here's the deal. I'm a black man, and as a black man, then a lot of times my heroes are going to be black men as well. So then, yes, maybe I'm going to be thinking as a black man about who my heroes are. Now, they're not only my heroes because they're black, but they might be my heroes because those are the heroes that were pointed out to me by my parents or whatever reason. So if I'm going to be looking at these things, but I'm looking for an analogy, and all I'm thinking about is great men. So I think about two of the great men that I could think of who happen to be black men, and I think, okay, Martin Luther King and Obama. Then that means when I'm going to have to give you the example of those wives. But are you saying now that in order to critique him for using those women as the example means that you have to critique him for holding Barack Obama and Martin Luther King in high esteem? Because if he holds those two men in esteem, then he's essentially going to have to use their wives as the example in the analogy. Is it problematic for this black man to use those two black men as the people who he holds in such high regard?
No, I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't say so.
If you have to ask them if you have to ask them if you know who they are, yes.
Well,
he might have been. They might have been an argument. He might have just been pedantic at that point.
He asked, "Do you know who Coretta Scott King was?" And she said, "No."
I think the reason was, hold on though, and it's not problematic even still, because obviously that's Black American history, and he's dealing with a UK woman who might not know all of the intricacies of that specific. Hold on. No, that's not a matter of vetting, because just because she's unaware of that, hold on, just because she's aware of that doesn't disqualify her as my partner. I'm not going to ever be restricted to the point that every single person that I date has to be completely intricately familiar with the nuances of U.S. Americans' Black civil rights. That sounds crazy as freak to me. It depends on what my goals are. Now, I'm obviously going to marry a black woman, and if I'm marrying a black woman, she's going to have to be informed. But the idea, I don't ever extend or project my specific dating patterns or dating requirements onto another person. So the idea, I think it's actually ludicrous to the contrary to expect a white woman from the UK to be informed about that, when we know that most Black Americans are completely uninformed about who Coretta Scott King is, or don't even know that the Civil War was cause for racism. That's a problem of education. So if America can't get a Black American education correct, the idea that the UK is going to have it even more so sounds absolutely ridiculous. But that doesn't mean that disqualifies a person from me falling in love with the person. It could just mean that, hey, this is a road that we will cross, and through the course of this relationship, I expect you to gain said education. And when I'm going to be giving my examples, then I know that this is going to be an opportunity for a teachable moment. I'm going to mention this name, and if you don't know who that is, then I'm going to go ahead and explain it to you, right? I don't know for sure all of the nuances and ins and out. And I think if I'm dating a person for 9 months, the idea that it could be a complete blind spot that she didn't know who Coretta Scott King is, which I would argue a lot of people didn't even know that name prior to the Jonathan Majors thing. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. Come on, man. What are we doing?
I think it's reasonable if he believes that these men to be of men that he values, and he wants women and the women that he's with to act in a particular fashion. This is 9 months. This is not a couple weeks. He would, I would imagine, at some point articulate who these people are and how he values them as strong men.
Okay.
I think that is a reasonable thing for him to know.
Crazy.
9 months in.
Okay, so
that's crazy.
So
I don't think that's crazy. I do not think that's crazy at all.
So hold on. So Joe, the men you hold in high esteem, you articulate that to your partner within 9 months.
Yes.
Yeah, but hey, yes. We don't have to argue this. That's his stance. That's what he's saying that he thinks that should be done. Obviously, the vast majority of us don't see it that way, and that's fine. Right. Yeah. And it's totally different. I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb and say, I think as a closing for myself, and you can get the last word here, I think it's absolutely absurd, the idea that a person has to tell someone all of the people that they hold in high regard within a 9-month period. That sounds a little bit ridiculous to me, but given that he didn't do that, I think it makes all the sense in the world if he did hold those men in high regard, why he would cite their wives, considering that's who he's making the comparison to and who he's using for inspiration. So in that sense, I think it was a perfectly normal statement, and I think race wasn't the essential component within the support that he was talking about, so I don't think it's problematic for that to have happened.
Yeah, and I'm on Joe's side here, right? Like when I'm plunging into her, I'm like listing off all the great men. Marcus Garvey.
Each
hold on. Based on those logs, he may have done that at some point in his life. I could see him citing some shit and being like, "Why do you move like that?" It's like, huh?
That's the Obama right there. That's the Obama show.
You giving back shots yelling out civil rights leaders is crazy.
Yeah.
And look, tonight, I'm not gonna hold you. Again, that. This seems like it's more of like a philosophical disagreement on marriage and like not just marriage and relationships and shit like that. Because my thing is like I want to make sure that like again, in case people need to hear it, my girlfriend is not black, so I understand that because she's not black, I have to be very, very, very militant about what she knows and what she doesn't know, because the things that she doesn't know in a relationship setting with me could manifest itself in a marriage setting if I don't nip that shit in the bud immediately. And that's just where I'm at on it, where I think that's when you are, and again, that's just where I'm at. I do think people should try to at least vet their partners in terms of how they feel about black people when they're in a relationship with black people. But I understand some do not give a shit, and I'll let those. What's that?
Sorry.
Yeah,
I was just going to say that vetting process doesn't necessarily mean me mentioning the first lady of Martin Luther King, though.
Yeah. Well, no, like not like in terms of that regard, but just like if there are black people that you value in terms of like political identity, social identity, who you believe to be a valuable people, you should articulate that with their partner that they don't know. You should be able to like, hey, like this is who this person is. This is why they're valuable to me. In the face of an argument doing that, and again, like. I would just yield that he's trying to do that teachable moment thing, especially in the face of her just being kind of dismissive on it. Like, but at the same time, like, I just think that type of shit's got to be sooner.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. And I don't know when she started party. Maybe that was her first party. How do we know? Like, you know what I mean? Maybe it was a third party. How do we know? Like, there's just too many unknowns to be able to like, come up with prescriptions.
But we do know he ran pretty fast from.
He sure as hell did,
bruh. You know, that was crazy.
He knew what that white woman was capable of.
He seen his life flash before his eyes when he put her back in the car.
He sure did. Justifiably so. Because his life might be over.
Fair enough.
Well, so we're in agreement that the nigga did Tourette's, right?
He shouldn't be, and that's I think one of the most disgusting parts about it. You know, you got cases of like sexual assault and stuff like that, and you got some of these people that go on to still have like successful careers. You know, you got your Tim Allens and just those different people. I mean, one of these dudes was out there molesting children, and then literally they were Skyping him in to get Oscars and nonsense because of the fact that I think it's Roman Polanski, isn't that his name?
Yeah, Roman Polanski.
They were like literally satelliting him in so that he could still get his rewards, considering that he had been convicted and he was in another country. And it's like, well, look, you still make a dang good movie. Let's get you. Like, what are we talking about here? Or what about that one DC movie recently where it was like, yo, this guy got convicted and they were saying this movie's going to be so good you just don't even care about the conviction, right? So we know all these people get second chances. And let's talk about Nate Parker. That dude was found innocent and still all his career got completely sidelined, right? So then ultimately it seems like all that they accused him of, all that he got convicted of was they said it was I can't think of the phrase, but basically it means that it was battery that wasn't intentional. It wasn't like he intended to hurt her. It was just that something that recklessness when he put her back into the car. Well, she was reckless for grabbing his phone. You know who that man is. So the fact of the matter is, ultimately, I think this whole thing was complete nonsense. The fact that they're not charging this woman is crazy to me. It just shows the racism in this situation. Why would his career be over for accidentally putting someone in a car too hard? And even though I don't believe that that's even when the injury even happened, freak out of here, bro. Yeah. It's so sick.
Well, hold on. Do you think that this would have happened if him not being within the Disney ecosystem? Because I think for me, that's where I'm currently at.
Where, I mean, I think so.
I would say this: if he wasn't in New York City, he would have been fine. New York has a very long history of if you are a celebrity, i.e., let's go back to all the way to Lil Wayne. And they can find any reason to lock you up,
or Meek Mill.
Do it.
So I have one of the things he did, that reckless harassment bullshit, right? That law right there, you can be tacked on to any stalker, online stalker, people that you have a problem with, right? When you call a cop, let's say you're getting doxxed or you're a streamer or anything, right? That is a charge that they can easily pin on somebody. They don't, though. You never fucking see it, really. All right? But for whatever reason, they wanted to tie it on to fucking Jonathan Majors, right? They were absolutely showing that they wanted to get him for at least one fucking thing.
Yep. Yeah, it was disgusting.
Yeah, easy.
Okay. I agree. God, this conversation. I agree. That what Jonathan Majors was convicted on was some bullshit, right? And I agree that white individuals who do much worse, like and Fanatic did a great job of pointing it out, right? Like Roman Polanski, like that moment is unbelievable, and he's still like welcome in Hollywood circles. That might have changed now after the Me Too movement. I don't know, because there was a lot of discussion.
It did. You're right. It did 100%. Yeah.
One of the things that I didn't like.
Hold on.
Sorry, Brian.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I hear that. But like, what I guess I just want to know, what is the world that we want to create, right? Like, do we want to create a world in which these people are held accountable, meaning they are pushed off to the side of Hollywood, right? At the very least, they have to show some sort of commitment to change before they come back, right? Because I guess we could still have redemption arcs, but like actually go through the redemption arc. Because with Jonathan Majors, the one thing, like, again, I agree, the charge is bullshit, right? But the one thing that did seem real from the messages that were released in court, right, later on, not the original ones, right? The one thing that seemed to be clear is that some physical abuse happened, right? Like, that's
it seemed like it, but that not related to this incident, though.
I agree. No
so then,
disagreement here.
So he's not on trial for that then.
I hear you. Yes, I 100% agree on that, right? But if there are people who are doing bad behavior, whether they are like, maybe I say that to you. Oh my God, it's going to be another conversation.
Yep.
If people are doing bad behavior, if that is discovered, should they be held accountable? If it was the case that there was physical abuse going on in that relationship, right? Like those text messages seem to imply. If that was the case, do we want Jonathan Majors to be welcome in Hollywood without doing some sort of redemption arc? Is that what you want?
Well, it depends, because I would say that anyone should be welcome until they're convicted of something or we have like irrevocable proof. I mean, it did seem like he was talking about what might have possibly been some sort of abuse or something, but I don't know for sure that there was actually abuse, right? Okay. Hell, what his excuse was, or his argument was, he said he like moved his hand and hit a candle, and a candle fell over. And that was what he was saying happened. And I don't know if that's the truth or not. None of us do. But if that's what happened, what do I look like being a nigga that's just like, nah, bro, you can't really be in these movies considering you're doing that. Let's not forget that Dana White slapped the hell out of his wife on national freaking television and nothing happened, right?
Got away with it.
Got away with it. Nothing happened to him. We saw it physically with our own eyeballs, and nothing happened to him.
But now, taken away, nothing.
Nothing. But what we're doing is we're considering the idea that it might have been possibly, if we interpret this way, that it might have been some sort of abuse, and so therefore we need to go ahead and reprimand this nigga over that. That's crazy to me. And so what I do like is I want the idea of if you have been found to be doing something awful, yes, I want you to be punished, and I want people to start considering not doing those things depending on the level of egregiousness. For example, Amber Heard. I refuse to watch that Aquaman trash movie. They put her in there after what she freaking did. She took a dump on that nigga's bed, bro. There's no way I'm watching that movie. America should have boycotted that movie. And they took him out of roles. He lost the role of the nigga from Pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah. They did so much to him over accusations, and then now they let her be for known and proven nonsense. Freak out of here. Keep people accountable and make sure it's across the board. And free that nigga Cosby because there's no evidence that he did anything wrong.
And on top of that, like there was like even with the cop, like that cop should get brought up during the video of like Jonathan. Sorry, man, I've been waiting for a while to get in here, King.
No, you're good. You're good.
No, it's fine. No, we're just laughing at each other. No, it's cool.
But it was like the cop that when who was making those comments about how he had oh man, this is pretty nice for you and all that type of shit. He should also at least get fired for that.
100%.
I don't even see how this wasn't a mistrial. Like that little girl like was sitting there on the jury giggling and out like when the person was reading the verdict, she was like guilty. You know what I'm saying? How does that not throw the out?
That was a juror doing that?
I thought that was a juror. Bro. I was pretty sure that was a juror.
That was a juror, bro.
That's sick.
But in the end, that's not something that would ever give you a mistrial. That doesn't make any sense. For sure.
This made me feel like fucking 1950, 1940s trial where like, hey, a woman is saying a black man did said thing, harmed her in whatever way, and even if the guy didn't do it, he's going to jail because the jury has already made up their fucking mind about him. It feels like we're regressing. And it's crazy to see this because the man didn't. We all saw that video. You at worst, you could say, oh, well, maybe he shouldn't have picked her up. He was trying to get away, G. He was trying to get away.
Yep. That's crazy as freak.
And
that's crazy as freak. Only white women can get away with that.
And technically, she was moving out into traffic. So I honestly don't even blame him if that's his girl for grabbing her and trying to move her back away from traffic.
Right.
Because she was walking into a lane. He was walking into a lane of traffic.
This man,
that's not something you do in the middle of the street.
This man is King the Conqueror. He is fucking the dude from Creed. This guy is putting in work to the gym, bruh. And he was fucking shooting down that street with them nice loafers on. And she was in hot pursuit. I could imagine how fast that man was running for his life. Dog, it was crazy. And
it was nasty. It's nasty. Bro, it just makes me sick. It makes me sick. Like, how many great black men are we going to go ahead and see just fall victim to this freaking criminal justice system when there's no actual evidence to convict them? O.J. Simpson, Bill Cosby, come on.
Oh, hear me out, Fanatic. Like, I'm not sure how old you are or if you have a lot of your... I was with you with
Bill, but shit.
If you have a lot of your elders still in your life. I still have my grandma, right? And during when Trump was getting into office, and after the thing that happened in Charlottesville, all that stuff, my grandma, and I've said this story a couple of times on AB. This will probably stick with me to the day I die. She came into the kitchen, me and my brother, because we were actually going out to a protest, right? And she was like, I don't want you to go. And we're like, Grandma, we're gonna be fine. Me and my brother are 6 foot. He's 6'2". We big guys. You know what I'm saying? And she was just she's tearing up. Like, she was like, I'm scared for you. And she was like, this is a lot like, she was trying to tell us about how she grew up and her experience in that time, in the 1940s and shit like that of her teenage years, and thought that us being men, that if we go out there, we might be putting our lives on the line, especially right now. And it shook me, dude. You know what I'm saying? It just shakes me. And then I see this and I'm like, maybe my grandma got a fucking point, dog. You know what I'm saying? Like,
billion percent. And I think, Even my sister, man, I remember growing up, she was always like saying, well, you guys have clean records. You guys are articulate enough. You guys should be standing up to these police officers and so on and so forth. And then I remember years later, she came back and apologized and was just like, I just didn't understand how insane these officers can be and the stuff that you would be like subject to. Because it sounds good on paper. Like, I know my rights. Y'all can't do nothing to me. And then, you end up dealing with, and then they're telling you, yeah, we don't care about your rights. And
then they'll make up the charge that he's talking about.
I know my rights. I know what I gotta do. Oh, step out of the car. You found some weed. Oh, okay. All right.
Yep. 100%.
I saw this video on YouTube where they got this dude in New York. You actually see him drop the weed into the cup holder. Because the body cam capture, it was too low.
Yeah.
Yep.
They don't even get in trouble. They at best got a suspension. They're still working till this day. I couldn't believe it.
When the man, there's so many moments that I knew cops were corrupt, but the one that to me it's really, really funny is that there's this white lady, bless her heart. She's just, she's got her dildo out and she's just dildoing at the beach. and then
whoa, what?
The police cam's crazy. So then like a couple hours later, they approach her. And it's just like, hey, what were you doing at the beach? And she's just like, what do you mean? And it's like, you were masturbating at the beach. And then she's just like, nobody saw that. I was like, hold up.
He shaggied it. She was like, it wasn't me. I saw you on the beach.
I'm on the beach. But the part of it to me is that like something that I know, because I've been watching like I'm gonna doing work shit. And I've been like, I can't like listen to things. So I listen to just like cop footage. And I noticed a pattern where there's like different cultures of you get people. I've never seen like police cam of black people where they're just like honest with cops, if that makes sense. Where it's just like a cop's just like, what are you doing? And it's just like, what do you mean what I'm doing? Why are you here? It's like, it's just crazy to me how like,
that's
people
privilege.
People don't get how different the exchanges are. And even with all this like sea of cop footage, thanks Obama, I guess, people still don't get it.
I knew it was different when back in 2005, I was on my way back to college. One of my boys just got a big come up. He had an Audi A5. We was heading back from Salem, right? I went to Western Oregon University. Shit was nice, right? We ended up getting pulled over, right? Because he's speeding, right? This white boy, cusses this cop, talks about his grandmama, his mama, all this, is talking foul to this cop, right? I happened to reach in between my legs because I had a jug of a liter of chocolate milk. I always drank chocolate milk back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Especially when I was playing football.
Just quickly, shout out to Tom Fullery for rating my YouTube stream, which is unusual.
Hey, what up, Tom?
Hey, shout out to Tom. Tom's a great guy. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
So I reached in between my and he hadn't gotten to the point asking for IDs yet, right? So I reached in between my legs to grab my chocolate milk, right? Because I was gonna take a sip because this is none of my business, right? My friend was being foolish. He was like, "Excuse me, what are you reaching for? What are you reaching for? Step out of the car. What are you reaching for?" Right? So then he takes his whole attention instead of the dude that was disrespecting him, breaking the law, right? He comes over to me, has me get out of the car. He's like, what do you have in this? There must be, starts sniffing it. I was like, yo, bro, it's just chocolate milk. I'm an athlete at Western Oregon. We're just headed back to the thing. I don't really drink like that. I play football, right? No, I smell rum on this. I smell rum. He breathalyzed me, completely forgets about my boy, right? When he can't get me for shit, when he doesn't get me for shit, he lets us go.
That's the best, where it's like you get hit with some shit, and then like all of a sudden now you're the protagonist of the story. It's like, what the fuck?
I was like, how the fuck this happened, dog?
Man. Like, that's funny as fuck though.
All right. So, is there anything else we want to say on Jonathan Majors?
Yeah, I'll say one more thing, because I remember at the time when that trial was going on and people were saying that there was like prosecutorial, or no, not prosecutorial, that the defense attorney like made a mistake which allowed those text messages to be read that no one should have been privy to because they had nothing to do with the actual trial. And I think for that one, it was painfully obvious to me that the judge was just working against him, because the thing that he used to make that assertion was basically because Jonathan Majors said there was a point in time where they asked, what did they ask specifically? Oh, they asked her why she told the police officers 19 different times that she didn't know how she got injured. And so then their thing was they said their thing was they tried to make the assertion, well, by you asking that question, you're implying that you don't know that previously he had made a statement about her not going to the police or not going to the hospital because it would like look bad for him. So now because you've done that, which is basically an allusion to the previous conversation, which has been sealed, now we're going to unseal that. Do you understand how spurious that is?
So I remember
Yeah,
this.
that's
So I remember I remember this this point, right? And it seems like so there is a wider context to their relationship that like we don't see in general. And it sounds like from that point they're saying, well, she was afraid or something, whatever. I'm not sure afraid, but like within the context of the relationship, it's established that you don't go to the authorities, right? So there's a conversation in which she is apparently hurt somehow, don't know how, but he says to her that like I can't have you going to the doctors, even though she wants to. She's saying her head like is in pain. I don't want to go to the doctors because there might be implication that I did it, that I was the cause of this. And she, after a while, finally relents. It's like, okay, I guess I won't go. And then relating it to this, I don't know, like this seems like it would be related, right? Like related to this, now the authorities are once again about to be involved. Hey, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Like it feels like there's a connection there. You don't see
but
connection?
it's
so I would disagree there, because in that context, whatever may have happened, like, and wherever they were at, it would make him seem like he was the bad guy. He's knowing that he's black and she's a white woman. Therefore, they're going to assume that she was they're going to ask her further questions. They're going to dig a lot deeper, right? Versus this situation is, you know what I'm saying? Like he would honestly in this situation more so want her to say, hey, I got drunk at home. You know what I'm saying? I was in here by myself. He would want her to talk. This situation would be the opposite effect, because she went home by herself. He would want her to say, I went home by myself. I was here in his home waiting on him to get home. You know what I'm saying? I got drunk on my own. I took prescription medication like when I didn't need to on my own. He would want her to talk. So I get what Fanatic's saying. Like, yeah, the judge was really just working against him. They really just kind of conflated two issues. Like, yes, it's kind of the same thing, but they kind of conflated the issues.
Fanatic, do you agree with that reasoning?
That wasn't my reasoning at all. But my reasoning is just that these two things are incredibly spurious because of this, right? The conversation was sealed, meaning that it had no bearing on the actual court. It didn't, because that conversation doesn't have any bearing on the actual court. And so me simply pointing out what I would do in any other situation, the fact that in this that in this moment, they asked you 19 times not to speak. And they asked you 19 times what happened, and you said 19 times you didn't know what happened. Then in that case, then it makes all the sense in the world that, yeah, it would seem like, if they've asked you 19 times like what happened, and then and you say no, then I think any attorney in any situation, even if there was no other context, would ask that question. The only thing that's supposed to be to unseal
ask
that
question,
document would ask the question, why did you say that you don't know what happened? That you don't know how you got hurt 19 times.
Okay.
The only thing that would lead a person to the only thing that's supposed to unseal that previous discussion is if you say something that alludes to it, right? If you allude to the thing that's sealed, then that unseals it. In other words, for example, if maybe it's like, hey, we found out that you were doing cocaine, but the judge seals it because it's not relevant. If the defense attorney mentions, hey, but what about drug usage? Then at this point now, then they can say, well, or a better, I'm sorry, let me just be very, very literal. If there was a previously recorded conversation and they say this conversation is inadmissible in the trial, The only thing that allows for that thing to be unsealed is if the defense attorney references that thing. Because once the defense attorney directly references that conversation, then that means that the jury now is not privy to the information and they need to be made privy. The defense attorney did not reference that conversation. The defense attorney referenced the fact that you said 19 times in this situation that you didn't know what happened. That is not a reference to that conversation, and the idea that that is a reference to that conversation is spurious as hell. That's what I'm saying.
So okay, as a non-lawyer, I don't know if that's the case. Now, the thing that you mentioned, that's true, right? Like in the way that the defense attorney mentions it, or the defendant mentions it, and then it gets brought in, right? That part's true. But I don't know if that's the only path to get it unsealed, right? I don't know if what happened. I feel like it's not, but I don't know.
What other thing does it? What other thing does it?
Well, I mean, like what just happened? Like what actually happened? In which, like,
what actually happened was the judge said you referenced this conversation, and so therefore it's unsealed. That's what happened.
And yes, I hear you, and that happened. So, like, but that it's possible that was not outside of standard operating procedure. I don't know.
Let me just ask you. I'm asking you the question because this is my argument.
Sure.
Was that referencing the previous conversation to ask her about this incident where she said on body cam footage 19 times that she didn't know where she got injured? Is that a reference to that previous conversation, or is that a reference to her actions on that night and the body cam footage?
No.
In your opinion, I'm asking you that question. Please answer it.
That wasn't, but I'm talking about her answer.
Please answer. I'm asking you that question. Can you answer it?
Yeah, I know. I answered your question. The when the defense attorney says that, like, that's not a reference to the previous conversation between Jonathan Majors and his girlfriend. You're correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
that's why I'm saying it's spurious.
Yeah, yes, but oh, come on, Fanatic, please, right? Like, what I'm saying is that there was a series of statements that happened. The defense attorney asks her the question, she answers the question, right? And then there's probably some motion, I don't remember exactly what happens, but like probably some sort of motion to bring this in, right? Okay, like, well, she's saying I don't know, right? She's giving her answer to that. But like the reason why is locked in this piece of evidence that the judge had previously ruled was inadmissible. And so it's challenged again. And in that
that's not how that works.
So in that procedure, that might have been completely fine. Like there might not have been anything untowards about that. But as a non-lawyer, I can't necessarily adjudicate that. I'm going to see if I can contact the lawyer, like literally right now, to see if I can get an opinion on this. But because I don't know.
As long as it's not Pisco.
I've actually got to reach out to my friend Blackwood. Why do you have a problem, Pisco? What do you do?
So I would
nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, I would strongly say that is not in reference to that motion that you're talking about, that procedural motion where you go, because typically that motion would start with an objection. He's either leading or something to that effect, to where you're actually saying that this person is referencing this other thing. Then you end up going up to the stand and you end up talking. You know what I'm saying? You have one of those just the moments between it's the two lawyers and the judge, and they're talking right there, and they're having that deliberation back and forth about whether this is admissible in the court. And basically, I don't know if that defense attorney like failed at their job and just dropped the ball completely. You know what I'm saying? When they were up there talking to the judge, because typically that's what ends up happening. They ask to approach. That's the word I was looking for. They ask to approach, and then that's how things end up getting admitted. However, should it have been admitted? Absolutely not. Absolutely not, because it's in reference to the night of. He's asking her, why that night did you say that? To imply that something that happened 3 months ago, and he asked you not to go to the police 3 months ago, that you remembered that while you were drunk on the floor.
Smooth. If he had threatened, this didn't happen, right? This didn't happen. But if he had threatened her with a gun, right? If he had pulled out a gun and he pointed at her and he says, if you ever go to the authorities, right? And this is like recorded in text message or something, right? We have a recording of the conversation, right? And he says, if you ever go to the authorities, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to murder your family, right? If he had said that, right? Like, and then 3 months later, it's been 3 months, right? It's been 90 days, but 3 months later, she's like, the authorities question her. She's like, "Oh, I don't know what happened," right? Do you think that might be point? Like that may be an important point to bring up.
So you're talking about a totally different level of threat. You're talking about a threat of death.
No, but I'm just trying to say that.
No.
Is there a possibility? Yeah.
No. But in that example, those two things are not equal.
Okay, I know they're not equal. I know they're not equal. I'm exploring extremes.
Right. So that's why I'm saying it's a bit disingenuous.
Is it yes or no?
In that example, the answer is obviously yes. But
okay, great.
That's the problem. That's the problem. Those
great.
Those examples are not the same.
If it's the case, so all right, now we can bring it back. Now we can bring it back to what actually happened, right? So or at least what may have happened. So hold on. Let me get it out. So it may be the case that she got abused, right? That like in that incident, she actually got hurt. And then in that conversation, he's telling her, hey, don't go to the authorities because they're going to be asking questions, right? So in these two things, right, there was a threat, and the one I gave is a threat, and then in the situation we have, there was a possible actual assault, right? So that might be a reason that she would say, no, I don't know, right? She had got previously assaulted. Again, we haven't adjudicated that part yet, but that wouldn't matter in the context of this case yet. But she had got previously assaulted, and then she's saying, and she was told not to go to authorities. And then next, when she actually is being taken by authorities, she's saying, I don't know. Those two things could be linked. So
in your world where you're making it this way, absolutely. However, that's not the case. That's not what really happened.
You don't know that, and I don't know that.
No. It's not what happened. That's not what the facts have already proven. If it was proven, no, hold on. If it was proven in the other case that this is what he did, then sure.
What other case?
You could imply that. In the other case that they unsealed because they got that from the thing evidence. That happened in the no, but that's evidence from a London thing. That's from another case. He had a separate case that was dismissed or acquit, whatever it was. There was a separate incident that was already on file. There was a separate thing, but it got whatever happened, it went away. It went away.
But what difference does that make to the court if this is relevant evidence? Just because let's say it was a miscarriage of justice in the UK, what difference does that make to the court? Like to be able to examine this piece of evidence.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing that makes it inadmissible. It wasn't actually referenced. Oh my God! Yeah, we hear. You have to make a lot of leaps in logic and a lot of implications to make it that way. You have to assume there was a miscarriage of justice.
But I gave you another example, and you said it could be referenced. So hold on. I gave you another example.
You gave it to me as an absolute. You gave it to me.
I don't know how you can't follow this logic. I'm not saying you necessarily have to agree with me, but I'm not sure how you can't follow this logic. I gave you an example, right? An extreme example, but like an example where there's a piece of evidence that has been sealed, and under similar circumstances, it gets unsealed. And I asked, does that make sense? You said yes.
Because you asked me about somebody being threatened with death.
Yes,
that is
but if
a
it's
totally different scenario.
Okay, never mind.
Whether or not somebody was actually.
It's cool. I actually don't care anymore. It's fine. It's cool. I don't care.
Moving on.
I don't care. I just it's like I tried. But Fanatic, did you have anything else on this?
No. I'm good. I'm just saying ultimately, that dude shouldn't have been convicted. That was a disgusting situation, and our criminal justice system is obviously corrupt. We see what happened to Cosby. We seen what happened to
what happened to O.J. Simpson. Well, we saw what almost happened to Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying? It's just too often. Then now Jonathan Majors. You just toss another one in there, bro. It's disgusting. I don't respect our criminal justice system. That's why you got to do everything in your power to make sure that you are never, ever, ever a victim of it. You're never, ever having to participate with it, because this thing is disgusting and corrupt, and they will rape you.
So, all right, I'm gonna move past this then. You said something way before, and I just was curious if you could elucidate that. You said that you either said immigrants, but I wrote it down as brown people. Brown people are a Trojan horse. You specifically use that, when we're talking.
I didn't say that they are. I didn't say that they are. What I said was that they would be if we allowed them into our fold, knowing that they maintained anti-blackness and had these negative stereotypes and these negative attitudes, antagonism towards black folks.
Okay,
that would be. That's what that would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what you're trying to say. So if there's an antagonistic element, integrating with our neighborhood would be like taking in a Trojan horse. Okay. I didn't
for sure
make that connection previously.
And we're getting into fighting games now.
And they are antagonistic, right? And we know that.
I would say that anti-blackness is in all communities, including Black American communities, however you like to define that. Anti-blackness is everywhere, but that doesn't mean that that should be a reason why we shouldn't try to integrate with others, right? There's anti-blackness that happens there, and I know, I was reading examples of this, and on the West Coast, and these warehouse workers and how they were treating their colleagues, and it was awful.
That's where the largest discrimination lawsuit is in the state of California. It's against Latinos.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, fair enough. I hear you, but that's I wouldn't say we can't integrate. I wouldn't say to people within the who are integrating white neighborhoods in the 1960s, 1970s, right? When the white people absolutely didn't want them there, that there's a lot of anti-blackness there, so don't go. But I
think there's a difference. Us knowing that there's better opportunities in these neighborhoods, and that by being there, we'll be zoned into better job locations. We'll have access to better education. That we'll have access to just better infrastructure and all of those things. Saying, "Hey, I'm willing to endure that because I know how much better they are." It's a total different statement than these people who don't really provide any benefit and only bring down our neighborhoods by lowering wages, by literally bringing on anti-blackness, by actively discriminating against us, by exposing us to harm, and all of those sorts of things, by changing the entire culture, all of the things that will happen as a result of that. No, I'm against that. Now, and I would totally understand why white people would have maintained anti-blackness if they felt that black people had some insane anti-white sentiments, but that wasn't the case. They were doing it because they had anti-black sentiments, and that's why these two things are different.
They literally thought that black people would rape white women. Right now, they might have interpreted as quote unquote anti-white.
That sounds like anti-blackness. Yeah, you're right. That's what I'm saying. They had anti-blackness. They had literally disgusting negative stereotypes aimed at black people, and that's what they were using in order to keep that. And that's why I'm saying they had anti-blackness, not that we had anti-whiteness. Because that's an anti-black statement. That's an anti-black sentiment. It's disgusting.
I agree with you. I 100% agree it's an anti-black statement. But I'm saying that from their perspective, it doesn't matter if it's anti-black or it's anti-white. They have some level of anxiety around.
Yeah, you're just saying that their bigotry was rooted in ignorance, and that bigotry is the reason why they didn't want us in their neighborhoods. I totally agree with you. They had all sorts of it. They had the belief that we had lower IQs. They had the belief that we would that we would steal some of their white women. Someone believed that we would rape some of their white women. Yeah, they had all of these negative anti-black stereotypes that were giving them their reasoning for why they didn't want us in their community. I don't need to understand the sentiments or why they developed them or any of those things, because if we really want to get into that, it really also came from their own propaganda that gave them that whatever. And of course the fact that just we have natural anatomy that makes us have longer penises, but all of those things they had their reasoning for. I'm just saying, but ultimately it just resulted in hatred.
Okay. But you're saying that there's a difference within going into those neighborhoods for opportunity rather than new entrants entering our communities and not necessarily being able to bring those opportunities up with them.
Well, I'm saying that the main difference is that one, we were going into a neighborhood where people hated us for no reason, and that we wanted to seek those opportunities. And I think that's vastly different than wanting to exclude certain people from our neighborhoods because they have hatred towards us. Do you understand? You hate me for no reason. I don't want you coming into my space is totally different than you hate me for no reason, but I know you have better opportunities, so I want to go to your space.
But I'm referencing your previous point. Your previous point you made about like you said that immigrants don't like take our jobs and
right there, and they bring the antagonism and all of those other things. Yeah, sure. I can't think of any other benefits really that they bring to our neighborhoods, to be honest.
Yeah. It's just I don't know. I think it's a difference in the way that we. I think it's just a difference in the way that we see others, see quote unquote outsiders, however you like to describe that, because, and that like I know there is anti-blackness in those other communities, absolutely can't deny it. It would be crazy if I did. But it doesn't seem to rise to the level that these people need to be excluded, especially these people who are in need, right? Like I'm not I don't know where you're gonna I don't know where this is gonna go, but I'm gonna try this any which way with you. All right. I'm not a Christian. However, it seems like my understanding is that there is a sense that Christians reach out their hands to the people who are downtrodden. That that's like part of the religion. And if people say that Black Americans and Christianity are like intrinsically linked, right, within our politics and within our social spheres, right? If that's the case, then it seems like they should reach out to help these individuals.
So that's where we run into a problem. I think I'm all for championing the idea of using charitable organizations in order to help those sorts of people and so on and so forth. But again, I think that we always make these clear distinctions, at least in my case I do, where I do create pretty much a separation between my religion and my political positions. And I start thinking about when we're talking about social like change and when we're talking about civics, those things are not going to be Christian. I think that's going to be political. And I'd always create that distinction. As a Christian individual, I, as an individual, will do things in order to help any people, regardless of any people that I find in need. And I would say even as a Christian organization, my church will help any person in need. And we're not going to really delineate in that way. But what I would say as a collective, as a Black collective politically, we have to understand who our enemies are, who the people who are antagonistic, and we have to work against those people. And so I would create a divorce between those two sentiments.
Yeah, in the
individually, yes, it makes a sense. Christian organizationally, yes, it makes all this sense. As a Black collective politically, it does not make sense.
Yeah, so it's just and I don't know how we quantify this right within a specific population. I don't know how we can do that. But like I feel that there's just less anti-Blackness. I don't think they're the threat that you feel that they are. I understand that there is also anti-Blackness there, but there's also anti-Blackness within the Black community.
Sure, but significantly less of it. And also, again, like I don't know that it even needs to be quantified, and I don't know even what that does for the argument. But what I can say is, if we know that it's there and we know that it's pervasive, then the idea that would be beneficial for us, I know that you could say it, because I think what we're getting into a lot.
Basis of it is that's
that's where the problem comes in. I think you should do some studies on it, and you'll discover it. Because I mean, the FBI has talked about it, the CIA has talked about it. Literally, we've obviously seen like polling, all of the polling data about how many of those people are like Trump supporters and stuff like that. The idea that like all of the discrimination lawsuits that have happened within the state of California and all of those things, there's just too much.
No, this is what happens when you flatten the Latin community. Yes, the Cubans certainly are Trump supporters. That's not every population.
I'm not saying that everyone, but are you saying that there's not a larger number, a larger amount of Trump supporters in Hispanic communities than there are in Black?
I'm saying that yes. Well, actually, I don't know. I'm not even going to make that statement.
Oh, I do.
Actually don't know. Like if you, especially if we're
Yes.
not like if we're separating out these different Latin communities, right? I don't know what those numbers are. So of the Mexicans, do they more likely vote for Trump? Maybe, I don't know, but I don't know. Cubans absolutely do, 100%. But it's not Cubans that are going to New York or to Chicago. So like if you can give me those different groups and say that, and then we can talk about the groups that are going to New York. Okay, then.
But I'm not talking about just people going to New York. I'm just talking about the sentiments, the general sentiments of Hispanic people towards Black people, and that making them a threat. That's all I'm talking about.
But I'm saying that we can't generalize them. You're saying
we can. No, the general Hispanic community maintains these anti-Black sentiments.
No, like, well,
if you, I'm sorry. Look. I'm sorry. Then maybe this is a conversation we should curtail. You always know I'm available. I'm always willing to have it. I would like you to do some educated research on this situation, and then you'll come around to my conclusion.
I'm not
because you don't know.
I'm not going to do your homework for you. I'm
not asking you to do my homework for you.
Prove it for you.
I'm not asking you to do my homework for me. I'm saying you're uninformed.
I just asked.
I get it. You're uninformed. You don't know anything about the subject, which is why I don't think it's worth my time to hold the conversation with you.
You make a statement. Oh, the FBI said this. The CIA said this.
They did.
I haven't seen any of these.
I know that you're unaware of it, and that's why you can't have the conversation with me.
If you have all these sources, then give them to me.
I don't have all these sources on me right now. It's not like we had. It's not like. I'm sorry. So now we're going to make the appeal because I'm not prepared for a conversation that I wasn't told about, and I don't have direct sources to reference something that's so obscure about the FBI talking about the fact that there's anti-Blackness within the immigrants that are coming over here. If that's the hill that you're willing to die on, then again, this conversation is beneath me. But what I do think is if you're willing to have a conversation with me on a topic, something that I've read, something that I'm more informed about, I would want you to inform yourself. But if you're saying you're unwilling to do any research on this topic, then I don't understand why we would have this conversation.
I'm asking you for the sources. It doesn't have to be right now. If you're saying, okay, I don't have these sources, that's all right. I do understand. You didn't prepare for this topic, right? We're just going at it. We're having a conversation. But like to say that, you have to be informed, and then I guess by the end of you being informed, you'll just certainly agree with me. No,
I think that's the truth.
Yeah, sure, whatever. No, look, okay, like if you have data, some point in time, right, later on, that says that these different groups, right, the Mexican.
I'm not going to do it.
Okay, yeah, you're not going to provide anything. You're sure? Okay,
I'm not. You know why I'm not going to do it? I'm not going to. The reason why I'm not going to do it. The reason why I'm not going to do it is because for me, it feels like it's actually beneath me to have a debate with the person that's 100% uninformed about something, and then that person, you're uninformed if you don't know. You're uninformed if you don't know the fact. The fact, not my opinion. You're uninformed if you don't know the. You're uninformed. You're uninformed if you don't know the fact that it is pervasive within the Latin American community, that there is rampant anti-Blackness that is pervasive within the within the Latin American community. You are uninformed. You're uninformed if you don't know the fact. You're uninformed. If I can finish, please. I didn't interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. I was talking, and you're interrupting me.
You absolutely.
So then at this point, all right, get the last word, Prime. Get the last word.
So Latin American people, to generalize them isn't itself the problem. The thing that I'm trying to say, hey, let's not do that. Let's look at these different communities because different communities had different attitudes. There is anti-Blackness between these communities, right? But like, what is it in these different neighborhoods, right? Like, if you're saying that, like, if you're talking about Cubans, okay, that's an interesting conversation, right? Like the difference, like the interaction between Cuban Americans and Black Americans, right? I can imagine that being very explosive, especially with what you said about them voting MAGA the entire time, right? Yeah, sure, right? But like to say that, hey, Latin people in general are anti-Black, or it's extremely pervasive that we haven't defined that. Or what exactly is pervasive? The thing that I wanted to like interact with you about. Hey, like what does that mean here? Let's discuss that. Like what are the levels here? Can you quantify that? If we can, sure, let's talk about it. Let's look at the data. All right, but then you don't want to engage with me. right? And then when I'm making this point, hey, let's just disambiguate these things. I'm just gonna flatten it, right? And I'm just gonna yell over you. I'm just gonna yell over you about the Latin community, like, and you have to educate yourself. You have to go out there and find this data that I say exists out there, right? And even if you give me an infinite amount of time, I certainly won't provide it for you because it must be beneath me just to have a civil conversation with you when I'm not even trying to come at you antagonistically. But okay. Go ahead. Say your final statement. Sure.
If half of my conversation has to be spent educating a person, then I'm not going to have that conversation. Okay. Point blank. End of conversation for me.
Okie doke. All right.
All right, man. You have a good one.
All right. All right. So that was really annoying. I was really it just like, yeah, I don't know, man. That was really unfortunate. That was really unfortunate. That was really unfortunate. Yeah, what about Dominic? Yeah, exactly. What about Dominicans that are black? Creepo Creepo world. I was gonna make that point. I was like, he just says Latin America. Like, okay, what about? I was gonna bring up black Dominicans, and they're interesting, right? But even then, like black individuals from Colombia, from South America. There's a bunch of these individuals. Who are we talking about? Let's break that up. Let's have a deeper conversation. But no, I'm gonna yell at you and say, well, you're just uninformed. Oh, okay. Well, then show me the sources that you're talking about. Oh, you don't have them? Hey, just send it to me some other time, right? That's okay. You weren't prepared for this? Just send it to me. No, I can't be bothered to show you any evidence of anything. I'm just going to say you're uninformed. Okay. Well, that's any other conversation. That's fine. Whatever. Like, it's... like, I don't know. I thought it was being extremely reasonable. I saw it as being extremely reasonable. Then he's like, well, no, you're just uninformed. I'm sorry. I've made a point. It's self-evident, the point that I've made, right? So self-evident, there's a lot of evidence. Oh, there's a lot of evidence? Show me that evidence. I don't have it on me. Oh, okay. Well, send it to me later. I get that. Just send it to me some other time. No, I can't be bothered to educate you on this. I can't be bothered to make my point. I can't do that. No. That would be unfair of me to ask him. Just give me your if I have incorrect information, sure, share it to me, and I can share any information that I might have with you. No, his obvious. It's so self evident. There's no point talking to me. All right, well, fuck you too. Anyway, thanks all. Thanks all, I guess. Whatever. That's kind of the end of that. That was the end of that. And we're going to raid. I'll raid my friend Pisco, who's all right, so we'll raid him. Babe, nice things to Pisco. I haven't seen him stream in a long time. Off you go. And to the other audience, the YouTube audience.